Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of what Naruto was in My Hero Academia. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, while also having his hand out trying to explain his position. Come on Momo, you know I'm not like that. Melissa here is just showing me around Expo. Melissa let go of Naruto's arm and sighed as she puffed her cheek out. She relented and said, right, I invited Might Oji-sama and Naruto since he was his protege. The three nodded their heads, not understanding it. Well, it makes sense since All Might declared Naruto as his protege. It makes sense. Kyoka nodded her head, understanding the situation. You keep calling him Oji-sama, you related to him? Momo asked curiously while placing a finger on her lower lip. Melissa nodded her head. Ever since I was little, my papa and Might Oji-sama have been best friends. He even created some of Might Oji-sama's outfits while also making support gadgets. Momo seemed to relax a bit, realizing that she was just showing Naruto around. Though it did irk her that she wrapped her arm around Naruto. It was clear that she was beginning to like Naruto. Melissa clapped her hands together. I know, why don't we get tea at a cafe together? Later at the tea cafe. Oh, you all have had experience working with a pro hero, Melissa said excitedly as she sat at a 4-person table with Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka. Ochako waved her hands in the air in defense. No, nothing too crazy, just training and going on patrol. If anything, it should be Naruto and Momo you should be talking to. They helped take down the hero killer Stain. Kyoka lifted her head, which was resting on her hand. I got caught up in an incident, but all I did was evacuate people. And no, we didn't do much except help back up the pro heroes. Momo shot Ochako a look, trying to tell her to be quiet about the topic. Momo was also rubbing the back of her neck. She remembered how much of a hellish night that was. Melissa just smiled. All the things you've done are wonderful. It's something not everyday people could do. Kyoka smirked while gesturing her hand out for Melissa to join them. Tomorrow, we're planning on going to the pavilion where the Academy's exhibition. Ochako chimed in. I'm really looking forward to it. She pumped her hands up and down excitedly. Naruto off on the side rubbed the bridge between his nose. I'm glad the misunderstanding was cleared. I don't want to make it look like I was cheating on Momo. I'd never do that. Just then a cup was placed down in front of him. Thanks for waiting. Naruto looked up to see a juice mix placed in front of him. Naruto turned his head to look at the waiter. That voice. Denki. Naruto panned to the left and narrowed his eyes. Minoru. Naruto said with an annoyed look on his face. Mineta-kun. Ochako called out, surprised to see these two here. Denki made a thumbs up. They needed some temporary staff for the expo, so we applied. Right. Denki looked down at Minoru. Minoru smiled, walking to the left. We can go see the expo on our breaks and also get paid. And maybe even have a wonderful eating with the cute girls are attending. Go near Momo and I break your face. Naruto threatened, which Minoru seemed to shut up and bow his head at Naruto. He's got some serious balls. Just then Denki and Minoru spotted Melissa and quickly shot to his side. Denki put his hand up to the right side of his mouth. Currently, Denki and Minoru were very close to Naruto. Hey Naruto, where did you meet that hottie? Naruto deadpanned along with everyone else, hearing them clear as day. Introduce us. Introduce us. Naruto grabbed Minoru and flicked him in the forehead, and the same to Denki. Naruto turned to Melissa. These two go to UA and are part of our class. This is the class pervert Minoru Mineta, and this is Denki, he's alright. Better than balls for brains over here. Melissa giggled. Naruto had a good mouth. He was witty and smart in certain aspects. I see, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Melissa gave them a polite bow. Just then everyone heard shouting coming from their familiar and assistant class rep. What are you two standing around for? Everyone saw Iida running as if he was in an Indy 500. He zoomed past everyone, still shouting, if you're going to take the money, then work harder. Iida them stopped right in front of the two as they fell on their asses. Iida-kun, you're here. Ochako was shocked. Iida them turned around, making robot motions with his hands. I come from a family of heroes, so we received an invitation for my expo. But my family was busy, so I'm the only one who came. Momo smiled. You too, Iida. I also received an invitation because my 2-san holds some of my expo sponsors' stock. And since Yaomomo had 2 extra invites, after an impartial game of chance, we were chosen to go with her. Kyoka moved as she rested an arm on Ochako's shoulder. Meaning, the 2 and the girls had a gold old-fashioned round of Rochambeau. Ochako nodded her head, yup. The other girls came to the island, too. Really? I didn't know this. Naruto spoke up surprised. We're all planning on going around together once it opens to the public tomorrow. Momo explained that the invites were to just get in early before the public. Would you all like me to give you a tour around? Melissa leaned forward onto the table a bit, resting her arms underneath her comparable bust size to Momo. Really? Ochako said with excitement and a smile appearing on Kyoka's face. Momo just nodded her head with a smile. Yeah, that'd be great. Momo knew to be wary of Melissa, she might try to make a move on her man. Denki and Minoru jumped in. Take us too. They both said together until there was a loud boom. Naruto and the others turned their heads to see a large rock formation with smoke coming off of it. Everyone quickly made their way towards the rock area, and Naruto came to a balcony. Naruto looked to his right to see Izuku on the side watching the show. Naruto turned his attention back to the 2 screens in the air. That's time. 8th place. The screen revealed Kirishima in his hardened form. Oh, Naruto-kun, is that? Melissa was surprised to see a possible classmate of Naruto's. Yes, that Eijiro Kirishima. Naruto added, which Izuku nodded his head. I'm a student too, I'm waiting for my turn to try it out as well. Izuku added, hoping to get a chance to test himself. Now for the next contestant. The announcer shouted as Bakugo came walking up to the plate. Hey, it's Explosion Princess, Naruto pointed out, earning some laughs from the crowd. Bakugo turned angrily to see who said that. Hey, Whisker Boy, what did you say? New villain attack. Read. Go. Bakugo quickly ignored Naruto and shot off towards the villains in the arena. Bakugo shot around the arena destroying robots. He launched himself at one. He extended his hand out, blowing it up. Using the same momentum, it redirected him towards another robot, destroying 2 more robots. Afterward he shouted, Die. Bakugo shouted with a big smile on his face. The announcer watching this was amazed. Amazing. He cleared it in 15 seconds. Bakugo landed behind her with a smirk, but then looked up and glared at Naruto and Izuku. Oh. It's Naruto and Midoriya. Eijiro waved to the group who were up in the stands. Just then Bakugo shot up to the railing and landed on it, shouting at Naruto and Izuku, You two. Why the hell are you two here? Calm down, bro. People are going to stare, princess. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, Kachan, take it easy. Izuku waved his hands frantically in front of him. So what? Bakugo screamed, leaning on the railing trying to get closer to Izuku. Why is that boy so angry? Melissa added with some disgust. That's how he always is, Kyoka sighed, not surprised by the scene. At the same time, Iida tried to get Bakugo to calm down and act how he should. Momo walked up the railing. Kirishima, did you and Bakugo both receive invitations to the expo, too? No, Midoriya invited the both of us since he got 2nd place at the UA Sports Festival. We came with. Eijiro smirked happily that Izuku was comfortable with him. He then pointed behind him. Are you guys going to try this? I know I will. Naruto jumped down at the starting spot, which everyone watched, wondering what Naruto was going to do. Just then the people in the stands began to recognize Naruto. Wait. That's Naruto Uzumaki, All Might's protege. Like that, people began to crowd the stands along with people going to the railing to get a closer look. It's no use. I'll definitely have a better time than both of you. Bakugo screamed out as he glared at Izuku and then back to Naruto, who was behind him. Why, yeah, maybe. Izuku was interrupted by Ochako. Come on, Deku. Try it. You don't know until you try. Ochako was glad to see Izuku as she walked up and grabbed his right arm with a smile on her face. All right then. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously as he blushed at Ochako's closeness. Bakugo then vaulted over the railing. Then hurry and go get your pathetic results after Uzumaki. Bakugo's eyes went white as he growled, walking past Izuku and Ochako. Ochako simply frowned at Bakugo's behavior. Naruto placed his hand on his head and cracked his neck and stretched. Everyone was watching, wondering how Naruto would fare. Naruto asked, Are equipment allowed? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, it is, as long as it is to help your quirk. The announcer replied, wondering what the protege of All Might would do. Naruto hovered his hand over his kunai holster on his right leg. On your mark. Get set. Go. Once she finished and robots appeared, the timer start. Naruto quickly within the same time frame threw one kunai into the air, with another directly at a robot. Like that, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellowing lighting. Once Naruto destroyed the first robot, he then teleported into the air and threw 4 kunai where the other 4 robots were, along with throwing one back at the starting spot. Naruto disappeared 4 more times and then reappeared at the start within a matter of seconds. Amazing. That's a new record. That takes the first place at 2.5 seconds. The announcer shouted in shock along with the audience cheering Naruto on. Bakugo's eyes narrowed angrily, not believing Naruto was able to move that quickly. Once Naruto stood up and tucked the 6 kunai away, the announcer ran over. Uzumaki-kun. May I please ask what that was? Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. He pulled a kunai out. This helps with my quirk, but that's all I'll say. It's a family secret. My 2-san made this, and I learned to do it too. It's called the Hiraishin. Amazing. What's your hero name? The announcer asked, which Naruto decided to change it up since the last time he created his first name. It's Kitsune Hero. Kyubi. Naruto answered, earning more cheers from the crowd. He chuckled, not used to the praise. He really didn't care for it. Then looked up at Izuku. Hey Deku, get down here. Show them the training you've been through. Izuku nodded his head and went down. He got into the starting position. All right. New villain attack. Ready. Go. She shouted, and before anything more could happen, Izuku powered up, flowing his quirk through his entire body. Using the trace elements found in his body, he shouted, Over Booster. Izuku was then adorned in a clad suit of red armor as he took off with wings on his back. He shot off like a rocket, destroying the first robot. Then he flew towards the second, third, fourth, and finally the 6th robot, and then arrived back at the starting point. Amazing. That's close. Midoriya Izuku takes second place at 7 seconds. Naruto gave Izuku a thumbs up. Not bad, Izuku. That was insanely fast. Izuku dropped out of his, yeah, but nowhere near you. I was surprised to get even second. Izuku hopped up to the stands along with Naruto. Just then Ochako grabbed Izuku's arm. You did great, Deku-kun. You too, Naruto. Ochako cheered for her friends. Yeah, nice job, but to think you were that fast. 3 seconds is insane. Momo shook her head. She wasn't surprised by Naruto's speed anymore. Meanwhile, on the side, Bakugo was fuming. Melissa was surprised to see Naruto in action. Both Naruto and Midoriya had amazing explosive power. Izuku was destructive like Might Oji-san. Naruto's move was nothing like I've never seen before. Those kunai were something different. I've never seen anything like that. That was so close. Ochako praised Izuku. Not bad, you did well, Iida said with a smile, placing his hand on his hips. Naruto on the other hand still sighed internally. Flashback a week ago. Are you absolutely positive? Nezu looked at Naruto with a very serious look on his face. Midnight, Toshinori, Torino, Smintos, Recovery Girl, 13, Hound Dog, Aizawa, Present Mike, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, and Vlad King. Yes, I am. Somehow the League of Villains got my blood. Somehow we're able to create a clone. That clone so happened to be me. However, that would be my dark side. Yami Naruto is what I'd call him. Naruto crossed his arms seriously. He wasn't joking, and he wasn't lying. How do we know if your dark self won't betray us? Vlad King was worried about the situation. I wouldn't be here without definite proof. I even know locations of the League of Villains bases at. He supported me with the information for it, also giving information on all their current allies. All for one gave twice a quirk to ingest someone's blood and clones. They used that combination to create my Yami clone. Naruto sighed as he closed his eye and then opened them. We need to be careful. I don't know what their next move is. Right now they've remained quiet. My clones don't have anything more to report, but Iida is being used. All for one brainwashed him using a quirk, turning one single person into a sleeper agent. Nezu folded his hands in front and placed his chin over them. This is very concerning. Who currently is the leader? Currently Shirogaki. He did learn that they have some new associates. New villains associated, but not working with or for them. They're just sharing common interests at the moment. Jiren Kagero Okuda. He is scouting new recruits for his organization. I don't know much more, but that's it. Then a villain known as Nine, but I haven't seen what he looks like or what his goals are. Specific names, I know you couldn't have come up with. Torino looked at the rest of his colleagues. What do we do about young Tenya? Toshinori didn't even know what to do anymore. He wasn't a hero and there isn't anything he can do anymore. This is important information, thank you Naruto. However, how do we know your Yami self won't betray you? Nezu asked curiously, wondering what Naruto has done to prove himself. It's simple, I've become friends with the Kyuubi, otherwise known as Kurama. Naruto closed his eyes and then opened them. Naruto's features turned feral-like, with his eyes being crimson red with black slits in the middle. Well, if it isn't the Superhero Breakfast Club. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm the great Kyuubi no Yoko. What do I owe the pleasure of this meeting? Is it true? Are you working with Naruto now? Toshinori stepped forward, hoping that it was true. As much as it hurts my pride, I got no one else here to trust but this idiot. Kurama finished as he let Naruto take over. Oh ya dumb fox, you're the idiot stuck with an idiot. So it's fair game. Naruto placed his hands on his hips but then relaxed them. Well, anyways, I'm sure I can handle just about anything I'm thrown at. However, I haven't got used to all of Kurama's power. My body has yet to completely acclimate to it. Even if I'm only 5'9", I can only handle so much of his power. What type of power did you obtain since you became friends? Midnight asked curiously, which Naruto smirked as he flared his power. Naruto closed his eyes and then opened them after a flaming aura appeared around him. His pupils become slit, the whisker-like markings on his face become thicker to resemble the trigram, and the chakra shroud's shape alters to resemble a full-length Haori. Amazing, Vlad King said in awe. He very well might be the next number one hero, Midnight added in shock. She was glad to see Naruto overcome his hurdles. Hopefully, now the government won't try to influence him anymore. It seems you have, but how long can you hold it? Nezu was very impressed. Naruto might be the strongest person on the face of the planet. I can hold it for about 10 minutes. Otherwise, it's too much of a strain on my body. I have not fully matured yet as I'm only 5'9". I'm definitely taller than most of my classmates, but I'm not done growing. Kurama told me I'll naturally grow into his power through growing and some in training. Naruto added. He deactivated the cloak and extended his hand out. He held up a fist. I'm still training to get better and stronger. I'll get there, I promise. Kurama and I are also still working on our synchronizing of our chakra. Once we get it down pat, we'll get even stronger. I see. Continue as you were, Naruto. We're all counting on you. However, I suggest you be careful when you use that. We don't want the enemy to know of your abilities just yet. Also, I don't know if the world is ready for someone like you. Nezu pointed out, showing that Naruto had world-breaking powers. Even though All Might did, and the majority of the pro-heroes did. Naruto was on a whole new level. An entire new plane of existence and power. This was something that not everyone was ready for. Regardless of the current quirk meta that everyone knew, Naruto was on a completely different level. Even if the government knows about the beast sealed within Naruto, Naruto was a foreign person, who claimed he came from a different world. A person who actually doesn't have a quirk. Chakra is the last thing this world's people needs to learn about. Otherwise, this could prove to be difficult as everyone is concerned. Both villains, everyday heroes, and civilians. Chakra is a myth depicted in books if it were to be taught to the wrong people. This could be the end of the era of heroes. Naruto, have you taught anyone else about chakra? Nezu asked nervously, which Naruto nodded, making Nezu a little nervous. It was Momo, Izuku Midoriya, and Ochako Uraraka. Only few trusted I've told about, but not actually how to harness it. Naruto was worried about what Nezu might think or feel about this. I see. Just make sure no one else learns it. Also, with your clone not teaching anyone, I expect a report on them every week. Good luck, Uzumaki. Welcome to the world of heroes. Nezu handed Naruto a file specific for Naruto only to fill out. Consider this your first assignment as a pro hero. End of flashback. Izuku smiled. I'm surprised I even got under 10 seconds. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, shocked himself. To think this is how far his power has come. It's thanks to Naruto and his help. I'll go again. I'll beat both of your scores. Bakugo shouts at both Naruto and Izuku, who were off on the side. He stormed off to try the exercise again. He hated being beaten by both of them. Just then everyone saw at the ground. Amazing. 14 seconds. Shoto had his hand on the ground as he used his ice to freeze all the robots. Is he in your class too? Melissa asked as she turned to Momo. Yep. Momo crossed her arms underneath her bust. Amazing. Expected for all our new future heroes. Melissa was really impressed by everyone. They were all very strong. She had to admit that Naruto was something else. He was able to beat the run in 3 seconds. His Hiraishin was a literate cheat code. Just then Bakugo shot into the air and into the arena again. Half and half bastard. What are you doing here? Shoto ignored him. Oh, Midoriya and Naruto are here. Don't ignore me. Bakugo screamed, making the announcer back up, frightened by Bakugo's actions. Sir, there is someone else. The announcer tried to get them to move on. Shut up, I'm going next. Bakugo screamed, but he quickly found himself in the stands. What am I doing here? Naruto was currently standing where Bakugo was. Don't worry, I placed a Hiraishin marker on him. I can teleport him anywhere if need be. Iida came running. Oh, thank goodness, we didn't want Bakugo to keep talking. Back with the girls. They're pretty funny. I was just thinking you guys seem to have fun at UA. Well, it's never boring. Ochako adds, understanding where Melissa was coming from. With Dave and Toshinori. Toshinori, what's going on? Your quirk numbers are dropping like crazy. Dave slammed his fist against the wall. At this rate, the symbol of peace will be lost. It just happens. With age your quirk probably deteriorates too. Toshinori looked at the ground. Like I said before, one for all is a different quirk. Once I gave it to Naruto, it disappeared from me. Naruto is my protege. I wouldn't have announced it on World News if I didn't believe in him. I know. Dave was upset. He didn't want Toshinori to go. He wanted to keep preserving the symbol of peace. The only reason Japan could keep its crime rate at 6% was you. Ever since you announced your retirement and passing the torch to Naruto, crime has gone up to almost 25%, even though he seems like a splendid hero. I don't know if that's possible. Not a lot of people can stand in your shoes. Naruto did feel a little hurt by that. It is not easy to live up to your father's name and to become someone he wasn't. Well, if you can't believe in me, fine, but give Naruto a chance. I bet you he will bring peace. Naruto is someone I'm proud of. I've never got to have a family of my own. Naruto is like a son to me. I made my decision when I passed it to him. Toshinori didn't want to argue about this now. What's done was done. There is nothing they can do about it. Besides, Naruto has pushed his fellow students far and beyond what I could have imagined. I have no doubt Naruto will carry on the torch as the symbol of peace. He can even be 1,000 of other places at once. He can make solid clones of himself. Back with Naruto evening. Naruto and the group came walking back to the cafe that Denki and Minoru were working at. Naruto walked up to them and smirked, holding out 2 tickets. Good job for working so hard, you two. As classmates, I figured you guys even deserved some time to enjoy yourselves. So, Naruto handed them the 2 tickets, which Melissa chuckled. She didn't really like the spotlight. It was a bit embarrassing. Tickets? To what? Minoru looked a bit nervously at Naruto and then looked towards Melissa. Invitations to the reception party, Momo said as a smile adorned her face. Reception? Minoru said, shocked. Party. Denki finished Minoru's sentence. Ochako moved up a bit to speak. Melissa thought you guys should get to at least have some fun. I had extra. Melissa tilted to the side a bit as she blushed. Please enjoy yourselves. Friend of Naruto's is a friend of mine. Wait, even you, Naruto? Minoru looked at Naruto, shocked as he nodded his head. You two might be pervs, but you're pervs that have morals, well, one more than the other. Naruto narrowed his eyes but relaxed them. As for the suffering I've caused ya, Minoru. Naruto threw a book to the ground in front of Minoru. Minoru's eyes widened as he saw the book in front of him. The book in his perspective saw a holy aura appearing around it. His eyes widened as tears began to form in his eyes. This is amazing. I've never set my eyes on something like this before. Denki leaned in as he saw the title of the book. What? How is that possible? The next book of ICHA My Superhero Volume 1. Some of the girls in the group, notably Kyoka, Melissa, and Momo quickly averted their eyes from the sight. They all wanted to react to the work of a lifetime being given to the shrimp pervert. How is Kami-sama's name did you get this godly piece of literature art? Minoru looked up to Naruto wondering where he has been all his life. Naruto scratched his cheek, just say the pervert was my master. Naruto turned his head away embarrassed, I swear, everywhere I go I'm surrounded by perverts. I can't thank you enough. Minoru gave Naruto a military salute, for every intentional and unintentional mishap that happens to me. I forgive you. Minoru bowed going on his hands and knees praising Naruto for his connections. However, Naruto didn't even wait up as he left. Momo deadpan seeing a note he left on the ground. A note, he said, I'm not waiting for Minoru to stop praising and perving out like he usually does. I'll see you all at the reception. Momo finished letting a giggle out, though it did make her wonder who created those books. Then it clicked for her, wait a second, wasn't his other master Jiraiya? Isn't he still in the other world where Naruto came from? I'll ask him about it later, I have a bad feeling about his response. I don't know if I want to find out. Well, I guess I'll see you all later. Melissa smiled waving goodbye to her newly made friends from UA. Please, everyone, for you Asake, please wear appropriate clothing, we'll be at 6:30 p. in Lobby 7 of the Central Tower. Iida asked as he said trying to make sure everyone followed the rules. Oh hey, Deku, Naruto talked about you a lot. Told me that you and he were rivals. You were looking for more ways to better ways to control your quirk. He told me how much recoil it causes. Follow me, I would like to get to know you better. Melissa wanted to do Naruto good after he requested her to maybe take a look at Deku to help his quirk. Ochako was not happy about this, that sounds super cool. Can I see? Sure, you can. Melissa realized that Ochako must like Deku. That was fine, she more or less thought that Naruto was cuter anyways. So, her real rival would end up being Momo. 6:30 p.m. Central Tower. Everyone arrived at the tower roughly at the same time. Naruto saw Shoto in a white suit with a red tie, Iida in a blue suit with a yellow tie, Denki and Minoru in their waiter suits, Izuku in a deep maroon suit with vertical stripes and a dark blue bow tie. Yo! Naruto saluted to everyone as he walked through one of the elevators. Naruto was wearing a black suit with a gray vest and white dress shirt, along with a black tie and black pants. He also had a black jacket that was slung over his shoulders. Ah, Naruto, Izuku, glad you could get here, Iida said happily seeing their fellow blonde student. Sorry, everyone turned their head to see Ochako running out of the elevator. Ochako was wearing a pink frilly with no shoulder straps, along with a pearl necklace and black leggings. Of course, Minoru and Denki were cheering Ochako on in her outfit. Soon Momo and Kyoka came walking out. Everyone. Sorry, we're a bit late. It's great to see you all, Momo said while wearing a long lime green dress. Naruto looked over to see Ochako talking to Izuku and he simply complimented her on the outfit. However, Ochako blushed as she turned away as she waved her right arm up and down robotically saying, "Oh, Deku. You don't have to flatter me." Naruto turned to Momo and Kyoka, "You're looking good, Kyoka." Before Naruto could finish, Denki and Minoru were excited to see Momo giving her a thumbs up. Then they saw Kyoka. Denki placed his left hand on his hip and gave her a thumbs up with his right hand. The clothes make the man, right? Minoru turned his head to our readers. She looks like a female assassin. Just then 2 earphone jacks stabbed into their ears giving them a painful earache of Kyoka's heartbeat. Kyoka placed her hands on her hips. Shut up. I complimented you. Denki placed his hand on his knees as he was about to kill over himself. That was a lot to the head in a short abut of seconds. What I think you should have said was you look pretty or cute in the outfit, Kyoka. Naruto corrected, placing his own hands on his hips. He shook his head and sighed, but he turned to Momo who patiently waited there waiting for his opinion. Naruto smirked as he walked up and gracefully took Momo into a waltz pose for the two. He gently took her left hand and placed his left hand on her right hip. He gently dances with her in a circle. They quickly danced around quickly and then slowed down. Once they stopped, Naruto smiled. Do I even need words to describe just how beautiful you were in the dress? I don't know, maybe. But probably the words you say would be really corny. Momo giggled a bit. She liked the corny ways Naruto compliments her. Then again, his compliments were always different and very sincere. Naruto this time took a better look at Mom in her lime green dress. He appreciated her figure and the way the dress fitted her perfectly. Where do I even begin is the question. I know your hair, it's up like a true crowned princess. Well, you are my princess. Naruto smirked, making Momo giggled at his description. It always made her feel warm and giddy inside. The outfit definitely gives you a very mature and adult-like appearance. Elegance just radiates off of you. Naruto winked at her as he leaned up and placed a kiss on Momo's cheek. Naruto then turned his head after complimenting Momo to see Melissa running towards them. Minoru and Denki began to perv out themselves seeing her in her outfit. Oh, are you all still here? The party is starting. The headliner has appeared, Minoru said as he smiled happily to see such a hottie. Denki fell on one knee along with Minoru as they cried anime tears. They both placed a hand on their chest and extended one out towards the side. Crap, Minoru, I can't take this anymore. What should I do? Kyoka sighed annoyingly at Denki. Do what you want. Party hall. Let's have the number one hero, All Might, who is visiting us today along with his protege to say a few words and lead us in a toast. A gentleman said as the audience began to clap, hoping to see All Might's protege and to hear what he has to say. Dave walked up to All Might. Please come to the stage, All Might. Where is Naruto? Dave, I don't know about this, besides I don't even know where Naruto is at the moment. Toshinori sighed, wearing his yellow and black striped suit. Dave smiled, trying to encourage his friend. This was bound to happen once they found out All Might would be here. Yar. Toshinori began to scan the room for Naruto. With Naruto and the others. That's weird, I can't get a signal. Iida said, taking his phone out, confused on why he wasn't getting any reception. Just then Naruto's sense went off as he immediately entered Sage mode. After a few seconds, his eyes widened. Guys, we have an issue. Naruto's eyes narrowed. We have intruders. Naruto clicked his tongue, annoyed. He knew something didn't feel right. There were way too many people in the building. What, are you absolutely sure? Melissa said with shock as Naruto nodded his head. Yes, this is my Toad Sage mode. I become one of the best sensors in the world. Kyoka, jack in and see if you can hear anything. Once she did, Kyoka nodded her head. Yeah, the entire party room has been invaded. There are hostages along with all the heroes trapped and bound. TCH. Naruto nodded his head. Alright, here's what we need to do. First, we need to get All Might's attention. Since most of us are licensed as heroes, this counts as hero work. I'll be taking charge and giving out orders. Iida, I need you to make sure everyone follows them thoroughly as well. Iida nodded his head, knowing what to do. Melissa, you know this place like the back of your hand. Tell me what this entire place has, the security systems, everything. Melissa nodded her head as she proceeded to tell Naruto everything about the tower. Once they were done, they took off to find the control room. They went through the halls, the floors, and where the control room is. Their group made it to the party room. Naruto motioned Toshinori using his cell phone flashlight. Naruto then motioned as he pointed at the ground, signaling that Kyoka was listening. Toshinori began to speak quietly. You guys have to be careful. They also took all the civilians as hostages. They took care of the security system and are looking for you. They know you're in the building, be careful, they'll be on high alert. All honesty, you should all escape and fall back. However, knowing Naruto, he won't do that. Kyoka turned to Naruto. Here's the short summary. Scene change. Iida narrowed his eyes seriously. We have been told what to do. I suggest we follow orders and fall back as All Might has said. Iida, trying to keep them in order, seriously glared at Naruto. However, he sighed reluctantly. He knew there was no way Naruto was going to fall back. You sure as hell know I'm not falling back. Naruto unsealed a set of clothes on his wrists and quickly spun in a circle. Once he was done, he was in his Anbu hero outfit ready to fight. Melissa put her hand up to her chin. Even with the information I just gave you guys on the building. This place is built with the same level of security as Tartarus, where criminal villains are kept. Denki looks down worriedly with Minoru staying quiet. Well, you guys can escape once we lift the security restrictions. I'm helping All Might. Naruto stood up as he went through his kunai and shurikens. Izuku even stood up agreeing, I won't back down either, we have to fight. Momo placed her hand on her chin, a few of us are licensed heroes. I say we can do what we need to, I say we take Naruto's approach on this. Kaminari. Kyoka shot up from her seat walking over to him. What? Denki looked up at Kyoka confused. You don't feel like you should go help? Kyoka was a little surprised by his words, which made Denki look down and swallow the lump in his throat. Minoru tried to argue, hey, the villains even caught All Might. Naruto said, that's because he can't fight anymore. I'll be damned if I'll let them get away with this either. Naruto placed his porcelain fox mask on his face, I've thought long and hard about this. I'm going with a different name, the Kitsune hero, Kyuubi. Naruto said with determination and hope in his voice. Naruto turned to Melissa, I'll get you to the control room, just point me in the right direction. I'll protect you, those who want to help can follow. Momo sighed as she got up from her spot, Momo creating a knife in her hand. She took it and clenched it as she cut off the bottom portion of her dress. Thankfully she was smart and wore a pair of black capris that stopped just above her knees. I'm going with no way are you doing this on your own. Some of us are working to be heroes. Shoto raised his hands up. Some of us are, but not all of us can work as heroes yet. Momo added but quickly shook her head as she smirked at Shoto. However, if I know Naruto more than anyone, that doesn't matter. We don't leave anyone behind. Those who break the rules are scum, that's true, but those who leave their comrades behind are worse than scum. Naruto began to run off with Melissa, Izuku, and Momo following him. Shoto quickly follows along with Ochako wanting to do her part in helping. As they were running with Naruto creating a clone that carried Melissa, she began to explain more about the building. Island security system is on the top floor of this tower. If villains have taken control of the system, then the authentication locks and passwords should have been disabled. That means we should be able to restart the system, resetting the lockdown. Momo quickly added, in which Melissa nodded her head confirming Momo's suspicion. Well then, let's kick their asses. Naruto slammed his fist into the palm of his hand, smiling behind the mask. The villains are going to so regret trying to mess with UA. The group came to the stairs where they heard running behind them. Naruto turned to see the rest of everyone else joining. Iida, Kyoka, Minoru, and Denki. Awesome, let's get going. Naruto made a few more shadow clones except for Iida and Izuku. Naruto, carrying Momo, and his clones, carrying everyone else, activated all for one and shot up the stairs. Iida did the same and Izuku spread boost over his entire body, running up the stairs at the same level of speed with Iida and Naruto. Once they got to the 80th floor, Naruto took a moment for everyone to catch up. Alright, let's continue. Naruto went to go, but one of his clones shouted, Minoru, you idiot. Wait, no. That'll set off the motion sensors. Melissa warned, but it was too late as Minoru did not like traveling as fast as they did. Though it was too late as Mineta opened the door. Damn it, I'm so kicking his ass after this. Naruto shouted as everyone else followed Minoru out the door. Security tower. What's going on? I thought you scanned the entire place. Swordkill glared at his subordinate. Damn it, that must be Naruto Uzumaki. Send all reinforcements to capture them. Wolfram ordered as men ran out the door to take reinforcements to capture the heroes. With Naruto. Everyone was running through the halls of the 80th floor until the doors in front and behind them began to close. Naruto quickly saw this as he threw a Hiraishin kunai through the door. As it landed on the ground, everyone grab on. Everyone placed a hand on his shoulder. With Wolfram. Good. He looked at the camera. Now no one will. He stopped talking when Naruto had everyone grab onto him or link one another together and the group disappeared from the close off the hallway. What the hell was that? Swordkill re-winded the footage. Boss, he threw some kunai into the other room before it closed. After that, I don't know what happened. Who cares? Send the men in to intercept them. Wolfram growled out in annoyance. With Naruto. Rasengan. Naruto blew open the metal doors as they walked out in the middle of the floor of the 80th floor in the tower. The group ran forward. This is the 80th floor. We're not there yet, but we need to get to the 200th floor. This is the floor used to research how quirks affect plants. Everyone seemed to run towards the elevator, which got Naruto an idea. Stop. Kyoka put a hand out in front of them. Look, that elevator is coming up. Scatter. Naruto shouted as everyone took a hiding spot. However, Naruto's eyes widened to see Kirishima and Bakugo walking up to the two villains who came off the elevator. Hey, sorry, we got sort of lost and need to. Eijiro was cut off when he heard, double Odama Rasengan. Thanks for the distraction. Naruto smirked, landing on top of the two. Long story short, villains took over the tower and were taking it back. Everyone came running out in shock to see how quickly Naruto took the two down. Just then Naruto was blown off their backs as they stood up. Naruto jumped back towards everyone. What? They must be pretty tough if they could stand back up from that. Naruto was surprised by this. The two villains stood up and threw off what was left of their armor. Wolfram knew you were going to be here. So, we were given these to protect us from your Rasengans. Shut up, Daigo. I don't want to hear you talking about his Rasengan. Nobu shook his head and cracked his neck, ready to fight. However, before they could move, Shoto attacked them to push them back using his ice. He then shot a glacier of ice to push the others up and away. Go, we'll handle this here. Shoto. Momo didn't know what to say, but she believed in him, right? You get them. Stay safe, you three, Naruto added as he turned his head towards the ceiling. Once they got to the next floor, Naruto saw the elevator again. Hey guys, follow me. Naruto ran towards the elevator. Wait, Naruto, there's no way we could ride it, we need authorization for it. I'm sure the villains disabled it to only let themselves use it. Melissa was confused on what Naruto was doing. Those doors are. Melissa was cut off when Naruto smirked as a golden aura around his right hand appeared. Everyone saw this in shock. It was only partly, but Naruto summoned Kurama's power for this. Naruto pulled back and slammed his hand into the elevator doors. He then ripped the doors off. Tell your father sorry, I'll pay for it if I have to. Naruto stuck his head into the elevator shaft. He looked down and then up. He quickly threw a Hiraishin Kunai. It went up to the 170th floor. He then teleported again and threw another Hiraishin Kunai which hit the ceiling of the 200th floor in the elevator shaft. Naruto then focused on the kunai Momo always carried with her. With Momo and everyone. I didn't know he could teleport like that. You think he can get to the top? Melissa was shocked by Naruto's skills and quick abilities. Yeah, I knew he can. Momo smiled as they heard another slam, hearing doors blow open through the elevator shaft. Naruto then appeared in front of them, this time Melissa seeing a yellow flash as he reappeared. When he teleported away you could faintly see it if he goes forward to teleport. However, when you see it coming at you or over a short distance you saw a flash of yellow. Alright, I got a kunai to the top floor, let's go. Naruto had everyone hold on as they teleported to the top. Once they got there Naruto saw Dave and his assistant in the room. Melissa, where is the control room? We'll come back for them in a moment. This way. Melissa ran past the room quickly where she saw her father being held hostage along with Sam. Once they got to the top they began to look for the control room. Naruto ran into the room and blew the wall down using a Rasengan. Swordkill went to attack, but Izuku slammed his fist into him, knocking him out. Minoru began to throw his balls at Swordkill, sticking him to the ground. Before Swordkill's subordinate was taken down he shot a bullet. However, Iida quickly kicked him to the ground. Minoru again stuck him to the ground. Melissa was skinned by the bullet, but Izuku quickly tied up a handkerchief around it. Sorry, we couldn't prevent that. Melissa waved it off. It's okay. Melissa got up and quickly went to work and deactivated the system. Momo, Melissa, come with me, else lock this place down. We're going to go save your father and his assistant. I saw they were taken away in the elevator before we arrived. The three went back to the room and made sure to stealth their way over. Naruto quickly made their way towards the entrance with Momo and Melissa quietly following. They got near the door to hear their discussion and Naruto saw that there was no one else in the room but the two. I was able to unlock it. Go to block 1147. Dave said with happiness in his voice. Sam ran over and waited for the door to open. Once he did he took out a silver briefcase and opened it, revealing important tech in it. Sam smiled. You did it, Professor. Everything is here. Naruto's eyes widened hearing this as Dave hunched over and tightened his fist. Momo and Melissa both heard it. Finally, this device and research data are the only thing I would never give to anyone. Everything is going according to plan. Sam closed it and came walking down the stairs. Seems the villains are doing what they're supposed to do. Thank you. It was all because you arranged everything for me, Sam. Dave said, grateful for his friend and colleague. Just then Naruto saw Melissa step into the room. Papa. Melissa's lip quivered as he father reached the top of the steps. Miss, what are you doing here? Sam looked at her in shock to see her and then Naruto and Momo. Melissa took a few steps forward as Naruto grabbed onto her left hand, stopping her from going any further. Naruto turned his head to the side. Betrayal, it was something anyone had a hard time understanding. At least for him they did it because they cared about him. This time it was seemed to be for a selfish reason. What do you mean, arranged? Melissa wanted to walk forward more but Naruto wouldn't. Allow it, Papa, don't tell me you're the one behind the incident. In order to get that device. Melissa saw her father's eyes wavering in shame and guilt. Is that true, Papa? Dace closed his eyes in defeat and sigh. He didn't slouch his shoulders or anything. He did his best to remain composed, but feeling the guilt weigh heavily on him. It is. Naruto continued to hold Melissa where she was, not letting her get closer. What? Why? Melissa placed her hands up as she leaned forward in mental pain. She couldn't believe her father was gone this. Sam tried to make the situation sound better than it seemed. The professor is only trying to get back what was stolen from him. He held up the invention in the suitcase, this groundbreaking invention that mechanically amplifies quirks. Naruto grit his teeth as he walked up a bit himself, letting Melissa to move up. Momo followed quietly behind. Amplifies quirks. What a bunch of garbage. Naruto growled out, narrowing his eyes at the two professors. Amplifying a quirk. Sure, it may sound cool but that can never match to training and hard work. Naruto glared at Dave and Sam. Just because it could help enhance a quirk didn't mean it was the best thing to do. Naruto gripped his left hand into a fist. I'm proof of that too. Toshinori-sensei told you what my quirk did. His quirk did. He had to train to get where he was. So did I. I was at the bottom of my academy class. I was the weakest. I failed over 3 times. I was given the nickname as dead last. Now look where I am. Naruto yelled out, making Dave and Sam almost believe in him. Dave knew what All Might did, and how he passed All for One to Naruto. You need to destroy it because it could easily fall into the wrong hands and... I know, it is still in testing, but with this device, unlike with drugs, quirks can be amplified without affecting the body. However, the sponsors confiscated this invention and research data. Sam tried to give them their sob story until Naruto interrupted them. I don't give a damn. Boo-hoo, the sponsors didn't like it, big deal. It still justify the act of you using villains for this. My friends could be seriously hurt. Other people too. I don't what you were thinking of using villains, but you're some of the biggest idiots I've ever met. Naruto growled at them with his eye turning crimson red with black slits. My parents died the day I was born. Well, tough shit. I had people hate and scorn me for something out of my control. You know what, I dig deep and kept working. I trained my ass off to get where I am today. I made the quirk mine. I don't care if Melissa knows Toshinori passed his quirk down to me. Because in the end your entire charade, your plan, your thought was all wrong. You damn fools. You got others hurt in the crossfire. Naruto snapped back when Melissa was about to lose it. The papa I know would never do anything like this. So why? Melissa was on the verge of tears as it tore her father's heart up to ribbons. Dave turned his head away, ashamed of his actions and for upsetting his daughter so much. It's for All Might. Naruto grit his teeth. Toshinori-sensei almost died when he fought All for One. Are you trying to kill him? Why do you think I'm taking up his mantle? Goddammit. Don't you see how hard this is for me? Momo and Melissa looked at Naruto, see tears forming at the corner of his eyes. I've never had so many friends before. People who love and care about me. Naruto let the waterworks run. I've been stressed the day Toshinori-sensei made me his protege and the world knew who I was. Naruto shook a bit as Momo ran over, hugging him. Every day. I train tooth and nail to get where I am. Naruto wiped his face. I might be sound selfish or an asshole, but I don't care. You can't change something that has already been done. You can't force him to do anything else. Every day I'm trying to keep him alive, goddammit. Toshinori is dying inside and you know it. I know it. Naruto growled. For you. Naruto pointed at him angrily, to force him to a hero again. I won't allow it. He's the Tou-sen I never had. If he were to keep being a hero, he'd die as soon as you give that to him. Naruto couldn't bear to know that Toshinori died. along with Momo or anyone else he cared about. I'm trying my hardest, damn it. To be the best hero for others, trying to live up to his status. Can't you see Toshinori is done? He has nothing left to give. All this and for what? So you can give it to him. Then kill him. I'm using medical chakra on him almost every day, trying to reverse the damage to his organs. His body is deteriorating at a faster rate for his age. I can't stop it. Naruto wiped some more tears off his face, letting more of his tension he has been holding within himself that day. I know I'm not like All Might. Hell, the Japanese government tried to use Momo as some whore to keep me in line. So, I wouldn't go berserk. So, I wouldn't lose myself. It hurt, but I forgave them. I knew their intentions were only to help me. Otherwise, I'd be locked up for life, or killed on the spot. Toshinori-sensei cares about me. He is trying to live a life he can now. He's never got to have family. Hell, it bothers me sometimes. With the word symbol of peace hovering over my head every day. It's hard, damn it, trying to do what you can to live up to everyone's dreams. People die every day, there isn't a goddamn thing I can do about it. I don't know how to be like Toshinori. How to be All Might. I don't know what the hell to do. But, Naruto let go of Melissa's hand and tightened his fist. I'll be damned. If you think you could give that to my Tou-san. Knowing you pulled a damn stunt like this, I'll fucking cave your head in so hard you'll forget how to even think. I can't tell you how much I want to. How much you piss me off. Naruto truly didn't know how to think or even feel at the moment. All the stress and tension he has felt since Momo and the government and then All Might's last battle, telling the world there was still hope. Why do you think he trains so much, do everything he can to better himself as a hero? He knows he won't be able to save everyone, but can he do it with a smile on his face? To help keep the people he safe and assuring that they're okay when he knows he can't. That's what All Might could do. Naruto is not All Might, not even close. He may share the same quirk as him, but he does not have the same mindset, beliefs, and morals as he does. It hurts me the most sometimes. To know that I don't even know if I want a family. Naruto turned his head away from Momo, which shocked her, knowing I'll have enemies and people who will want me dead or try to hurt me. I can deal with that, but them learning if I have a family or someone I love like Momo. I'm always afraid, I'm always scared they'll target her and use her against me. What if I have kids? They'll go after them too. I thought this world would be a new life for me. A new start. A world where I didn't have to worry about someone stabbing me in the back or someone trying to target my loved ones. At this point Naruto let it all out. He let out all his thoughts, frustrations and anger out on Dave. Naruto didn't even remember the point he was trying to set straight at the man. Naruto wished Midnight was here so he could talk to her again. Dave understood Naruto's words. Most likely the invention could kill him. All Might was past his prime and the constant hero work and battles left him hardly standing anymore. He was weak and frail now. He definitely didn't have much time left according to Naruto. I just wanted him to be the symbol of peace again. I wanted the light back. We can't everything we want. Things must be sacrificed in order for good things to happen. That even means if I have to stay single for rest of my life. Naruto looked down at the ground upset. Naruto has always kept that in the back of his mind. Never until All Might proclaimed Naruto was his protege has Naruto ever felt the burden he was given weigh so heavily before. Momo didn't like that Naruto was saying at all. She already doing her damn best to keep her tears in. She was worried about Naruto's true mental health and where it sat. If I couldn't see this bothering him that much. Was I even a good enough of a girlfriend as I thought I was? To see him deny himself happiness in his life is hard to believe. He is always so positive and so bright and happy all the time. He was always so warm, welcoming, and loving that I didn't see he was suffering alone this entire time. To think he had something eating away at his psyche, his beliefs, his own personality was being affected and it was clashing this entire time. Naruto frowned and nodded his head. I know I will never be good as All Might. I know I'm a lot of things that I'm not. But that doesn't mean the means justify the ends. Naruto had to rein it back in. It was a lot more than he wanted to say. Just then Melissa pulled off the handkerchief from her arm. They all risked their lives. Melissa made sure her father could see the wound on her arm. Naruto and his classmates went through to save the hostages. Dave couldn't believe his eyes. What is the meaning of this? The villains are supposed to be fake. Dave turned to Sam. It should have all been fake. Just then a voice spoke up. Of course it was an act. Naruto, Momo, and Melissa turned their heads to see Wolfram. Wolfram is a tall, bulky man with dark red hair and yellow eyes. Wolfram was wearing a large, white coat with gray cuffs and trimmings. He also sports combat gear that his entire squad wears, including combat boots, dark pants and a combat vest. He covers his hands with brown gloves and sports a metallic mask that covers his scars, and acts pretending to be a fake villain. Wolfram walked in by himself. Just then Naruto quickly powered up all for one to run at him, but he was quickly caught by railing along with Momo and sent flying into a wall. Naruto, Momo, Melissa ran towards them to help them out. Wolfram walked at the bottom of the stairs by Dave and Sam. Stay there quietly for a bit. He chuckled. Sam, where is the device? Wolfram smirked as Sam grabbed the briefcase out of Dave's hands and booked it down the stairs. This shocked Dave, Naruto, Momo, and Melissa. Sam. Dave's eyes widened. Sam, don't tell me from the beginning you. Dave was in shock. Sam continues to walk slowly to Wolfram. I served you for so long, but you let your research be frozen so easily, and the honor and renown we were supposed to get all went away. He turned his head showing tears in his eyes. If I didn't get at least some money, then it was a waste of my time. Sam, here's your reward. Wolfram aimed a gun at Sam directly at the head, killing him instantly. They're villains. Wolfram should have shot him in the head. Sam's body hit Flood with a loud thud as blood pooled behind his head. Sam. Melissa, as distraught and horrified by his betrayal, still cared about the Sam she knew. Naruto watched in horror as he tried to break free, but there was no success as the metal railing kept him in place. Damn it. Again, I'm only one person. I'm not like All Might. Naruto watched as Wolfram aimed at Melissa and fired, but Dave jumped in front and took the shot in his shoulder. Melissa ran towards her father. Papa. Stay down. Wolfram smacked her to the ground with the handle of his gun. He then slammed his foot on Dave's back, feeling like playing hero after all this time. Naruto turned to look at Momo. Naruto felt his heart drop. Wolfram looked up and chuckled. I wondered when you noticed. Hell, even I forgot I did that to her. I heard your little ramble about not being All Might and worried about losing the people you love. So, I thought, why not make things a bit more fun? Wolfram smiled evilly, which Naruto heard everything drown out as he stared at Momo. Naruto saw Momo pinned to the wall as if she was crucified by the metal railings. Hands and feet, along with the letter V carved into her stomach. Naruto heard Kurama though. Kid, stay with me here, don't you go crazy. You need to. Shit. Kurama found Naruto loosing as his chakra was being forcibly taken from him even if they made the deal together. There was nothing Kurama could do. Why yo you? How dare you? Wolfram looked over to see Naruto break out of his hold. Naruto fell on the floor on all fours as dark crimson chakra covered Naruto's body. His eyes turned white along with his mouth white with red crimson chakra as teeth. RRROOOAAAWWWRRRR. Six tails shot out of Naruto with bones beginning to form around him like armor. His entire body was representing a kitsune. Momo opened her eyes to see Naruto completely changed. Melissa, even instilled with fear, somehow still moved and helped Momo get down. What happened to him? Melissa was terrified of Naruto's form. That's when happens when he loses himself. I'm sure earlier his mind was already in a bad state. Momo didn't know what to do. She was worried, very worried. The hell is he? What type of quirk is that? Wolfram's eyes widen in shock to see Naruto has completely changed. He stuck his hand out, throwing metal at Naruto, trying to stop him. Naruto easily powered through it until Wolfram launched Naruto into the air, using the ground to send Naruto flying. Naruto was pinned as Wolfram left Naruto there, deciding it was best to leave. Facing Naruto now would be suicide. Momo and Melissa saw as Wolfram grabbed Dave and tried to get away. Momo quickly made a gun using rubber bullets to shoot at Wolfram, but he blocked the entrance off and escaped. Sorry Melissa. Momo dropped the gun, not being able to do anything about her hands. They were bloody, tendons broken, bones broken, her body was in a lot of pain. Just then Naruto broke out of the pin and landed on the ground. He let a roar out. Naruto, calm down, it's us. Melissa called out, but Naruto didn't hear him, only his enraged self heard Melissa. Naruto slowly crawled up to them, letting out angry growls and low grumbles as it walked up to them. Momo looked up and smiled as she weakly stuck her hand out. Hey you bit idiot, huff, come back to me and stop doubting yourself. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was curled up in a ball as chakra completely engulfed him, covering him up. He couldn't see, hear, feel anything in there. What have I done? Momo, Melissa, I keep messing up. I can't be like All Might and I never will be. Why does everyone expect so much out of me? I'm only me, I can't do everything on my own. Naruto then heard a voice, you big idiot, huff, come back to me and stop doubting yourself. I know you're in there, come out and help beat the bad guy. We need you, we all need you, come back, and because no matter what happens, what trials you face, issues you stumble across, I will always love you. Naruto saw the dark bubble around open up as a light appeared before him. Naruto floated towards it until it engulfed him. Back in the real world, Naruto opened his eyes to find Momo's lips kissing him. He quickly and gently took her into his arms and set her down. Momo, what did he do to you? Naruto growled out lowly, sorry Kurama. Don't do that again, brat. Kurama let a growl out, annoyed that Naruto forcibly took his chakra. Melissa was relieved that Naruto came to, but she then saw his body steam as the burns on his face disappeared. Naruto was then suddenly engulfed in a shroud of gold. His pupils become slitted, the whisker-like markings on his face become thicker to resemble the trigram, and the chakra shroud's shape alters to resemble a full-length Haori. Naruto placed his hands on Momo and began to heal her. Her wounds closed up, tendons repaired, and bone back in place. Her stomach neatly healed with no scarring. I'm sorry Melissa for scaring you, and I'm sorry about Sam. I may not be All Might, but I'll do what I can. Naruto stood up. Take care of her for me. Naruto ran towards the entrance and blew it open by punching it. He then ran off after Wolfram. With Wolfram. Annoying pests, I'll take you all down. Wolfram was forced to put on the invention Dave made. He was fighting Shoto, Izuku, Minoru, Denki, Iida, Ochako, and Kyoka. Well, they were fighting to the best of their abilities and without their gear made it a bit difficult. Get out of the way, Iida called out as he took a hit from a pillar Kyoka would have took. Damn it, Denki fired a bolt of lightning, but it did nothing as she was sent flying into the rubble. Kyoka was sent flying along with Ochako. Dragon Smash. Izuku in his scale mail was currently pushing himself past his limits trying to beat Wolfram. I won't give up. We will take you down. Izuku jumped up towards Wolfram trying to destroy his giant form, which used a lot of the destroyed rubble from the building. Currently Dave was being taken care of Toshinori, who couldn't do anything. Where is Naruto? Toshinori was worried for the boy and his students who were fighting. Shoto shot off a large glacier of ice and a pillar of fire trying to hit Wolfram. Bakugo was flying around letting off explosions. They were all being pushed back. Damn it. We aren't getting anywhere. Izuku landed trying to regain their breaths. We have to keep going. Until Naruto gets here. Eijiro slowly stood up as he reactivated his hardening quirk. We don't need that stupid yellow hair. Bakugo shouted angrily. Just then everyone stopped, and so did Wolfram when a golden chakra thing took form around everyone. Everyone was lifted into the air along with Momo and Melissa and everyone else. Everyone came to the center to find a figure glowing golden with a Haori on his back. Naruto turned his head and smiled. Sorry about that everyone. Ran into a brick wall. A wall I still need to get over. Now let's finish this, shall we? Naruto held up his hand as the Nine-Tails Fox, which everyone in Island saw. The fox avatar opened his mouth and aimed it at Wolfram, who created a large barrier with metal-tailed beast bomb. Both Naruto and Kurama shouted, firing it. The purple chakra ball blasted through the shield Wolfram made until it made contact, blowing up in his at point blank. Naruto dropped the Kurama avatar along with everyone, landing on the roof safely. Naruto looked up and saw the metal wires, plates, and part of the building were still up. Naruto had to power the attack down. He didn't want that metal chunks fall to the ground on top of civilians. You damn heroes, I won't be defeated by the likes of you. Wolfram held his hand up, firing off more chunks of metal pillars. Everyone, on me, Naruto shouted as Ochako tapped everyone but Izuku, Naruto, and Iida. Naruto launched everyone at Wolfram. Besides Iida and Izuku, everyone was running towards Wolfram ready for their final attack. Naruto saw a pillar of metal coming at them. He ran up and broke it. Ochako saw a piece fly at her. but she quickly touched it and wielded it like a bat. She quickly swatted away an attack that was going to hit Momo and Kyoka. Momo created rocket skates and handed Kyoka a speaker. Kyoka destroyed 4 incoming pillars from behind them. She fell FF, but Ochako saved her with gravity. Momo pulled an Master Ultra Instinct Goku move using the gravity Ochako used on her to flip over the pillar that came at them. She rolled a layer of C4 explosive tape on it. Once she was ready to move away from it and detonated the attack before it reached anyone. She was blown away by the attack, but Ochako floated out to grab her and pull her back. Shoto used his flames to propel himself, but his flames ran out with his quirk being used to the max. Bakugo also ran out of steam, so Shoto used the remaining of his quirk and created an ice boulder that Iida, Izuku, Denki, and Naruto kicked off of. Bakugo before that was also destroying incoming metal pillars. So, Bakugo gave Shoto a boost shooting the other forward. Get him. Shoto stated as he began to fall until Ochako slapped him with her gravity. Same with Bakugo, who was also saved. Denki jumped off the boulder first and released what was left of his lighting to destroy any more incoming boulders. Naruto quickly threw Denki away, which the help of Ochako saved him. Naruto placed a seal on Iida. Iida, give me and Izuku a boost here. You got it. Iida winded himself around as he charged up his engine. Naruto and Izuku both squatted down as Iida had them sit on his leg. Recipro burst. Tenya launched the 2 forward as he was sent back flying but was safely caught by Ochako. Naruto and Izuku flew forward with Izuku entering his scale mail once again, together. Double detriot. Izuku's arm began to glow green. Naruto's arm was sparkling with electricity. Wolfram created a giant cube of metal and threw it at them. Together the two threw their fists forward. Smash. The two both lunged forward, smashing their attacks into Wolfram, who quickly recovered from his shock. He then wrapped himself up in bandages to defend himself. Naruto and Izuku both smirked, like All Might always says. Go beyond. Izuku added, plus. Ultra. They both shouted at the same time, thrusting their fists into Wolfram's gigantic metal body, destroying all the metal in the air, leaving Dave to see the Naruto in the air together with Izuku. They both had smiles on their faces after the punch. They both were in a similar and iconic pose that All Might was in his early years. Toshinori walked up to Dave, who looked at Naruto, who stood next to his friends. Melissa told me everything, Dave. Toshinori helped his friend Dave up to his feet. Dave continued to look at Naruto and smiled. He felt bad for doubting Naruto as the successor. He is right, it's not easy being someone you're not. It's hard trying to be someone everyone expects you to be, trying to live up to everyone's expectations. I was afraid of losing your light. I was scared that piece you built would crumble. Dave looked at the ground, disappointed in himself, but my ideas and that device were nothing more than ways to keep the status quo. Dave took a couple of steps facing away from the light. They'll protect the light, the future, and the hope. The future and the hope were also right in front of me. I was just too blind to see it. Dave smiled proudly as he saw his daughter run up to Naruto. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. This caused Naruto to flinch and Momo to run up, yelling at the blonde, just like how Melissa is trying to become my successor. Dave reached as if he was trying to grab the light. The light being Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, a fine successor. Toshinori smiles. I know he will be ready soon. He's grown quicker than I ever have with One for All. The possibility of him shining more than me, or anyone else, is high. He's my pride and joy. I'll keep supporting him all the way. Few days later. A newspaper. Everyone in the UA dorms looked at Aizawa confused. Aizawa, with his usual monotone voice, said, "Yay. A newspaper wants to do a feature on you all. Especially you Uzumaki, so behave." Aizawa pointed Naruto out, which made Naruto chuckle a bit. Alright, I can't wait, Deku, Ochako chirped as she got close to him, making Izuku blush. So close. Denki looked back towards everyone. Man, an interview. Of course, they want to hear from All Might's protege. Still, it's kind of embarrassing. What do you think about it, Naruto? Denki and the others wanted to know how Naruto felt about it. Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. I don't know, honestly. I'm not one for the spotlight, even if I am All Might's protege. I like just being a normal hero. I guess wanting to be noticed isn't what it is all coughed up to be. Naruto would have liked to live a relatively normal hero life, without the fame or glory that All Might had. Really, Kaminari was a little surprised by Naruto's words. Well, Ojiro placed his hands on his hips. The sports festival was broadcast around the country. Not only that, All Might's final fight with All for One was broadcasted everywhere, right? Just then Toru shook her hands up and down excitedly. Mina. Momo, we'll be in the paper. We've gotta look our best. Yeah, Mina smiled, matching Toru's excitement. Kyoka was a little on the reserved side. You don't have to do much, though, Hagakure. Kyoka tried to calm the invisible girl down. Just then Aizawa glared at them as an imaginary lightning bolt appeared behind him. Don't get excited. Just then everyone stood at attention from his words. The article is supposed to be about how you students are doing in the dorms you moved into. The principal thought it would be good for your parents and guardians to see you all living happily in the dorms. So, he gave special permission. That's why. Just then Mineta turned to Hinata and whispered, do you think the reporter will be a woman newscaster? Hinata simply placed his hands on his hips and sighed at Mineta's antics. He said it was for a newspaper. Naruto began to tone Mineta out as he made a creepy drooling perverted face. Naruto turned his attention back to Aizawa. Just then Aizawa's scarf wrapped around Mineta, shutting him up and tying him in the air, so you better not do anything like that. He exaggerated the last part as he held Mineta in the air like a mummy. No need to do that, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa and the others turned their heads to see a man in the dorms. Tokuda-san, I didn't say you could come in yet. Aizawa watched as the man held up his wrist that had a watch on it. Tokuda pointed to it and said, I was told I could be here from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's already time. He put his arms down. Naruto got a better look at the man. Tokuda is a tall, slender man with black, wavy hair that hangs on one side of his face and short sideburns on both sides. His face is angular with high cheekbones. He wears thin-framed glasses with large, circular lenses, contrasting with his thin, grayish-blue eyes with mismatched pupils, one white and one black. He is currently sporting a beige blazer over an untucked black dress shirt and dark slacks. He also has a black camera that hangs around his neck. Aizawa said nothing as he dropped his scarf while also dropping Mineta. Tokuda walked in front of Class 1A. Hello, everyone. I'm Tokuda, a reporter. Thanks for having me here today. He gave everyone a polite bow. Everyone returned the favor. Nice to meet you. You don't have to do anything special. He relaxed his shoulders, showing off a cool and relaxed persona. Please just show the camera how you normally live. I might ask you a question occasionally, so I'll be counting on you then. He smiled, giving everyone a big grin, as then an imaginary star appeared after her smiled. His smile was eerily similar to a certain blonde Jinchuriki. Mina giggled like a fangirl, placing her hands on her cheeks. Oh, he's so delightful and handsome. Mineta, who got out of the wraps from Aizawa, gently moved his hands to the side. Not a woman, huh? He said, disappointed. Yuga placed his hand on his hip and a hand on his forehead. What do I do? His body flinched a bit, earning a confused look from Sato and Hinata. I'm always sparkling, so I can't help but be a wonderful subject for his pictures. You're amazing, Aoyama. Sato was a little impressed by Yuga's calm nature for an interview. Tokuda looked at Aizawa, wanting to get his attention. I'm sure you've already heard from the principal, but please do not interfere with my reporting. He was interrupted by Aizawa. Aizawa placed his hand up to stop Tokuda from wasting his breath. If you need anything, please let me know. If not, I can trust Uzumaki-san or Yaoyorozu-san can help. Tokuda shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He was really relaxed. Don't worry about it. Everyone in Class 1A is a promising candidate to become a hero in the future, right? Aizawa turned to the class reps. Uzumaki-san, Yaoyorozu-san, if there's a problem let me know immediately. Got it. Naruto gave Aizawa a salute and Momo gave Aizawa a nod. Perfect. So what would you usually be doing now? Tokuda turned to the others in the dorm. Breakfast. Ida quickly shouted as he stood firm and straight. Just pretend I'm not here. Tokuda tried to calm everyone down, but Aizawa noticed that Naruto saw it too. This reporter is up to something. Aizawa said to himself. It seems Uzumaki-san must know it too. I have no doubt any reporter would take this opportunity to interview the protege of All Might. Well, he also doesn't smell like a criminal. With Naruto's negative emotion sense, I have no doubt he will be able to tell if he is a bad person or not. Aizawa closed his eyes remembering back to Naruto's Kurama Chakra mode, with it granting him extraordinary abilities. Being a great sensor was just one of them. Like that, everyone's day continued as normal with Naruto and the others eating breakfast. Naruto simply ate with Momo and conversed like normal. It was good too. The other day he visited midnight with Toshinori and Momo. Naruto had a lot to get off his chest. They all helped cheer him up. Toshinori apologized profusely for outright declaring that Naruto was his protege. Midnight even scolded Toshinori for not thinking that night. It made Naruto smile when Momo even scolded the ex-number-1 hero for his recklessness. It made Naruto feel better knowing that Momo and Midnight cared about him. His lover supporting him all the way, along with Midnight. Nimari Kayama was becoming someone really special to Naruto. This also vice versa too. Naruto was becoming a son that Nimari never got to have either. It's hard to find a man to date the R-rated hero. Throughout the morning Tokuda took pictures of Naruto and his dorm friends. Everyone acted normal and interacted like how they normally do. Then everyone prepared and walked off getting ready for class for the day. He continued to follow and take pictures of everyone documenting what they do. This went further even during class when Midnight was teaching modern hero art history. With Tokuda's reporting was the basic name and quirks of each student. Seat number 1. Yuga Aoyama. His quirk lets him shoot a laser from his stomach. Number 2. Mina Ashido. Her quirk lets her secrete acid from her own body that melts anything. Number 3. Tsuyu Asui. Her quirk gives her the characteristics of a frog. Number 4. Tenya Ida. The second son of the Ida hero family. His quirk lets him move very fast. Number 5. Ochako Uraraka. Her quirk lets her make anything she touches weightless. She has been seen being able to walk on solid surfaces. Number 6. Mashirao Ojiro. His quirk lets him manipulate his tail freely and use it like his arms or legs. Number 7. Denki Kaminari. His quirk lets him store electricity in his body and discharge it. Number 8. Eijiro Kirishima. His quirk lets him harden his whole body. Number 9. Naruto Uzumaki. His quirk is many. His super strength quirk is known as Daiku Hokage. This allows him to store or produce more strength from within his body. His quirk is also able to produce orange-red flames, which have been known to be blue before. He also has a quirk called chakra manipulation. It's a technique he learned from a sage. He is the only one to know to have used it. He can use it to walk on any surface, solid or liquid. He can also teleport in a flash of yellow. The technique is known as the Hiraishin. He can teleport using kunai he throws. He also has a quirk called Kyubi Chakra, a demonic chakra that stems from chakra within his body. It also possesses super strength, speed, flexibility, endurance, and recovery. Also known as All Might's protege. Number 10. Rikido Sato. His quirk lets him change the sugar stored up in his body into power. Number 11. Mezzo Shoji. His quirk lets him make things like eyes, mouths, or ears at the tips of his arms. Number 12. Kyoka Jiro. Her quirk lets her use the plugs on her ears to hear quiet sounds, while also being able to amplify her own heartbeat to release explosive sounds. Number 13. Hinata Siro. His quirk lets him shoot tape from his elbows. Number 14. Fumikage Tokiyami. His quirk lets him manipulate the monster Dark Shadow. Number 15. Shoto Todoroki. His quirk lets him emit ice from his right half and flames on from his left half. Number 16. Toru Hagakure. Her quirk lets her turn invisible. However, it seems she cannot turn it off. Number 17. Explosion Queen. Wait, someone messed with my notes. It says Naruto Uzumaki was here, anyways. Number 17. Katsuki Bakugo. His quirk lets him make the sweat on the palm of his hands explode. Number 18. Izuku Midoriya. His quirk lets him increase his physical abilities. Using a gauntlet that appears on his left arm, he uses the trace minerals in his body to produce armor to enhance his strength, speed, and durability. He can also power himself every 10 seconds to get stronger. He has also been seen being able to run on solid surfaces. Number 19. Minoru Mineta. His quirk lets him stick to anything. Number 20. Momo Yaoyorozu. Her quirk lets her create things with her body, specifically using the lipids in her body. She has also been seen being able to run on solid surfaces. With that, His report finished. There are 20 students in Class 1A. I got permission for you to go talk to them. I want to know everything about Naruto Uzumaki Naruto. Where he was from, his birth parents, his origin. We only have found records of him attending Kuo Academy and then to UA under the legal watch of Gran Torino. Tokuda remembered the conversation with his boss. He replied with, I can work my way onto Naruto Uzumaki, I'll try not to pry too much. Finding out what it can be great. To find out where he originated from. A lot of people are dying to know where he is from. Currently, he can't be Japanese native with the blonde and blue hair. Tokuda walked up to the window of the dorms to see Naruto outside. He was sitting on top of a streetlight with his leg crisscrossed. Naruto knew Tokuda was looking at him from the window. Hey Toshinori. What are you doing here? Toshinori smiled holding an umbrella and a bag in his hands. He saw that Naruto was sitting in the rain, but he wasn't even wet. Chakra, the endless abilities it had. Naruto Uzumaki, he is going to be the next All Might, the next symbol of peace. He has answered many of my questions as vague as possible. He is good, too good. Tokuda wanted to find out more about Naruto. More about his power. He knew about the demon fox chakra quirk. He remembers seeing the news about a giant golden nine-tailed fox. No one knew who that person was during the Island incident. However, he felt that Naruto and the golden fox had a similar connection. What are you doing here Toshinori? Naruto asked curiously. Actually, I was just at the hospital for a regular checkup. Toshinori coughed into his hand, and since I'd been there since this morning, I was a little hungry. So, I stopped on the way in, however the shop owner was a big fan. Toshinori chuckled nervously rubbing the back of his head. Toshinori took out some meat buns and took a bite, so I brought these to share with the class. Hey, thanks Toshinori but ramen wouldn't have been bad ya know. Naruto chuckled taking the bag of meat buns, but then felt a fist upon his head as he began to rub it. You just had ramen yesterday. Don't forget about the time you snuck instant ramen after already have for the other day. Momo scolded Naruto making him frown annoyed. He loved her dearly and knows she is watching out for his health. But he needs his ramen. He can't believe sometimes that she dares stand in the way of his ramen. Toshinori placed a hand on Naruto's and Momo's head, again. Toshinori moved his head in pushing his forehead to Naruto's. Again sorry for putting you out in the spotlight that Naruto, please forgive me. Naruto smiled. I forgave you long ago Toshinori, thanks to you, Momo, and Nimari-sensei. I'm beginning to understand what I have to do for myself. Naruto placed a hand on Toshinori's back pulling him and then Momo in for a hug. Toshinori smiled as he turned his head to Momo. Keep looking out for him Yaoyorozu-san. I'm sure Naruto couldn't have found a better girlfriend. Momo blushed. Thank you All Might, you can call me Momo. Since Naruto looks up to you like a two-san, so I feel it's only right you call me Momo. Momo had her hand over her mouth embarrassed. Then you can call me two-san anytime. Or Toshinori-sensei. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. Toshinori chuckled happily. He was certainly glad that Naruto and Momo had such a solid relationship. Well, I have some business to return to. I'll see you guy in class. Toshinori waved to Naruto and Momo as he left walking away. Naruto and Momo watched as he left. Just the Tokuda came walking out, Uzumaki Naruto, and Yaoyorozu Momo, the power couple of Class 1A. Power couple. Naruto turned his head to Tokuda surprised by the name. Oh, didn't you know, that's what everyone calls you too. Class 1A first lovers, first hero couple, power couple, Narumo. Tokuda chuckled earning a blush from Momo and Naruto. Let me guess you're a fan of All Mights. Naruto asked knowing his answer. He smiled and looked down and sniffed, something smells good. Oh, yeah meat buns All Might left me, want one? Naruto raised the bag up. Sure, Tokuda took one from the bag, thanks. He sat down on the edge of the porch with Momo and Naruto sitting next to him. To answer your question, well yes. Anyone my generation, your generation, the one before me. Anyone would say yes about being All Might's fan. Anyone who said they weren't fans were bogus. He was cool to look at and powerful. I wonder, if you remember the bombing that happened 18 years ago. At the industrial complex, Tokuda raised an eyebrow. He was curious to find out where Naruto came from. Naruto thankfully read up about All Might. and remember most of his rescues. I remember, all 24 people working there at the time were saved by him. Tokuda took a bite from his meat bun. He chewed and then swallowed. Yay, my 2 san was among them, you know. Tokuda looked off in the distance, remembering the memory very well. It was terrible catastrophe where even the rescue squads hesitated. I watched as the fire burned, worried where he was, but All Might landed in front of everyone. He landed with a loud thud. He was holding people in his arms. One of them was my 2 san. Tokuda closed his eyes, looking up at the sky. The picture I took then was in the paper. I turned my camera on without thinking. It wasn't just that someone from my family had been rescued. It also brought light into my own life. I can't thank him enough. Naruto smiled. Well, he has that aura around him. All Might is someone who could cheer anyone up. He helps the people who are in need without much of a second thought. Naruto looked down at his hand and made a fist. I plan on doing what I can, but in my own way, I'll be a great hero. I'm not All Might. I never will be, no matter how hard I try. I can only be Uzumaki Naruto, Kitsune Hero, Kyuubi. I see. Well, you being named his protege, his successor. I was shocked by his retirement. What will happen to the superhuman society now that it's lost his symbol of peace? Tokuda looked at Naruto, waiting for an answer from him. Naruto spoke in the simplest words, the same words he spoke to Midnight, Toshinori, and Momo. The uneasy feeling is slipping back into society, now that All Might is gone. I know I have to work hard, but I can't live up to everyone's expectations. Naruto's hair covered his face. All Might be able to stare at the face of danger and smile. However, I am not him. I won't need to smile in the face of danger. It might not ease the minds of the people, but they need to understand that sometimes the dire of the situation. However, I want them to smile themselves without me needing to do it for them. Naruto smiled as he reached his hand up to the sky and clenched it. I want to be someone everyone can rely on, someone who will be there when they need it the most. That way, they can smile without me even needing to be there. I might not be able to make everyone smile. However, if I can just save the people who need it most. To let them know that they will be safe no matter what. That's good enough for me. I want others to understand I am only me. I can only do so much, but I'm willing to do everything to protect everyone. I mean anything to protect the peace for everyone. So, you want others to understand that there will always be danger. That even if you're the strongest and the #1 hero, that they can still smile knowing that you will come. Is that what you're trying to say? Tokuda looked at Naruto, confused by his words. Naruto shook his head. Yes, I don't want them to feel fear and be afraid. I want them to understand that in this superhuman world, those who break the rules are scum. That's true. Naruto turned to Tokuda and placed a hand on Momo's right leg, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Meaning I won't let anyone get hurt, die, or get kidnapped. I'll do anything to help the innocent and protect the peace. It's just, I know a person who once said, when you have to save someone, they're usually in a scary situation. A true hero saves not only their lives but also their spirits. That's what I believe. So, no matter how scary things get, give them a smile, as if to say, I'm A-okay. The people in this world who can smile are always the strongest. I plan on being someone who doesn't need to smile to make others smiles. Naruto finished as Tokuda looked at Naruto, intrigued by his words, and so was Momo. What does that mean then? Do you not see the ideal of smiling to help save the others' hearts? Tokuda looked at Naruto, curious about what he would say. No, I do see it, but there are times when we need to be serious. Smiling would only be lying to others. Telling others that they will be okay is fine. I'll make sure of it, but smiling saying that everything will be okay is a lie. I'll save their lives and spirits when I get them to safety. I'll never die because that's a promise. That's why there is no reason to smile. Call me cocky or arrogant, but I said I won't die, and that's a promise that I'll keep. A promise of a lifetime. Naruto finished, making Tokuda look at Naruto and believed in him. Naruto may have different ideas and beliefs than Toshinori. He might not smile when he rescues someone. But telling them they were okay is what he wants. He wants the others to see the truth when they're safe. When it's safe to smile, honesty goes a long way. Maybe I'm not wording it right, it sounded better in my head. But that's how I truly feel, but that doesn't mean I won't do my best to save everyone. I will save everyone. Tokuda smiled and turned to Naruto, handing him a picture of him and Toshinori. It's your turn. Naruto accepted the picture. Thanks, since you're not wearing a camera, does that mean? Tokuda smiled as he held up his arms. Camera lenses began to appear all around his body. Tokuda stood up and placed his hands in his pockets. All Might's last words after the Kamino incident was no doubt directed at you. Also, your classmates. I've done enough investigating and confirmed that your quirk manifesting was a power type. I looked into your background, not to seem creepy. You met All Might after he saved you. You were bleeding to death up on a flagpole. I was there when I saw it. Not long after you attended school as Grand Torino as your caretaker. Soon, you attended UA, at the same time so did All Might apply to teach there. Thought my one thing I can't pinpoint is where you came from. Tokuda stood up and faced the setting sun and slightly turned his head to Naruto. Those other abilities, chakra and all that. No one in this world has ever been able to tap into the power of chakra. The only other guess is, you came from another dimension after a clash of extraordinary power. You and or some other person caused a rip in the dimensional barrier, causing you to end up here. How is that for my deduction skills? Naruto and Momo were a bit taken back by his words. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Tokuda. Naruto sighed and relaxed his jaw. Yeah, what about it? Tokuda chuckled a bit and smiled. You can't lie, huh? That is very much like a hero. So, Naruto asked, looking at Tokuda. He laughed a bit and shook his head. My idea is out of this world, or dimension I guess you could say. Tokuda fixed his glass closer to his face, causing one lens to brighten. I don't plan on writing an article based on a guess with no evidence. Tokuda looked down, disappointed in himself a bit. I'm the one at fault, coming here under false pretenses saying I'm writing about the dorm life of UA students. I'm sorry about that, but I just had to know. So, what will you report about? Naruto asked curiously, with Momo seemingly to be on edge. I can proudly report that even if All Might retires and once you take up the mantle as the symbol of peace, there is hope, a bright one. I have no doubt you'll far surpass All Might. Well, once I become big, or whatever, I'll tell you my real story. The true story of Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto smirked, unsealing a headband on his wrist and tied it to his forehead. Tokuda smiled as he turned and walked away down the road. Why did you tell him that? Momo looked at Naruto worried. Ma, it's okay, he is a good person. I'm going to have to tell the world eventually. I have no real past here in this world. It only makes sense that people hear my story. Naruto smiled, standing up and went to head inside. Come on, I think it's dinner time. Oh, Uzumaki. Naruto and Momo turned their head to Tokuda as he tilted his head to them. He smiled. I think I'll call it Tales of the Utterly Gusty Hero. Naruto smirked as he nodded his head. I'll do my best to make that true then. Tokuda waved, walking away from the dorms. Do your best, Kitsune Hero, Kyuubi. Next day, Juka News. Welcome back, Tane. How was it? Did you figure out where All Might's successor is? A woman with brown hair and brown eyes said excitedly, with her coworkers with stars in their eyes. Sorry. He held his head in shame. Huh, everyone looked at him confused. It looks like it was pretty simple. He just lived in the mountains with his two san who recently passed. His only relative who was Torino took him in, simple as that. Tokuda chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. His coworkers simply fell to the ground, upset by the news. The woman began to cry. I had to do a lot of groundwork to get the permission for you to go there, you know. She lightly kicked her feet and pounded the table with her fists. Tokuda bowed his head. I'm very sorry, Editor-in-Chief. Scene shift: League of Villains base. Yami Naruto was sitting in a dark base with the other villains. Yami Naruto watched as Twice came walking up with a man behind him. Tamura was the first to speak. You brought a crazy big fish, huh, Twice? Tamura said with his low and scratchy voice. The man before them said, big fish. That's ironic. League of Villains. Magna looked at Tamura and Yami Naruto. Master showed Naruto an IA picture of him before. Yami Naruto smirked and closed his eyes as he stayed leaned up against the wall. Shisaki Kai. Quirk. Overhaul. A Yakuza captain of Shihasaikai. Overhaul. Grants Kai the ability to disassemble anything he touches, as well as reassemble it in any configuration he desires, effectively giving him full control over matter. Yami Naruto stood up from his spot, opening his eyes, revealing blood-red eyes with black slits in the middle. Chisaki is a pale man of narrow build with short, shaggy auburn hair, parted to the right. His eyes are thin, their irises small and gold, with rather long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. He has 3 piercings in his left ear, black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist, with 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over this, he wears a dark olive green bomber jacket, its collar lined with thick purple fur, and white lace-up sneakers, their soles tan-colored, with no socks on his feet. His most noticeable features are the white surgical gloves he wears on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth, which is tipped and embroidered with gold. Magna only played coy and pretended to be scared, saying, "So he's the number 2 organized crime. Oh, I have never seen anything like him before. He smells dangerous." "Shut up, Magna, he is not to be taken lightly," Yami Naruto growled out as Magna to shut him up. "Organized crime." Toga Himiko looked up at Mr. Compress, confused by their differences. Mr. Compress chuckled like giving the history lesson. "I see. Let me explain. In the past, there were lots of scary groups that ran the underworld. But, after heroes started thriving, they were unmasked and disbanded. And once All Might appeared at the scene, that era was over. The survivors who hadn't been caught became designated villain groups, in other words." Yami Naruto interrupted by patting Toga on her head. "They were treated like villain reserves, basically villain trash scraping by to make a living under the watch of police." Yami Naruto crossed his arms over his torso, then again, also obsolete and should be protected species. Chisaki sighed as he closed his eyes. "Protect species, huh? Well, he isn't wrong. So, why is this impoverished Yakuza boy here?" Magna added, still with a taunt in his voice. "Are you also on a high because of All Might's retirement?" "No, it's less about All Might and more about the loss of All for One. The Emperor of Darkness who ruled over all of the undersides of society. My generation treated him like an urban legend, but our elders believed they had a reason to fear him. Even after rumored to be dead. But this time, he showed up in the flesh." Chisaki looked at the ground. "All Might retired, and All for One was thrown into Tartarus. In other words, right now, for both sides, those in the sun and those in the shadows, there is no leader." Chisaki's eyes then met with Tamura and the others. "So then, who will be the next leader?" Tamura walked forward from his spot. "If you know who my master is, and you're still saying that, are you challenging me?" Tamura's left eye glared at Chisaki. "I'm the next leader." Yami Naruto coughed into his hand. "Leader my ass." Tamura's eyes wandered at Naruto, glaring at him annoyed. He decided to ignore Yami Naruto. Annoying as he is a very powerful asset. All for One made sure to give Yami Naruto a powerful quirk to defend himself. With the gift of chakra for Yami Naruto, it made him on par with the original Naruto. Tamura began to speak as it cut to Yami Naruto's face. "Mr. Compression, Toga, Magna, and twice, even now, I'm gathering my troops. Our numbers will increase soon. And with that power, I'll crush the hero society starting with its head." Chisaki seemed unfazed. "Do you have a plan?" "A plan?" Tamura's patience was wearing thin. You came here to join us, didn't you?" Twice began to realize that this was beginning to get out of hand. "A goal with no plan is called a delusion." Chisaki began walking towards Tamura. "If you present me with a delusion, then how am I supposed to react?" Chisaki stopped until he was about 20 feet away from Tamura. "What are you going to do after you increase your forces? How do you manage them in the first place? What kind of organizational chart are you trying to create?" Starting was the hero killer, Stain. There were also Muscular and Moonfish. They were all first-class game pieces, but you lost them right away, didn't you? Did you not understand how to use them? You can't even manage them, are so crazy people, and you talk about increasing your forces. What'll you do after gathering power that you can't control? Chisaki brought his left hand, clenching it with his right hand covering it. "You need a plan to achieve your goal. And I have a plan. I didn't come here today because I wanted to join you." Tamura was annoyed with Twice now. "Twice, don't bring people before checking their intent." Tamura ordered out, making the clone quirk man understand. Before he could respond, Chisaki cut in, opening his left and right hand. "In order to execute my plan, I need a lot of money. There isn't really anyone willing to invest in some obsolete small-time Yakuza. But it'd be different if you guys, with your increasing name recognition. I'll show you how well I can use you. And then I'll become the next leader. Go home. Tamura quickly replied with no care, but suddenly Magna attacked, unwrapping the wraps around his magnet. Magna shouted, "Sorry, Yakuza boy, we didn't come together to be under someone." He twirled his magnet as he pulled Chisaki to him. "I met up with my friend the other day. She is reserved and shy, but she is someone who is still my friend even knowing my past. She told me, those who are bound by the chains of common sense laugh at those who aren't. I'm here because I don't want to be bound by anything. We decide where we belong." Magna swung his magnet up and prepared to swing it over Chisaki's head. Yami Naruto noticed Chisaki remove his left glove. Yami Naruto couldn't move in time to stop the big oaf. Chisaki was able to stop Magna and swiped his left pointer finger on his arm. Magna's eyes widened as his blood vessels bulged, and his entire torso expanded until he burst. He died immediately, with Chisaki staying low to avoid the splash zone. Everyone's eyes widened seeing the quick death of Magna, and Yami Naruto clicked his teeth and stayed quiet. "Mange ne," Toga shouted in sadness and anger. Chisaki slowly stood up to his feet. "You all made the first move. Arg, that's filthy. That's why I hate stuff like this." Chisaki repeatedly rubbed his left sleeve trying to clean it. Just then Naruto saw shining objects in the air. Naruto rushed in, kicking Mr. Compressor out of the way. Tamura rushed in, dodging a shining object himself, shield. Chisaki crossed his arms as one of his minions appeared in front of Tamura. Tamura used his quirk Decay to instantly kill the man. "I see," Tamura said, annoyed as an explosion behind Chisaki went off. "If you started with that, it would have been easier to understand what you wanted." Tamura saw a bunch of Chisaki's allies jump in wearing strange outfits. All of them though did wear Dr. Plague masks. That was close. Overhaul. 1F his minions came to his side. Chisaki looked at him. "You're late." The minion wearing a white cloak held up a revolver. "I missed a shot. But there was enough immediate effectiveness." "When did you?" Twice eyes widen and he quickly looked to Tamura. "We weren't being followed. It was probably someone's quirk." Tamura calmly deduced. "It'll be hard to make objective decisions like this." Chisaki began to scratch his left sleeve again. "Right. It's unproductive to cut down each other's forces, anyway. We're even right now with one corpse on each side. Let's cool our heads and talk again another day." Chisaki turned tea leave. "Bastard, I'll kill you," Twice shouted angrily. Toga walked up with a knife in her hand. "Tamura, I can cut him." "I'm going to." "Okay." "No." Yami Naruto bonked Toga on the head. "He'll kill you before you get the chance." "No." Tamura's gaze continued to watch Chisaki's movements. Twice quickly shouted, "Let me take responsibility." "No." Tamura quickly rebutted. "A wise choice, hand guy." The short, masked Yakuza said on top of the giant masked Yakuza. Chisaki stopped walking away. "It doesn't have to be right away, but soon the better." Chisaki took out a business card and threw it. It landed on the ground in front of Tamura. "About your own organization and stuff." Chisaki turned his head, so his right eye looked at Tamura. "Give me a call once you've calmed down a bit." "Tamura, let me cut those guys?" Toga asked again. "No." Tamura turned and began to walk away. "Not yet." Yami Naruto watched as Tamura left. Yami Naruto looked at his hand and closed his eye. He opened them once again along with his hand. "Room," Naruto stated as a simple yellow bubble appeared in Yami Naruto's hand and expanded around the complex. Yami Naruto looked at the petrified corpse and what was left of Mange. Yami Naruto said, "Evaporate." A bunch of wind blades cut up the bodies and what remained of Magna into nothing but atoms. Yami Naruto looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "Can't believe everyone still trusts me, especially All for One. He told me if Tamura keeps falling and the League of Villains were to fail, I'd take over as successor. For now, I'll make death sentence mine." Yami Naruto Uzumaki. Quirk. Death sentence given by All for One chakra. Nine Tails chakra, 1/4 of the chakra from the original Nine Tails. Death sentence. This allows the user to create a room. Anything within the room can be used to trade places with another object. Anything can be cut. Abilities allowing a person to become intangible can be hit. Scene Shift U a Class 1A. Aizawa began their first period class, about the hero work studies that are like a more serious version of the internships, where you go to pro heroes. You will work and help them. We talked about them at our faculty meeting yesterday, and almost all the teachers, including the principal, though you shouldn't do them. Aizawa seemingly stared at his class, making everyone flinch a bit. His class, for whatever reason, is known to draw trouble wherever they go. What? Everyone shouted, but Naruto, Momo, and Shoto remained silent. Eijiro was upset by the news, after we had that big meeting about it. Denki though was able to figure it out, but thinking about why we ended up in the dorms, I guess that makes sense. Katsuki slammed his hands on the desk and shot up. Serves you right. Katsuki had a really forced smile on his face. Toru's sweats dropped, just because you probably wouldn't be able to participate. Just then Aizawa butted in, but some think we won't be able to raise strong heroes with our current policies, as we came to a decision that first years will only be allowed to go to agencies with a good track record of accepting work-study students. Naruto began to think about a possible place where he could study. Naruto knew Momo would go back to Mirko. It made sense since she interns with her. Naruto wondered if he should look at another place. Mainly because Torino's typically only doing student studying intern, not this one. Not only that, but Torino also outright rejected him too, telling Naruto to go see Night Eye along with Izuku along. All Might's sidekick, Sir Night Eye. Later. During lunch, Naruto went to meet up with Toshinori and Mirio Tagata. Naruto was sitting next to Mirio and Izuku to his left. Toshinori was in front of them sitting on a stool. You are here. He laughed as he shot his hand into the air. Just kidding. Sorry, I got a little too excited when I heard you wanted to talk to me, All Might. Naruto simply said, so, I'm assuming Mirio works for Night Eye then. After all, Torino Gigi said to look into doing a work study with him. Naruto had his arms crossed over his chest. Really? Izuku smiled with stars in his eyes. I remember, Sir Night Eye. You were considered the brains behind All Might. That's correct, young Tagata is doing a work study under Night Eye. Toshinori confirmed as Izuku looked at Tagata with a still shocked expression on his face. Mirio smiled as he raised his hand in the air again. Yup. I've been with him for a year now. Izuku smiled as he held up his hands with excitement. Then, when you graduate, you pretty much guaranteed to be a sidekick, huh? Mirio chuckled and said, as long as Sir doesn't change his mind, right? That's so cool, Izuku replied, but Naruto seemed relatively silent. Something wrong, Naruto? Toshinori looked at Naruto confused. Naruto nodded his head. I see it. Mirio really looks up to you, Toshinori, and Sir Night Eye was your sidekick, right? Not only that, but he was the brains behind All Might. Naruto saw how very similar Mirio and Toshinori were. Well, when Toshinori was All Might they acted the same in almost every way. Toshinori nodded his head as he turned to Mirio. Tagata, do you think young Midoriya and Naruto can do a work study under Night Eye? Mirio gently hit his right hand into his left palm. I see, so this is what you called me out to talk about, right? He quickly jumped over and got in between Naruto and Izuku. He then wrapped both of his arms around their shoulders. You want me to introduce Uzumaki and Midoriya to Sir? Naruto relaxed and decided to think about this later. Yay, it would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, Toshinori was a little worried about this, and he saw how Naruto was able to figure things out. Toshinori knew that Naruto realized that Mirio could have been a possible candidate as one-for-all successor. Mirio then added, Sir would appreciate it if you talked to him directly. He's always watching videos of you when he has time. Mirio was a little upset that there was a rift between them. Honestly, I can't really face him right now, because in the end, I ended up exactly as he warned. Toshinori looked down but then moved his eyes back up to Tagata, but he also saw Naruto's look on his face. So anyway, what do you think about young Midoriya and Naruto? Toshinori-sensei, you need to talk to Sir Night Eye and figure out your issues with one another. I don't care what has happened, you need to make up. Don't have any regrets. Naruto quickly spoke up, making Toshinori look at Naruto. Toshinori understood what Naruto meant, but he was on edge about it. Toshinori knew what Naruto was relating to. Naruto was never able to see everyone again. All of the people who he did care about Naruto, he never got to tell them that he was alright. More or less get to say goodbye to them. Well, Tagata removed his arms from Naruto's and Izuku's shoulders. He brought his right hand up to his face. What kind of hero do you want to be? Mirio asked the two. Izuku had a smile appear on his face. I want to be a hero just like All Might. A hero that will always smile. I want to be able to save everyone. Naruto smiled as he looked at Mirio. I'm not All Might, and I never will be. So, I'll save people like I know how to. I'll protect the people I consider precious, that's everyone. I don't leave anyone behind, because I'm not worse than scum. Naruto smiled. He knew his own resolve now. He knew what type of hero he wanted to be. Flashback a week ago. So, you're saying it's too much for you. Nimari sat on the couch as Naruto rested his head on her lap. Nimari gently ran her hands through Naruto's locks of blonde hair. I don't know how to explain it. I want to be a hero, but I can't be like All Might. But I feel like everyone thinks I'm the next All Might. I feel like a lot of people are expecting too much out of me. Naruto was currently facing away from Namori's stomach and stared at the wall. I see, you feel like you're obligated to be exactly like All Might. Everyone wants to see you smile like he always does. You want to be able to live up to everyone's expectations and do your best to be like All Might. Nimari continued to play with Naruto's hair, doing her best to soothe him. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to get rid of this feeling because I know I'm not him. Naruto inside felt conflicted, especially after what Dave thought of Naruto. How can Naruto live up to everyone's expectations of him? Dave clearly didn't see that in him, and he wanted to bring back the original symbol of peace. As if Naruto no matter what would be good enough in the people's eyes. Nimari nodded her head, understanding Naruto's dilemma. She now had a better idea of what was going on in his head. You know you're not All Might, right? Yes, I know. Naruto nodded his head. Then you do you. You're the next big hero. Be the hero you want to be. You don't need to live up to their expectations of being the next All Might. Nimari moved her hand to caress Naruto's cheek where his whisker marks were. Besides, you're only a child, even if you were 16 right now. You're still growing and learning, and you can't rush that. You're going to make mistakes and fall. You'll mess up and fail. You'll lose fights and villains will escape. Not all heroes are perfect. Naruto smiled as he heard Namori's comforting words. Thanks a lot, Nimari-sensei. Naruto sat up as he looked at her with a smile on his face. Talking to her definitely made him feel better about himself. Not a problem. Nimari pulled Naruto into a hug with his head against her bosom. You also need to stop by more. I miss having you over for dinner. I miss our little chats. Yeah, will do, Nimari-sensei. Thanks a lot. You always know what to say. Thank you. Naruto hugged her back. Whatever the reason it was, but Nimari seemed to fill the spot of a mother for Naruto. She was caring, loving, and knew how to be motherly. Even if Nimari didn't know what it was like to be a mother. Just talking to Naruto, being around him, seeing him, made her feel like a mother already. No, thank you, Naruto. You gave me another reason why I'm here. It's not easy to find a man willing to date me. Nimari felt like she had another purpose. She couldn't be more thankful to Naruto for this. Now let's talk about being a hero and having a family over dinner. I made ramen for dinner. Nimari smiled, happy that she wasn't eating alone tonight. Naruto stayed for dinner and arrived back at the dorms late. That night he talked to Momo about his talk with Nimari, and let Momo know that for now, he was okay. The talk helped Naruto see a new picture of having a lover while being a hero. It won't be easy, but he does everything in his power to protect her. Having Momo keep her last name, and her child keeping Momo's last name would be important. So, it made Naruto feel more at ease about having a girlfriend. Naruto would also go to Toshinori the next day with Nimari to talk about Toshinori putting all that pressure on Naruto. Nimari, however, scolded him for being an idiot and putting so much pressure on Naruto. End of flashback. I'll also make sure I'm strong enough that no one will have to worry about me. That way, the smiles on the people's faces will stay. Even if I'm not smiling, they'll smile knowing they're safe and I'm strong enough to take anything or anyone down. I won't be defeated, nor will I die, I swear on it. Because that's my Nindo way. Naruto clenched his fist. He was determined to be that type of hero. Izuku remembered his mother worried for his safety. Same, I want to be strong enough, so others don't have to worry about me either. To always win, to save everyone, I want to be the greatest hero. Toshinori was silent along with Mirio. The two continued to look at Naruto and Izuku. Both had different views on how to be a hero. Yet, their goals, in the end, were the same. Mirio closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He exhaled and opened his eyes. Both of you have crazy goals. He lifted up his right hand and gave the two a smile with a thumbs up. There's no reason for me to refuse, so I'll do it. Really? Thank you so much. Izuku almost shot out of his seat. Thank you. I appreciate you hearing me out. Naruto gave Mirio a polite nod. Yeah, I know sir will like both of you. Though I don't know if he will agree, I can't wait to see the outcome. Mirio continued to smile like All Might does. He hoped Sir Night-Eye would agree to allow Naruto and Izuku to join. Next day, Naruto, Izuku, Mirio, and Toshinori arrived at Sir Night-Eye's agency building. It was only an hour by train and Naruto saw Toshinori sweating. I don't know about this. I'll just screw this up. I think'll. No. Naruto placed his hand on Toshinori's collar. You're talking things out with Sir Night-Eye. I don't want you to have any regrets. Toshinori relented, remembering the talk he had with Naruto last night. The two talked about Mirio being one of Toshinori's possible choices of a successor of One for All. Naruto wasn't offended. Honestly, he completely understood. Mirio pointed up at the building. This is Sir's agency. Just then Izuku stiffened up. Hey, don't be as stiff. It's not good. Mirio noticed how tense Izuku was about all this. Naruto jabbed his fingers into Izuku's shoulder muscles and neck muscles to relax him. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Sir can be really strict. Izuku quickly shot his head towards Mirio. I am fully aware. A hero famous for being strict and harsh on himself and others. Even just watching him on TV, his sharp gaze through the scene made me shiver. Just relax and be yourself, Izuku, you'll define. Naruto patted Izuku on the back, meanwhile he held onto the back of Toshinori's collar. Mirio looked up at the building. That's true, too, but Sir has a different side to him than what you see in the press. If you don't want to be turned away, then you must finish talking to Sir today. Mirio then turned his head to look at Naruto and Izuku. You need to make him laugh at least once. What? Make him laugh? Izuku looked at Mirio confused as Naruto smirked. Making someone laugh was his specialty. Well, endless pranks of humiliation are what Naruto specializes in. Despite how he looks, or maybe because of it, Mirio opened the door with Naruto, Izuku, and a Toshinori followed. Sir really holds humor in high regard. Toshinori was dragged in. The group began to walk up a long windy staircase. Sir's the one who will decide if he'll use you. I wish I could help you. You need to figure out how to make Sir acknowledge you on your own. Izuku had to ask, I know it's late, but why are you being so nice to me even though we've just met? Izuku didn't understand why Mirio was helping them out so much. Because we're all going to be heroes one day. We're comrades in arms. Is there any other reason? Naruto spoke up with Toshinori's heels hitting the steps repeatedly. I don't feel like I'm being that nice, though, right? You two both have a crazy goal, and you're trying to turn it into a reality. Mirio and everyone reached the top and turned left to a hallway, wanting to do what you can to help those in trouble. Mirio turned his head smiling at the two, resembling All Might very well, is part of the basics of being a hero, right? Now, just beyond that door. Mirio pointed to a wooden door with a vent on the lower half of it. If you want to become stronger, then open it with your own strength. Just then Naruto walked past them. I'll go first. Naruto proceeds to drop Toshinori on the ground. Ow, Toshinori said as clone Naruto stood guard to stop Toshinori from fleeing. Mirio could hear the confidence in Naruto's voice. His body posture held confidence and his strength seemed to radiate off of him. Naruto walked in to see a fairly well-built young woman with a rather slim build, her skin light blue in color. She has short, ruffled dark blue hair that curves upwards and downwards around her head, parted to her left, and wide yellow eyes with thick eyelashes. Her hero costume consists of a skin-tight dark blue crop top with a white high-collared section, a zipper down the middle, over the higher part of her chest, which reveals her torso from the underside of her breasts. She wears black tights with loose white shorts, 2 yellow markings down either side of them, and thick white boots with lines running down their shafts, yellow rings in the center of them. Over her entire face, she wears a transparent visor with an air filter on each side, and on her hands, she wears plain dark blue gloves. She held a clipboard in her hand and was talking to Sir Night-Eye while moving her pointer finger left and right. Let's see, the site where the contact occurred was already empty but appears to be evidence of blood being wiped up. Based on the massive destruction of the building, we can assume that there was some kind of fighting there. It is most likely the League of Villains. Bubble Girl was interrupted by Sir Night-Eye. Bubble Girl. She looked up at him waiting for his response. I think there is no future for a society with no energy or humor. Night-Eye got up from his seat and walked over to Bubble Girl. Why, the report was so long, I was trying not to mess up. Wait, no, please stop. Bubble Girl began to tense up, scared for what Night-Eye was going to do. Just then the door was pushed open as Naruto entered through the door. He immediately closed it. Hey, how ya doing? Name's Uzumaki Naruto. Hero name Kitsune Hero. Kyuubi. Naruto stopped as he looked at them. Am I interrupting something, because I can totally come back later. Naruto began to make hand and arm gestures signaling that he could come back later. Just the Mirio poked his head in. Sorry sir, but I brought the 2 first years I talked to you about yesterday. Naruto stopped as he saw a girl on some vehicle board strapped to it, with 2 feathers moving on the side tickling her. What kind of place do you run here? I'd say T&I but more like T&N, Tickle and Night-Eye. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Izuku kinda panicked, sticking his head in. Just what kind of place is it? Night-Eye sighed, annoyed. Geez, how loud could your voice get? Bubble Girl, who was currently being tortured, had tears running down her face as she laughed. Stop. Please, forgive me. Izuku had question marks appear on his head. What's going on? It looks like his sidekick, Bubble Girl, couldn't make him laugh. Mirio chuckled a bit. Naruto was a little surprised. It looked like a torture device. Just then Night-Eye turned his head towards Naruto, Izuku, and Mirio. He looked at them very sternly. Izuku began to internally panic. So that's All Might's former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, and his intense gaze in person. Naruto walked up and cracked his knuckles. All right. Well, I'm officially done here. Sidekick of All Might, please, pretty sure it should have been sadist. Hope you didn't get hit by All Might, be kinda creepy to see that. Mirio and Izuku's jaw dropped listening to Naruto. Well, I'm here anyways for a work study. Uzumaki Naruto, All Might's protege, all I ask is you don't try to take my body. Oh, wait, that's Orochimaru. I hope you don't endlessly torture me with that tickling device. Also, I do not swing that way, I have a girlfriend. Oh, that's also Orochimaru. Anyways, I also like ramen and dislikes the 3 minutes it takes to cook instant ramen. You. Night-Eye comically leaned forward as if his body was a creaking old door. What? Night-Eye looked at Naruto with absolute confusion. Just then he became serious as he glared at Naruto. You think you're being cute? Naruto stood tall and smirked. Bitch, I'm adorable. Naruto finished with his introduction. The rest of you leave. Night-Eye's gaze didn't leave as Mirio wheeled Bubble Girl out with Izuku following suit. Oh, and Toshinori is outside waiting for you as well. Naruto added, pointing at the door as Izuku and Mirio disappeared behind it. Night-Eye fixed his glasses closer to his face. As the protege of All Might, you're interesting, far wittier and funnier than he is. Night-Eye leaned in looking at Naruto, though I find you calling me a sadist very much. Well then, don't torture people using the tickling device. I'm sorry you demand your people laugh more. Though I can make others laugh pretty easily. Naruto smirked, trying to think of a way to prank Night-Eye. Night-Eye used his quirk to see in Naruto's future to see what Naruto would do. He found a scene where he would place a security seal on a door. It would fire a piece of pound cake into someone's face. Night-Eye backed up a bit and began to giggle. Naruto saw the monotone look on his face turn into a smile. He snickered until his grin turned into a smile. Not bad at all. Though, you try a little too hard. Though, I won't deny I torture others to get them to laugh. Though I must ask, have you ever done anything like that before? The security seals you created. A pound cake. Oh, the seal thing. I saw you looking at my future. Yeah, I've done it before. Naruto chuckled. I one time slept over at Momo's house. I forgot to tell Toshinori I was going to her place. We were going to Island that day. He knocked on my door, and I forgot to add his DNA into the seal. You see, the seal can do a variety of different things. However, this time I made it fire off a block of cheese. Specifically, Nepal's chirpi, the world's hardest cheese. It gave Toshinori a black eye. Naruto chuckled, remembering that he was never going to let Toshinori live that down. Night Eye nodded his head. Yes, that certainly would have been funny, but you were joking about All Might being out there, right? Naruto shook his head. No, he really is there. I forced him to come. I want you to make up. I don't want him to have any regrets. Night Eye put his stoic monotone face on. He walked over and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Hand me your contract with the school. Naruto handed him the paper as he sat at his desk. Naruto stood in front of his desk. Night Eye also added, you will also not interrupt me while I'm speaking. Night Eye looked over the paper and said, once my stamp is on that paper, the work-study contract will become official. Naruto said nothing. A hero work-study is not like the week-long internships of normal workplaces. Those are easy to get accepted into, however here you must work for at least a month. Don't worry, you'll be paid as well. As a first year, you'll have a lot of classes, you will also rack up a lot of absences, and you will not be able to continue on this path on the same level as your classmates. Naruto smirked. Not to worry, I'll create shadow clones to attend classes. I'll produce a seal that automatically produces shadow clones after storing a year's worth of chakra into the seal. Naruto created a seal-less shadow clone. These guys, after dispelling, will return all memories of what they experienced to me. I won't miss a single day. I'll have backups in case if they're hidden they disperse. However, I'll give them enough of chakra where they need to be stabbed or punched with a lot of force. Interesting ability. Quite handy indeed. Night Eye thought to himself, seals too. I wonder what this chakra thing really is. I'll also have to talk to him about Ida Tenya and that yummy clone of his. Nezu told me about the secret job he is a part of. Night Eye lifted his hand up with the stamp and slammed it on the table. He completely missed the form. Naruto stayed silent and Night Eye's glasses seemed to film over covering his right eye. I don't feel like stamping it. Night Eye began to repeatedly hit the table with his stamp. I understand your merits of working here for you. He leaned his head towards Naruto, but what merit is there in me employing you? With 2 sidekicks and 2 work-study students, this agency runs smoothly, so to add you, what benefits are there in that? How can you tribute to society? How can you be useful to others? In order to be acknowledged, you must make those things clear. All Might showed it with his power and humor. He gave those who lived in fear of crime. That's why people acknowledged him. Night Eye stood up and pushed his chair in. Naruto simply said, I'm my own hero. I may be All Might's protege, but that doesn't mean I'm him. I'll be the hero who is strong, and my will to protect others. I'll prove to everyone that they can smile without me having to do it for them. When they see me, they'll smile knowing they're safe. This way I won't have to smile for them, they'll know they're safe. They'll smile knowing that I'll always be there and they will be saved. It's not a possibility, or maybe, it will happen, and they will smile when I appear. I am here to protect the people in need. I rescue the people who are injured, in need, or are hurt. To me, everyone is precious, when you fight for something that is precious to you. Naruto closed his eyes remembering Haku. Naruto opened his eyes. That's when you truly become strong. Night Eye smiled. He walked towards the side of his desk and said, in order to show how you can benefit my company, you should show it with your actions, not your words. He held up his hand which held the stamp. 3 minutes. Try and take this seal from me in 3 minutes or less. If you want to work as a hero under me, then stamp the seal yourself. You're funny. No, hilarious even, but I still want to see if you can back those words. Night Eye twirled the stamp in his hand. Show me what you got. I will not attack you at all. Use anything. I don't care what happens to this room. Come and get it, he said, getting ready in a fighting stance. Let's see if you're really the rightful successor to One for All. Begin. Naruto quickly summoned 20 Hiraishin Kunai and activated One for All to 20%. Naruto had flames surround his body near where the veins of power ran through his body. Naruto made sure to purposely miss all of Night Eye's prized All Might possessions. Naruto jumped around the room in a blur trying to grab the stamp. Night Eye was able to dodge most of the attempts, and even Night Eye realized how difficult this was to dodge Naruto. Naruto could jump off walls or in midair teleport near him. Just then 2 shadow clones appeared jumping around the room. Clever, I can't track the clones' movements. It seems they're counted as a separate being until they are hit. Night Eye continued to dodge for another minute until Night Eye felt the stamp leave his hand. Night Eye stopped and saw as the clone landed on the ground next to Naruto and tossed him the stamp. Night Eye was happy with Naruto's performance, definitely a worthy successor to One for All. Night Eye gestured to Naruto to stamp the contract, however he found the stamp back in his hand. I don't know if you can call it cheating. I used other clones to help, but I don't know if you can call it fair. So, it's up to you, you're the employer. Naruto dispelled the clones and put his hands in his pockets. Night Eye respect for Naruto rose more. I see, he walked over to the contract and stamped it himself. Not bad Uzumaki, not bad at all. I look forward to working with you. Night Eye walked over and stamped the spot on Naruto's contract. Night Eye also noticed that Naruto never touched any of his All Might collector items. He was glad he avoided them all. Right now the symbol is gone. The people want not a dim light, but a dazzling one. Even if it goes against his will, I'll make sure you realize who is the worthiest of that power now. Night Eye threw the paper at Naruto's feet and tossed him the stamp. I chose to take you in before we started, before you walked in. Now you only proved to me I was right. I just wanted to see who you were myself. I'd say I'm quite pleased. Naruto nodded his head as he took the stamp and stamped his contract with Night Eye. Naruto tucked the paper away. It's gonna be great working with you, Night Eye. Naruto walked towards the door and placed his hand on it and turned the handle. Naruto opened the door and went to walk out, but he stopped. He turned his head, giving Night Eye the trademark grin that made him look like a smirking kitsune. Take care, I'll see you later, boss. Like that, Naruto turned away and walked out the door. That's great. You both found a place to do your work studies at. Ochako cheered happily for Naruto and Izuku. Awesome. Deku-kun. Naruto-kun. Congrats Midoriya-kun, Uzumaki-kun. Tenya extended his hand to Naruto and Izuku. Thanks. Naruto and Izuku both said at the same time, with Tenya shaking their hands respectively. I can't be idle either. Tenya smiled as he took his left hand and fixed his glasses closer to his face. Just then some of the other classmates came walking in. Denki had his hands behind his head. He came walking into the family room with Eijiro, Hinata, Rikido, and Tokiyami. But man, you're really amazing, Midoriya, Naruto. Hinata raised his left arm. Yeah, I mean, you'll both be at Sir Night Eye's agency. Eijiro had his hands in his pockets and said, you were recommended by Mirio. Good job. Rikido placed his right hand on his hip as his left hand held a bag of chips. Everyone was interested in hearing how Naruto's and Izuku's work study went. Naruto saw off to the side with Shoto up against the wall with his arms crossed. Katsuki. Well, looking like Katsuki usually looks. A scowl on his face, but Shoto said, we need to catch up as soon as possible. Katsuki only replied with a tch as he swung his head to the left. Everyone did stare at Katsuki for a moment as he was wearing a pink tank top. The scene changed momentarily to see the back of his shirt, which said, Explosion Princess. Ochako moved to sit on the arm of the chairs and leaned forward. She placed her elbows on her knees and her hands on her cheeks. She looked up at the ceiling and said, the school said Gunhead hasn't had enough interns. Ochako closed her eyes with a sigh, so I can't go there. Tsuyu placed her finger on her lower lip, same here. I wanted to go to Selkie's but. After Eijiro let Tsuyu finish, he closed his eyes and sighed. He laid his head on the couch with his arms draped over the back. Fourth kind doesn't even take work studies. Hinata, who was leaning up against the other couch, pitched in saying, I mean, the threshold's been set pretty high. Then Denki added saying, yeah, we can only ask pros with good track records who'll take work study students. Masharao, who was sitting at the kitchen table, lifted one hand up into the air. He said, unlike internships, we'll be directly involved, so if anything happens. Naruto nodded his head, understanding how his classmates were having such a hard time. Not a lot of pro heroes are willing to just take students in. They need to focus on their own work while training their work students. Just then Naruto turned his head to see Aizawa walking in, saying, it can't be helped, it becomes a problem of who's responsible on the pro side. Aizawa-sensei. Some of 1A's students shouted, surprised to see him standing randomly in the dorm room. Aizawa kept his composure with his usual lazy face. Pros who accept students even after knowing the risk are the real thing. Aizawa turned his head to Tokiyami. Tokiyami, You've got an invitation for a work study from one of those real pros. It's Hawks, who works in Kyushu. Naruto raised an eyebrow remembering the name Hawks. Just then Hinata shouted, ranked third in the pro hero ranking. Naruto could see the shocked looks all over Denki's and Hinata's faces. Wow. Good job. Nice. Naruto finished giving him a thumbs up. Tokiyami nodded his head showing his sign of thanks. Tokiyami stood up off the wall and bowed to Aizawa. I respectfully accept. Very well. I'll give you the work-study paperwork later. Let me know when you figure out when you'll be going to Kyushu. I'll authorize your absences for those days. Aizawa finished closing his eyes. Aizawa was glad to see many of his students get work studies. It was the best way to help them move towards being truly pro-heroes. Just then Mezzo held up one of his arms that had a mouth form. Isn't that great, Tokiyami? Tokiyami had to admit he was happy. I am quite pleased of this outcome. Tokiyami closed his eyes nodding his head. Shoto and Katsuki who were watching listened to what was happening. Again, Shoto said, we need to catch up as soon as possible. This only seemed to piss Katsuki off more. Stop saying that. Katsuki's eyes went white with anger. He hated being reminded of his failures. Aizawa had more for his students. Also, Kirishima, Amajiki from the Big Three wants to see you. Sato, Tsuyu, Hinata, and Denki moved and stood up looking at Eijiro. Huh. Eijiro pointed at himself. He wants to see me. Also, Hato wants to talk to Uraraka and Asui. Aizawa didn't seem excited on the outside, but he was proud and happy for his students. Go see them tomorrow or something and hear them out. That's all. Aizawa turned and walked away leaving his students to do whatever for the rest of the night. Naruto looked over at Eijiro who placed his hand behind his head. Now he was resting on his chest on the back of the couch. Amajiki, I wonder what he wants. You think it's about the work studies? Tsuyu asked curiously. Naruto held up his hand to help ease their minds. I mean, it makes sense. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Just then Ochako shot up with a sparkle appearing above her eye. No way. If so, I'm getting my hopes up. Eijiro stood up as he let his hands fall to the side. I can't wait until tomorrow. Eijiro then placed his hands on his hips. I'm going to the third year's dorms right now. Tsuyu stood up. Ochako, let's go, too. Yay. Ochako stood up with Tsuyu to meet up with Hato. Then it shifted back to Shoto and Katsuki. Don't say it half and half. Katsuki glared at him. Shoto stayed quiet for a moment. We need to catch up as. Shoto was interrupted. Shut up. Katsuki's eyes narrowed sharply as he shouted. Soon as possible. Naruto smirked directly aiming the comment at Katsuki who only glared at him. Naruto shrugged his shoulders adding a cocky tone to the sentence. You probably weren't asked due to your attitude. Shut up. You trying to start something Uzumaki? Katsuki screamed as everyone else had to plug their ears. Naruto only stared at Katsuki as he saw Sakura's face flash over his. Naruto mumbled, huh, almost exactly the same. Naruto then began to laugh, ahahaha. The scene shifted again to the back of Katsuki's shirt saying, blowjob princess. What's so funny? Katsuki shouted glaring daggers at Naruto. Your shirt. Naruto flatly said. Air. Katsuki screamed at the ceiling as he let small explosions come off the palm of his hands. Naruto may or may have not put pink dye into Katsuki's wash. After Katsuki threw his shirt off and blew it up and stormed out. Denki rubbed the back of his head and said, Uraraka and the others sure are lucky. Hinata tried to cheer him up. Let's do our best, too. All you guys need to do is work hard. I'm sure you all can do it. Naruto tried to cheer everyone up. Just Naruto found a pair of arms wrap around his torso and then cover his eyes. Guess who? Everyone in the room, the guys mostly, and Mina looked at Naruto with jealously. Mina looked at Momo jealously. Naruto smirked as he shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. Not able to put my finger on it. Just then he was bonked on the head. Meanie. Naruto looked up to see Momo's face looking down on his. Her hair seemed to make a curtain around their faces. Naruto smiled. How was your work study? Did you get in? Perfectly. I got in no worries since I did the intern with Mirko. Momo leaned in and kissed Naruto on his lips with everyone knowing full well what they did. Minoru who was laying on his stomach on the couch said, even if the first years like us go, we'll just be made to run errands and stuff. Minoru had his hand on his cheek and elbow resting on the arm of the couch. He was currently looking at Mina's breasts with a blush on his face. Denki smirked as he said, "That was what happened at your internship, right?" Denki pointed at Minoru. Just then dark cloud appears over his head as he said, "Don't remind me of my dark past." Everyone got a good chuckle out of it. "Well, you all have a good night, we're gonna turn in." "What do you say, Momo?" Naruto asked as she stood up as he swooped her off her feet. She was on the other side of the couch when he did that. Momo was simply lifted off her feet and she landed in Naruto's loving embrace. Sure. Momo's face began to turn red as Naruto walked over with her. "Good night, everyone else." Momo waved to everyone. Minoru looked at Naruto with the uttermost jealousy, but he had to drop it. Naruto and Momo were together, he was with one of the hottest girls in his class. Izuku leaned forward on the edge of the couch and thought to himself, "Starting tomorrow, I have my work study." In Naruto's and Momo's room. Naruto came walking out of their own bath he created. Naruto made a space-time jutsu that connected Momo's bathroom back at her house to their dorm. All Naruto had to do was activate certain seals that were in their closet. To change it to clothes or to the bathroom. Momo soon followed with her own towel on following Naruto. The two dried off and chucked their towels in the laundry basket. They changed into their pajamas and hopped into bed. Ignoring the fact, they saw one another naked. "We're going to be busy for the next few days, so we should do what we can to see one another." Naruto smiled as he nuzzled their noses together. Momo giggled as she pulled herself closer into Naruto's embrace. "You know, I have to ask Naruto, I'm glad we're at the height of our relationship. I'm glad we've gotten a lot of our issues fixed. Has Midnight been a lot of help?" Naruto nodded his head as he said, "Midnight, or well, should I say Nimari-san, has been great. She is there to listen and help give me advice. I'm glad too. I might not know everything to help you. But if I can learn enough, I want to be there to help you with everything." Momo pecked Naruto on the lips. "Now that I got my daily report of you. Shut up and kiss me," Momo said with a sultry look in her eye. Naruto happily obliged as pulled himself to her. The two began to hold one another and make out for the rest of the night. Next day scene shift Night Eye's agency. Naruto was standing next to Deku, Bubble Girl, and Mirio, and Night Eye was behind the desk briefing over their mission for today. "Today, we will be doing patrols and surveillance." He turned to them and placed a book on the desk. "We'll split up into two groups with me and Bubble Girl. Then Miro, Uzumaki, and Midoriya." "Surveillance," Izuku mumbled. Bubble Girl added, "Night Eye Agency is currently working on a secret investigation." Night Eye said, "Hasaikai is a small, designated villain group. It's young ahead. In other words, the number 2, Shisaki." Night Eye stood up, fixing his glasses to his face, allowing us to see his eyes. "Shisaki has started showing strange actions. His plague mask is his trademark. But designated villain groups are under surveillance of the police." Izuku picked up the picture, "so they usually seem pretty obedient." Bubble Girl put her finger in the air to explain, "It's because there was a big breakup once in the past. But this Chisaki guy is starting to gather them again for some reason. Recently, he's made contact with the League of Villains. The details are unclear of what their intentions are unknown." Night Eye then said, "But we haven't been able to get any proof that he's planning anything criminal. Because of that, the Hasaikai is a gray close to black, and we cannot treat them like villains. What we're after is their tail. Be careful to not let them suspect anything." "Yes, sir." Naruto, Mirio, and Izuku both shouted in unison. Scene shift streets. Naruto, Mirio, and Izuku were patrolling the streets. Naruto had his porcelain kitsune mask on the side of his head. They walked past a couple, a boy with glasses who had cat ears, and a girl who seemed to have dog ears. The two had their arms looped together and the girl recognized Izuku and Naruto. "Hey, look. Heroes. It's Uzumaki, Naruto, Midoriya, Izuku, the two boys who were at the UA Sports Festival on TV." Izuku was a little overwhelmed. "I'm a little nervous." "Don't be, they're just civilians. They're supposed to look up to us," Naruto quickly added as he waved to the couple as they waved back. Mirio nodded his head. "Yeah, try to keep your head straight, Deku. I'm sure you can handle it." Mirio patted Izuku on his back, trying to calm him down. Yeah, but I mean Kyuubi. Izuku had to remember to call each other by their hero name. You literally had an entire crowd of girls cheering for you. Izuku had a sweat drop appear on his head. Naruto clicked his tongue and sighed. It's All Might Sensei's fault, you know. He's the one who stated his protege was in the first place. Naruto still was a little perturbed about that, mainly because now he can't live a normal life. Okay, maybe he would never live a normal life. At least as possible normal life a hero could live. He would be happy and settle for number 10 hero. Besides, you must have been on at least one patrol mission at your internship. Mirio mentioned as he continued to walk like a soldier. Oh, was the League of Villains attacks too traumatic? Naruto scratched his cheek as Naruto replied with, it's not that. For various reasons, we weren't able to experience the basics. Izuku seemed nervous, but even Naruto was fine. Granted, Izuku was right, but that didn't mean Naruto could be. Naruto was just good at not showing it. That's strange, but don't worry. Mirio smiled as he continued to look ahead and walk. Sir and Bubble Girl are the ones actually watching the target today. We're just on patrol. Mirio gave Naruto and Izuku a thumbs up with a comical star appearing above it. Stick with me, and I'll teach you a bunch of stuff. Mirio then began to make a bunch of quick-moving movement as if he was running. Though he was running in place, and he suddenly stopped and pointed his finger at Naruto and Izuku and then his other hand at himself. I completely forgot. We need to tell each other our hero names. Well, you heard Izuku say mine. Naruto moved his mask on his face and went down on all fours with crimson chakra appearing around his body. Three-tail waved around. Kitsune hero, Kyuubi. Izuku's eyes widened and nodded his head. I'm Deku. Mirio looked at Izuku confused. Deku. Deku. Mirio was confused as Naruto literally saw the word confusion shoot out of his head. Where are these objects coming from? Naruto asked himself. You're okay with that? Mirio's goggle turned white from their original yellow color. I am, Izuku said proudly. Mirio pointed at himself with his thumb. I'm Lemillion. I don't have to save everyone, but 1 million, not all, but 1 million, that's what I want to do, so that's why I chose Lemillion. In his hero costume, Mirio wears a white skin-tight top with the number 1 million inches 1 million stamped across his chest in a bold, yellow font. The trimming on the top and shoulder pads are made in a matching fashion. On his waist, 2 green lines act as a belt, along with some lines of similar appearance on his shoulders, which dip in places to form 2 V's. Mirio also wears baggy dark blue pants and white knee-high boots. He wears a red cape as well as thick gloves of matching color. Mirio's costume is then topped off with a white visor with yellow lenses. Mirio then turned to look off in the distance and placed his hands on his hips. Once we put on our costumes and go into the streets, we're heroes. Where are you looking? Naruto asked, standing back up as his cloak receded back into the seal. Mirio didn't turn his head to look at Naruto. I have no idea. Mirio then turned his head to look at Naruto and Izuku. Don't let your guards down, Deku. Kyuubi. I won't. Lemillion. Deku nodded his head with a smile adorning his face. Naruto simply nodded his head. I don't know about you, but I could go for some ramen right about now. Shut up about stupid ramen. I'm trying to get some sleep here. The great Kyuubi spoke angrily. Oh, don't be like that, you big furball. Naruto only got a low growl in return. The group began walking and Naruto noticed someone running towards him. Naruto turned his head and body, and a little girl ran into him. Naruto wrapped his arms around her protectively. Naruto gently moved her away from him to get a look at her. Hey, are you okay? Sorry about that. I didn't want you to fall over after running into me. Naruto took notice of her clothing, the bandages on her arms, and the fear that were in her eyes. She reminded Naruto a lot of himself back in the elemental nations. Naruto reached out gently and placed it upon her head and gave her a smile. Naruto noticed she flinched when he lifted his hand in the air. It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm a hero after all. Naruto began to absorb nature chakra, causing his eyes to change shape. His pupils became horizontal slits and had orange pigment appear around his eyes. The girl felt the warmth Naruto let off and Naruto smiled gently at her. She girl wanted to hug him more, she wanted to stay by him. He felt like a warm blanket, his smile was genuine, and his personality was so warm and gentle. Just then Naruto felt a menacing presence appear. Now, you know, A voice spoke up that seemed irritated and calm. Naruto felt the girl flinch at the voice. Naruto knew something was wrong. You can't go around causing trouble for heroes. Naruto took in the identity of the man. Naruto remembered him, Chisaki, also known as Overhaul. Chisaki is a pale man of narrow build with short, shaggy auburn hair, parted to the right. His eyes are thin, their irises small and gold, with rather long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. He also possesses a small scar on the left side of his forehead. He has 3 piercings in his left ear. He usually has his mouth covered by a plague doctor mask. Chisaki was wearing a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist, with 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over this, he wears a dark olive green bomber jacket with a thick purple fur collar and white lace-up sneakers with tan soles and no socks. The white surgical gloves he wears on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth, which is tipped and embroidered with gold, are his most distinguishing features. Naruto, Izuku, and Mirio flinched noticing the man walking up. Naruto quickly did a surrounding check and noticed there were a lot of people. Naruto could not fight, not without risking the nearby civilians. Could he teleport them away to a secluded location to fight? Probably. The only problem is he didn't leave any marks in places. Only on people, so fighting right now was out of the picture. Not only that, but Naruto has yet to contact Yami Naruto as of a week now. Naruto has been informing UA and many other hero agencies of Kai Chisaki's advances. Naruto has gotten only rumors of a quirk-destroying bullet. Naruto stood up and smiled. I'm sorry too, I should have been paying attention. Izuku only froze and Mirio kept his composure. Naruto turned the girl around, so she faced the man before them. Naruto patted her sides down and made sure to straighten out her outfit. They're all tidy, sorry about that. Mirio pitched in, extending his hand out to talk to the man. With that lovely mask, you must be from the Hasaikai, right? You guys are famous around here. Chisaki simply said, yes, don't worry about the mask. I'm just sensitive to dirt. It's my first time seeing you 2 heroes. Chisaki looked at Izuku and Naruto. Naruto didn't worry about hiding his face. Bull fucking shit, you don't know who we are. What I am. Mirio simply kept his facade up and smiled, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, it's our first day on the job. A little nervous. Now partner, release the girl. Naruto nodded his head as he let the girl go. However, the girl seemed to grip the helm of Naruto's shirt. What agency do you belong to? Chisaki asked. Mirio quickly waved his hand side to side. We're just students. We're still so new that it would be presumptions to identify with an agency. Naruto could see Mirio was on guard and Izuku was very unsure of what to do. Mirio dropped his hand to the side and lifted them back up again. We're just gaining some experience in different places for our internships. Just then he shot his hand straight up. Anyway, we need to finish patrolling this division by lunch. Let's go. Naruto went to move, but the girl gripped the helm of his shirt tighter. She whispered, don't go. The girl looked like she was on the verge of tears. Naruto wanted to get her away from Chisaki so badly right now. However, there were many bypassers watching, and many wanted to stop and watch the heroes in action. Well, you're all good to go. Naruto used some chakra to flow into her body to make her let go. Naruto patted her head and stood up. Well, you 2 take care now, bye. Naruto stood up and walked over to join Mirio and Izuku. The girl only seemed to downcasted upset. Good girl, let's go Eri. Chisaki turned and began to leave as Naruto made sure to burn that name into his memory. He was going to save her, and there was no one who was going to stop him. Scene shift with Night Eye and Bubble Girl. Sorry, it was an accident. Mirio was nervous after meeting Chisaki. I never thought we'd run into him. Like running into a transfer student at a crossroads. Just the Night Eye put his hand up. No, this was my fault. We could have avoided this if I'd used foresight on you 2 beforehand. Anyways, I'm just glad you're all right. If you'd acted carelessly and made him suspicious, you might have been in danger. Bubble Girl was glad they got out of there. Naruto gripped his fist as he moved the mask further to the side of his face. Naruto closed his eyes and then opened them. His eyes turned blood red with a black slit down the middle. When we gather everyone up. When I get the next set of intel, that's when we're moving. I'm going to save Eri. I don't care what the pro heroes say. I'm saving that little girl whether they like it or not. Naruto quickly added as he turned around and teleported away. Scene shift with Chisaki and Eri. Chisaki was back in his base as he walked past his pleading subordinate. While his other subordinate was pleading for his life, "Please boss. I'm sorry, I just took my eyes off her for a second, and that kid escaped." The man didn't even finish as Chisaki took his glove off and moved it over his subordinate's face. Like that, the man became a red paste on the wall. Chisaki seemed to have some dirt on his face, and cleaned that up. Chisaki said to Chronostasis. Chronostasis is Chisaki's assistant and was currently holding Eri in his arms. "Yes," the man replied as Eri closed her eyes while covering her ears. She had tears running down her cheeks. She hated hearing so much death around her. She wanted everything that was happening to her end. Chisaki frowned as they continued to walk down the hallway. "This is maddening. They're all sick with hero syndrome." The group made their way to a room with a chair with straps on it. Back with Sir Night-Eye, Bubble Girl, Izuku, and Mirio. Night-Eye looked at Izuku and pointed at him. "You let that Naruto kid does not get ahead of himself. Haste makes waste. If you rush to chase after them, then they'll be more likely to escape. You're not so special that you can save anyone you want whenever you want." Night-Eye turned to face Izuku and Mirio. "Currently, we are also requesting that other agencies team up with us." Just then there was a flash of yellow lighting that came back. It was Naruto, who was on one knee and stood back up. Naruto took a few breaths and replied, "I've looked around their base already. I know the entire layout. Let's form this plan and save Eri. I want to save her as soon as possible." Sir Night-Eye's eyes widened hearing this. "What did you just say?" His eye twitched in shock, anger, worry, and wonder. Night-Eye immediately began to peer into Naruto with his foresight. However, when he looked into Naruto's future, he would see nothing but light. Well, to be more specific, he couldn't see Naruto's future at all. Someone or something was blocking him from seeing it. "We're wasting time. I'll inform you of everything. I want this to be quick and fast. I got training to do." Naruto looked down at his fist and squeezed it. He then released it as a yellow sphere appeared in his hand, which was translucent. Izuku looked at Naruto in shock. This was an ability that Izuku has never seen Naruto use before. Night-Eye didn't know what it was, but his gut instinct was screaming at him to trust this kid. "All right, I'll inform everyone to gather for a meeting. I want a presentation and plan of attack within the next 72 to 120 hours on my desk." Naruto nodded his head and left, again disappearing in another flash of yellow lighting. "Midoriya, you're in his class. Tell me what you know about his abilities. I've heard very little from others. I heard part of his quirk stems from a source called chakra." Night-Eye fixed his glasses to his face. With Naruto, time skipped 5 days later, day of presentation. Naruto was in class focusing on what he needed to do. Before classes started and everyone talked, he focused solely on figuring out a way to take down the Yakuza and Kai Chisaki and save that girl Eri. Naruto knew he could flash to her side at any time to save her. He placed a Hiraishin marker on her armpit. Thankfully, he placed a translucent Hiraishin marker which can only be detected if you're a Fuinjutsu user. Not only that, but he has his quirk, Spatial Room. It's just like what Yami Naruto calls it. However, he called it Death Sentence. He has to keep his villain quirk name under wraps. Thankfully only Ue and Night-Eye know about Yami Naruto. Not many know about him, which Yami Naruto will become a huge turning point in their fight against the villains. Naruto and Yami Naruto recently shared their blood together, granting Naruto access to Death Sentence, or what Naruto calls it, Spatial Room. During passing periods, lunch, in the dorm, or whenever Naruto can. He was working on the plan to invade the Yakuza hideout. He had his Hiraishin markers placed everywhere. It helps being able to transform into a bunch of Kai Chisaki's henchmen. That or have his shadow clones transform into roaches or bugs. Exploring the hallways that way made it a cinch to place seals down. All Naruto had to do was figure out how their attack was going to go down. Taking down his henchmen were first, then his guards, and any close associates with Kai Chisaki. Naruto needed stats on all heroes, their abilities, and who was working with them. Naruto worked on this for so long and so hard. He hardly had any time to spend with Momo or the others. If he wasn't working on the presentation, he was training spatial room. He had to get the timing down right to switch places with things, as well as making sure he had the stamina to keep up large areas of spheres up. Before Naruto knew it, 5 days passed, and within those days many things happened. Eijiro, Fat Gum, and Tamaki ran into a person who can quirk destroying bullets. Today was the day Naruto was bringing what intel he could bring to the table. Night Eye hasn't contacted or bothered Naruto until the Night Eye only sends him a text to tell him where to meet, what day, and what time. At the meeting room, Naruto was already in the room in the back going over his notes and the data he collected. Soon he looked up to see Izuku, Mirio, Ochako, Asui, Najire, and Tamaki in the room. Najire ran over to Yukio, wrapping her arms around her neck. "Hey, Yukio, you said it was a meeting, I know, but what about?" The curiosity was getting the better of Najire. Yukio smiled at the curious girl. "You'll learn soon enough." Naruto saw Ochako and Asui walk up to Aizawa. "Aizawa-sensei, why are you here?" Aizawa turned to them and said, "I was called out here suddenly. I also heard roughly what's going on." Just then Yukio spoke up again, gaining the girls' attention. "Girls, I told you before, didn't I?" Ochako and Asui looked at one another, realizing what she was saying. Just then Yukio called out to Night Eye, "Let's get started." Soon Naruto came walking up next to Night Eye, with the two walking together. Night Eye fixed his glasses closer towards his face. "Thanks to the information we received from you all, the investigation has moved forward substantially. We will now have a conference to share information we have acquired." Night Eye lifted his head to everyone, making his left lens glare white and his right eye to be visible, regarding what the small organization Shihasaikai is planning. Eijiro looked at Fat Gum worriedly. "I'm in the dark about this." "Hasai, what's that?" Fat Gum didn't know too much himself, so he said, "They might be thinking of doing something bad, so this is a time for us to discuss this together." Fat Gum looked at Tamaki's injured arm. "Besides, you two are also very much involved." Just then the doors slammed open as a woman came walking out with a smile on her face, along with Momo tailing along with her. Though Naruto could see the embarrassed look on her face, Momo's agency she went back to was Mirko's. Mirko is Rumi Usajiyama. She is known as Rabbit Hero, Mirko. Naruto specifically asked Night Eye to include them too. Momo's quirk would be helpful, along with Mirko's strength that came with her rabbit quirk. So, everyone moved into a giant room with circle tables. Bubble Girl took charge, holding up a tablet in front of her. "Let's begin. Those of us from the Night Eye Agency have been conducting an independent investigation. This was designated to a villain group known as Shihasaikai for about 2 weeks." "What prompted this?" Centipeter asked, standing about 5 or 6 feet behind Night Eye off to his right. Centipeter is a tall, thin man with the face of a brown centipede. He is wearing a black tuxedo and a scarf that looks like a centipede wrapped around his neck. Night Eye placed his hands in front of him folded together. Bubble Girls continued, "An accident involving a gang of thieves called Reservoir Dogs." Fat Gum chimed in saying, "I heard about that. We were there. The police wrote it off as an accident, but there were a number of points that didn't make sense." Bubble Girl his play on the tablet which played a video of the dogs robbing a store, "So we tailed them." Just then Centipeter said, Centipeter, conducted a follow-up investigation." Centipeter held his hand up using his gestures to help explain what he found. "I found that, in the past year, the members of Shihasaikai have increased contact with those outside of their organization, along with other groups involved with some shady business, moving with the aim of explaining their organization and increasing their funds." Centipeter narrowed his eyes. Soon after beginning the investigation, he was in contact with a member of the League of Villains, Jin Bubegawara, villain name, Twice. Bubble Girl put up a picture of Twice meeting with Chisaki. Centipeter took a moment to breathe. "They were wary of being tailed, and I was unable to follow them, but with the help of the police, I was able to find an altercation that had occurred between the two organizations. A picture of a wrecked facility warehouse with a large hole in the side destroyed." Then Torino spoke up. "Since the League was involved, they also reached out to Tsukauchi and me." Just then Kesagiri Man lifted his hand up and asked, "Where is Tsukauchi?" Torino responded with, "There were other eyewitness reports to look into, so he went to check them out." Torino looked at Naruto and Izuku and said, "Kids, I didn't think it would end up like this. He closed his eyes and smiled. I'm afraid I've pulled you into something troublesome. Naruto smirked. Nothing is too troublesome, I just want to help free Eri. Naruto looked at Mirio and Izuku, seeing the same look in their eyes. They wanted to save her too, and Momo only looked at Naruto worriedly. For the past few days, Naruto worked hard on the plan to save Eri. Naruto did very little social interaction, didn't go out, and ate when he was hungry. He focused everything on this plan. If Naruto put this much work into it, then it must be a great plan. To even convince Mirko to come out and help was amazing. Most of the time Mirko actually works as a solo hero and rarely ever takes in sidekicks. Momo was an exception since she joined for the internships. I don't mind either, I'm all for it. Izuku tightened his fist, he wants to save Eri as well. You two know him? Mirio asked, surprised. Naruto and Izuku knew Gran Torino. Night Eye got tired of the idle chat, please continue. So, that's what Bubble Girl did, leaning into the tablet. So after all this happened, we put out a request for help on the HN. You can skip that part. Centipeter gestured to Bubble Girl. This part was redundant since everyone was part of the Hero Network. HN. Ochako looked at Nejire along with Asui. Hero Network. It's an online service only those with pro licenses can access. Nejire held up her hands to explain more. You can see reports of what all the heroes in the country are working on and request help from heroes with helpful quirks. Just then a man spoke up. He was of average height and has dark, curly hair. He has pierced ears with padlocks earrings. Notably, his fingertips have protrusions that resemble key teeth. Part of his hero costume is a small yellow mask that covers his eyes. He was wearing a red necklace around his neck with 3 keys dangling from it. He is also wearing a yellow and dark green, short-sleeved bodysuit with a print resembling a keyhole. He wears 2 light gray shoulder pads with a dark keyhole shape on both of them, a pair of white boots, and a brown belt with keys dangling on the side. He closed his eyes and said, even if they're from UA, why are there kids here? Specifically, why is there one up in the front ready to give a presentation? He lifted his hand up pointing at Night Eye and Naruto. The sun'll set before we get to the actual plan. Just the fat gum shouted, placing an arm over Eijiro and Tamaki. These two have super important information. Us. Eijiro looked at Gat Gum confused. Tamaki hung his head. I can't take this. Then the man decided to introduce himself. Anyways, I'm meeting a lot of you for the first time, so I'm Fat Gum. Nice to meet you. Ochako and Asui liked him. Asui put a finger up to her mouth. He's so round and cute. Fat Gum tossed them some candy. Oh, here's some candy. Deciding to get back to the topic, Night Eye said, we suspect one of the Hasaikai's main source of income is unauthorized drugs. So I requested help from heroes who are well versed in those matters. Fat Gum grew serious, holding up his hand that held candy in it. I crushed tons of guys like that back in my day. And then, at Red Riot's debut fight, the other day. Fat Gum crushed his fist where the candy was. One of them fired a gun with a bullet. A type I've never seen before was shot as Tamaki. He then tossed the crushed candy, a drug that destroys quirks. What? Mirio stood up in shock. Tamaki, you're okay, right? Tamaki nodded his head. Yeah, I'm fine after I slept. Look at this cow hoof. I feel better knowing that you can recover from it. So, it's not gone for good. Oh, I'm Lock Hero. Rock Lock. No, we will hear from Eraserhead on the matter and soon. Naruto. Night Eye gestured to Eraserhead to talk. Eraserhead said, it seems to be very little different from my erasure. He held up his finger pointing at his eyes, since I don't attack the quirk itself directly. The quirk is an extra part with a special function added to a basic human body. Those extra parts are lumped together as quirk genes. I only temporarily stop those genes, but I cannot directly inflict damage on them. Fat Gum then said, right after Tamaki was shot, we had the hospital take a look at him, and his quirk genes were damaged. Thankfully, they healed on their own, and he's now back to normal, though. Night Eye wanted to know about the bullet. What about the analysis on what was shot into him? It was only his quirk that received any damage. The guy who shot him isn't saying anything either. Fat Gum said, annoyed. Naruto already got him to talk. That's where I come into play. Naruto spoke up as Night Eye let Naruto took the lead in the operation. Just then Rock Lock said, Wait, Night Eye, you're nuts, you let a high schooler take the lead in this. Night Eye nodded his head. I'm fully aware of Naruto's abilities, mentality, insane luck, and unpredictability. Momo chuckled a bit at that. Naruto was unbelievably lucky and unpredictable, believe it or now, but I can't even use my foresight on him. Something is blocking me from being able to see it. I'm not sure what that is. This surprised a lot of people because for Night Eye to not be able to see Naruto's future was crazy. Granted, Night Eye can see about 2 or 3 seconds in the future, but that's as far as he can go. He always hits a white blinding light when he does this. The good thing is, Kirishima blocked a shot with the drug still filled with it. Now we can study it. Fat Gum smiled looking at his sidekick. Naruto smiled as he pulled the bullet out and said, Mirko, I wanted you out here for the muscle and your way of going headfirst into things. Mirko smirked. I like this kid. He knows what I like and how I think. Mirko punched her fist into her hand. I got no problem knocking some heads together. Naruto looked at Momo. I also wanted Momo out here for her versatility in hand-to-hand and support. I thought she would be valuable as well. Fat Gum. Naruto looked at him. What was in that bullet? Fat Gum frowned. After analyzing the contents, we discovered something that made me sick. Fat Gum's eyes furrowed. Human blood and cells were inside. Naruto saw everyone freeze worriedly about this and Naruto thought about it. I think I get it. I think Eri is tied to all this. Izuku. Mirio, you remember those bandages all over her arms? I think that's where they're getting the drug bullets. Eri must have special blood. I doubt it, but I think she has a quirk that allows her to destroy quirks. Naruto put his finger on his thumb as he then thought of an idea. Fat Gum, do you still have the bullet and some of the drug left over? Fat Gum nodded his head as he walked over and handed Naruto the bullet. The good thing is very little was used to examine under the microscope. So, there's still a lot in there. Naruto turned to Momo. Yaoyorozu-san. Momo flinched a bit at Naruto being all formal with her. Yes, Momo kept it professional. It seemed like Naruto was doing that too. So, she thought it would be a good idea to do so too. This is one of the reasons why I wanted you here. I asked Night Eye to invite you and Mirko. Could you please make an eyedropper? I also have this. Naruto took a scroll out that had the kanji for DNA test kit. I've created a Fuinjutsu scroll that can run a DNA test like regular cops can do. Naruto held up another scroll. When I was holding Eri, I didn't prick her or anything, but I placed an invisible Hirshin seal on her. I already programmed it to run a DNA scan on her cells. I just need Momo to make an eyedropper to suck up some of the drug. Then I'll summon some of Eri's skin cells from the Hirshin to run a test scan. If it's positive, I'm sure you can all guess what that means. Momo nodded her head as she stood up and walked to the front of the meeting room. She stood next to Naruto and produced an eyedropper from her lipids. Momo took some of the drug with the eyedropper. Naruto opened the DNA test kit he made and then bit his thumb. This surprised everyone when Naruto went through some hand seals. Then slammed his hand on the table. There was a bunch of Fuinjutsu words that no one has ever seen before. Torino rubbed his chin with a smirk. I'm telling you all, this kid, he is on a whole other dimension from us. Torino chuckled, making everyone look at him as if he was serious. Once their puff of smoke disappeared, a part of torn cloth from Eri's outfit was there. Naruto took it and said, Momo, can you make tweezers and a microscope? Momo nodded her head, making them instantly. Once on the table, Naruto put the torn cloth on under the microscope and looked into the lens. He took the tweezers and pulled off what skin he found on the cloth. Naruto moved the found skin cells to place them on top of the DNA test kit. Momo took the eyedropper and Naruto said, place the eyedropper here and make another eyedropper, please. First, let me reprogram it to remove any sort of impurities but the part of the blood. Naruto took out a blank scroll and took out an ink brush and ink. Naruto began to write a kanji for the word, separate, but followed by it was a bunch of other kanji and words that no one recognized. Soon Naruto finished as he places both eyedroppers down. Naruto shouted, separate. Like that there was a puff of smoke. However, what shocked Naruto was that the drug has very few impurities. Naruto lifted the eye drop that had very little other forms of liquid in it. Naruto handed it to Momo. While I do this, think you can figure out what the liquids are? Momo nodded her head. You got it. Momo produced a single centrifugal separation equipment. Naruto turned to the current eyedropper with blood and the skin collected from the cloth on the DNA test kit. Naruto then pushed Charka into his test kit. The DNA test kit on itself began to scan the DNA strands in the blood and skin. The wording on the scroll began to form together and came out with a positive. It's Eri's blood, it must be her quirk that causes this. Naruto closed his eyes, he remained calmed outside but was he seething on the inside. Momo finished her scan and held up 2 vials. Here, I separate the liquids, some water only about 5%, and about 10% of other trace metals. I'd need a lot more advanced equipment to separate those. Night Eye pushed his glasses closer to his face. That settles it then, we're going to need to save this girl, Eri. Clearly, she is the main use for their drug. We need to put a stop to it as soon as possible. Rescuing her is a top prio. Just then there was a flash of yellow lighting that whizzed past everyone. Just then the flash appeared right back, and everyone looked at Naruto in shock. Operation Rescue Eri is a success. Naruto had a big grin on his face as he was holding a girl in his arms. Eri suddenly disappeared from her room and reappeared in a room full of people in strange costumes. Eri looked up at Naruto and she recognized him. It's you, you're the one who, where am I? What's going on? Am I safe? Naruto simply pulled her into a hug. Yes, you're safe, and you never have to go back to that place again. I got you, and I'm never letting you go, I'll be there for you, Eri. The girl's eyes widened with happiness and relief. She let the waterworks run down her cheeks as she smooshed her crying face into Naruto's chest. Night Eye wanted to berate Naruto for his brash action and stupid move. Yet there was something reliving seeing that girl free of Chisaki's clutches. Night Eye fixed his glasses closer to his face again and said, as great as it is that you saved her, and there's no way of going back. We will have to be on the low, we will need to keep up our investigation as if something like this has never happened. You got it, but I want to guarantee this much. Naruto looked down at Eri as she looked up at him with her tears still running down her cheeks. You will never, ever have to do what that man says again. I'll never hurt you, I don't know what quirk you have, but I don't care. You're safe, and that's all I wanted. Momo only smiled happily for the little girl. Momo walked over and put her cheek up next to Naruto's hoping to ease the little girl's emotions. Hello there. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. I'm Naruto's girlfriend. It's nice to meet you, Eri-chan. You can just call me Momo. Momo created a 9-tailed fox plushie from her lipids and handed it to Eri. Eri clutched the plushie and hugged it. She dried her tears up and had a small smile appear on her lips. Though it was a forced smile and something she tried to do which made it look a little weird. Eri looked at Momo and said, Momo, ka-san. Which caused Momo's eyes to widen, and before she said anything Eri looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, too-san. Naruto wanted to stop her, but she shook her head. Naruto, papa. The girls in the room all gushed at how cute Eri was. Not only that, but she wanted to call Naruto and Momo her papa and ka-san. Naruto and Momo didn't want to deny her. Maybe her losing her parents makes her desire a family. Love is what she desires, and Naruto sure as hell wasn't going to deny her. Sure Eri, if that's what you want to call me that's fine, Momo. Naruto looked at her perplexed girlfriend. Momo chuckled a bit. Coming here for this is not what I expected, but to find out I'm already a ka-san. Wow. Well, Momo placed a hand on Eri's head and pulled Naruto and Eri into a hug. Torino chuckled as he sat back into his seat. Watching the small little family grow with one more family member made him feel happy. Giddy even. Just then he muttered under his breath, damn it, I'm getting old. Torino smirked and said, wow Naruto, Momo, didn't think you have your first kid already. Not even out of high school, for shame. Naruto glared at him. Hey, shut up you stupid old man. This situation calls for it. Besides, I know it's my responsibility. I won't let her down. Them down. Naruto smiled as he placed a hand on Momo's shoulder and Eri's head. Naruto just chuckled as he looked at Eri. He was glad he was allowed to save her. Well, it really was sanctioned or whatever by Night Eye, so what I did was that okay. I mean, now they can't make any more of the quirk-destroying bullets. Night Eye nodded his head looking at everyone else. I think it's fine, I don't see any issues with it. As long as Chisaki can't trace it back to us, I think we'll be fine. Just make sure she is kept hidden, for now. Let's take her to Recovery Girl. She needs to see a doctor. Naruto looked at Eri and said, "Don't worry, you're going to see someone who will help you. Momo and I will be by your side. Maybe we can help you work on smiling. I'm sure you'll enjoy your time with us." Naruto didn't think his rescuing Eri would have ended like this. Though he was relieved he got her away from Shisaki. Naruto could also see it in Izuku's and Mirio's eyes that they were happy. Naruto looked at Eri with a grin appear on his face. Eri reached out and grabbed his cheeks. "Your whiskers, they're like Mr. Kitsune." Naruto giggled as he smiled, holding Eri in his arms. "Yes. Yes, it is, isn't it? Well, ironically that's my hero's name. I'm Kitsune Hero. Kyuubi." Eri only looked up at Naruto with interest and disbelief. It was already strange and weird to know she was already free, though it dawns on her. Shouldn't she be happy that she is free now? Oh wait. She forgot what it was like to be happy, feel happy, to even smile. A man known as Chronostasis had his hand up to a mic in his ear. "Yes. Heroes gathered early this morning. The police are also bustling around." Chronostasis turned to Chisaki, who was sitting on the couch with a glare. "Boss, it looks like they've gotten wind of this place." Chisaki closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. He then opened his eyes and said, "They're here, huh? Let's proceed to plan." Chronostasis turned the mic back on. "Let's proceed to plan." Chisaki looked at Mimic and said, "Get ready." Chisaki held up his hand, tightening the glove. Chronostasis then looked at his boss confused. "Boss, where are you going?" Chisaki opened the door to leave, but before he closed it, he said, "Just taking care of something." Asterisk in front of the police station. Asterisk 8 a.m. The police detective Eizo Tanuma was giving the rundown of the plan, after Night Eye used foresight on the Hasaikai member and further intel of the building from Kyuubi. "We have discovered the existence of undocumented facilities at the head of the Hasaikai's residence. We were able to confirm that a girl was held hostage there. However, due to Kyuubi's abilities, he was able to teleport her to safety. As to how he can do it, he wants to keep it a closely guarded secret. Thanks to Kyuubi, we have the intel on the entire layout of the place." The man then put his hands behind his back. Eizo's assistant walked up to hand everyone intel on the people within the facility. "So, we have made a list to the best of our knowledge and the confirmation from Kyuubi of the registered people and their quirks in the Hasaikai members. Please prioritize this list." The papers were handed out to all the current heroes to look over. "We don't want to give them a chance to hide. So, we want to identify and apprehend all the members as quickly as possible. One of our #1 targets to bring in is Kai Chisaki." Kirishima was getting excited about this. "Things are moving fast now, huh?" Tamaki flinched when Kirishima shouted, "You're energetic for how early it is." Ochako held her hands up as she clenched her hands into fists. "I'm getting nervous." Asui held her finger up to her lip. "From detective work to cooperation with the police, there's so much I don't know." "It's okay, I'm sure we can all handle this." Momo smiled, thinking back to Eri. "If it wasn't for Naruto's help." Naruto looked at her fist and squeezed it. "I don't know if I would have been able to fight alongside you all." Najire smiled, copying Asui's movements and putting her finger to her lips. "Right, isn't it mysterious?" Just then Ryoko Tatsuma, otherwise known as Dragoon Hero, Yukio, came walking up. She was holding the intel in her hand to show them. "Yeah, schools don't teach you much about things like this. Getting into matters like these is the best way to learn. I had a hard time when I first started." Kirishima looked around. All the pros are so calm. He then closed his eyes tightly, worried. Is it because they're all used to this? Just then Izuku interrupted Kirishima. "Hey, I haven't seen Naruto or Gran Torino all morning. I wonder where the two are." Gran Torino could not make it. Night Eye spoke up calmly. Then Eizo spoke up. "It looks like the League of Villains, which Tsukauchi is keeping an eye on, are on the move. As for Naruto, I have no idea, but he did tell me to start the attack without him. He told me something interesting to watch out for." Knight looked back at the note that Naruto left for him in his office. "Watch out for seals that had the word cheese, which I have no idea what he means." Just then Momo came walking up, sighing at what Night Eye said. "Did you just say cheese?" "Yeah," Naruto said. Night Eye was interrupted by Momo. "Nepal's chirpi, the hardest cheese in the world, also known as Himalayan chewing gum. Momo rubbed the bridge between her eyes. Naruto placed security seals for our room. The seals activate if someone whose DNA isn't added to the shield. You'll either be burned, shocked, drenched with water and then electrocuted, set ablaze with a wind-enhanced fireball, hit with rocks, or with a block of cheese. Momo just shook her head when Naruto told her how he forgot to add All Might's DNA to the seal. Huh, I wonder. Night Eye placed a hand on his chin. *Hasaikai base. You could currently see bugs running around on the walls as they placed seals on the walls. Before the seal turned invisible, the seal said, "Cheese. Police station." I see. Night Eye didn't understand what Naruto was doing, but if his underhanded and unpredictability were tactics, then that worked extremely well for him. Regardless, we have enough people so it shouldn't impede our plan. Eizo did what he could to ease Izuku's and Kirishima's anxiety. Maybe we can capture all the Hasaikai and the League of Villains. Kirishima smirked happily while Izuku tightened his fist as he replied with an, "Hi." "Oi," Aizawa spoke up seeing both Izuku and Kirishima. "Eraserhead-san," Izuku shouted in surprise. "I will move with the Night Eye Agency. Do you understand what that means?" Aizawa said with a serious tone that Izuku remembered him tapping his chest and him saying, "I'll watch you. If you're going to do this properly, Midoriya." Izuku remembered what Aizawa told him, and he nodded his head, "Yes, sir." Eizo began to gather everyone's attention so they could listen. With Naruto. Naruto was scratching his head as he stood in the halls of the Hisaki hallways. "Well shit, of course, my alter ego points me out." Naruto was backed in a corner with the League of Villains in front of him along with Chisaki and his henchmen. Chronostasis, Mimic, and Chisaki himself. Yami Naruto slammed his fist into the palm of his hand. "It's been a while, other me. How's that body of yours?" Yami Naruto made sure to put on a good act. Naruto took a step back as he extended his hand out. "Room." A yellow sphere encased the area which Yami Naruto only laughed at. He held his hand out and said, "Room." Yami Naruto's bubble was a reddish-orange. "Tell me, since we have the same body, have you even come close to mastering this yet?" Chisaki simply glared at Naruto and pointed his finger at him angrily. "Make sure to bring him to me alive." "Whatever you say." Tamura looked at Yami Naruto and nodded his head. "Do it." Like that the two Narutos disappeared teleporting around. Daiku Hokage, 50%. Naruto's body sprung to life with orange-red flames around his body as he shot off towards Yami Naruto. Naruto slammed his knee into him. Yami Naruto simply buckled under the attack, but quickly brought his hands up together. He swung his arms down delivering a sledgehammer to Naruto's back sending him to the ground. Chisaki shot his hand out using his quirk to capture Naruto using the materials from the ground. Just then Naruto traded places with Tamura causing him to get caught up in the fray. Naruto jumped back dodging Mr. Compress's marbles he threw at Naruto. Naruto then summoned a Hiraishin Kunai in the air. Naruto then noticed the room around him changing as Chisaki moved the walls back and moved the ceiling to allow more room for everyone to move in. Just then Naruto heard a click as he quickly swung his kunai as he deflected a red bullet from hitting him. Shit, that was close. Naruto then ducked under a swing from Yami Naruto. Naruto then jumped after Toga dived at him with a knife in her hand. When Naruto was in the air, he summoned 5 Hiraishin kunai in each hand. He curled into a ball and launched them outwards in random directions. Naruto then held his hand into the air, Cho-Odama Rasengan. Naruto slammed his attack towards the ground. Toga and Compress were caught up in the blast zone. A giant dome of energy spun, and Naruto teleported safely out of the way. Though Naruto just ducked under a punch from Yami Naruto. "You fool. I can use it too." Naruto lifted his foot kicking Yami Naruto in the face. "You're me, and I am you. We're the same. If I can't even beat myself, then what type of hero am I?" Naruto shouted as he rushed Yami Naruto and dived into his side using his feet, sending him into the wall. Naruto just then dodged a spike that shot out of the ground that shot past him grazing his shoulder. Naruto lunged off to the side and rolled to his feet. Naruto looked up to see Chisaki glaring at him. Where is she? Where is my tool?" Naruto only glared at him as he spat at the ground as he tightened his fist. "Eri isn't a tool, she's a person. Just like me." Naruto dashed forward, but Tamura got in his way. He extended his hand out at Naruto's face. Naruto went to teleport, but another hand appeared and grabbed his face. Naruto was lifted up and then slammed right into the ground. Yami Naruto held Naruto to the ground. Stop running. You can't beat me. You can't beat us. Now tell us where. Shit. Yami Naruto shouted as he saw Naruto smirking as there was a bright light that engulfed Yami Naruto. Kaboom! Yami Naruto was sent careening into the wall and fell to the ground. Tamura growled, "How annoying, how irritating." He glared at Naruto. "Naruto is stronger than we thought, even with all of us." Tamura turned to Twice. "Twice, grab everyone and get out of here. Yami, cover our escape." Naruto darted around to look for Twice but was met with a punch to the face by Yami Naruto. "Eyes on me, asshole." Chisaki growled, "Don't you dare bail on me, we had a deal." Chisaki shot his hand forward to attack Tamura. "Too bad, but you're nothing but a liability now." Tamura chuckled as Yami Naruto landed next to him as Twice held Toga and Compress. "Thanks for the kunai, Naruto, it'll allow me to study it further." Yami Naruto chuckled as he disappeared in a flash of red lighting. Naruto sat up as he wiped the blood from his lip. "Damn it, whatever, we're here to take you to Chisaki." Naruto summoned another Hiraishin kunai in his left hand and formed a Rasengan in his right hand. Then Naruto held them out in front of him with the kunai on top and the Rasengan on the bottom. "It's time to finish this." Naruto then threw the kunai at Chisaki, who reached out to grab it. He was going to try to destroy it before Naruto could teleport. That failed. A block of cheese shot out from the handle of the kunai and slammed into his face. What is this?" Chisaki backed up from the attack and Naruto teleported above him. Naruto shouted, "Hiraishin level 2. Naruto rotated his body and slammed the compressed Rasengan into Chisaki's back. Mimic, ready to help his master, pulled out a syringe gun and aimed it at his neck. However, Naruto threw a kunai at the vial part, destroying the device. Naruto appeared behind Mimic and slammed his fist into his back. Naruto heard another click and a gunshot went off. Naruto quickly ducked under a shot from Chronostasis. Naruto dashed at him and appeared in front of him and swung his kunai. Naruto went to destroy the weapon, however, a wall appeared in front of him by Chisaki. Naruto had to dodge out of the way from spikes that shot out of the wall. Naruto charged up some power in his hand and punched forward, destroying the wall in front of him. Naruto landed on the ground and slid to a halt as Chisaki came walking up. He rolled his sleeves up and his eyes never stopped looking at Naruto. He looked at the ground where Naruto slammed him into the ground with his attack. He saw a piece of cheese laying there. You trying to make a fool out of me? A stupid block of cheese won't stop me. I'll make sure you die." Chisaki shot his hand forward as a giant mound of spikes shot up from the ground. Naruto simply dodged out of the way using his Hiraishin and dashed towards Chisaki. Naruto chuckled, "Well, it isn't any old normal piece of cheese if that makes you feel better." Naruto could tell he was getting more and more dangerous by the second. He had to take him out quickly. "It doesn't." Chisaki's eyes strained with the veins about to burst. "I know." Chisaki always had backup plans in case Eri were to ever disappear. Chisaki turned to a wall and placed his hand down on the ground. Chisaki began to rearrange the entire underground area, which caused the ground under Naruto to begin shaking. The walls of the underground area shifted, and walls were torn down and rebuilt. Before anyone could comprehend what happened, Naruto saw that he brought all of his minions towards him along with the student heroes. Momo, Mirio, and Izuku appeared, and Naruto saw Night Eye jump through the closing walls, making it through. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Mimic and his new ally, who appeared to pull out what looked like assault rifles. Naruto's eyes widened as he extended his hand towards the ground. No, I won't let you. I'll stop you." Naruto took off using 100% of One for All. He had about 10 or so minutes before his body gave out. However, Naruto was forced to slow down and turn and duck when Chisaki fired off chunks of spiky rocks at Naruto, forcing him to slow and dodge. Momo's eyes widened at the guns that appeared before them. Thinking quickly, she moved the bit cloth from her outfit to make more room and quickly made a giant carbon fiber blanket. It quickly hardened when she shot chakra into the blanket, causing it to stiffen and become a large wall. Mirio took this opportunity and permeated through the shield and charged at Mimic and his ally, who was Shin-Namoto. However, when Mirio finished phasing through the shield, Momo made He saw that Shin pulled out a war machine that fired off that shot 40mm explosive rounds. Mirio couldn't let those permeate through him, otherwise, it would hit the others. He didn't know if her shield could take the explosive damage since she quickly made it to stop bullets. Naruto saw this and finally threw a Hiraishin kunai towards Mirio when he saw Shin fire the shell. Naruto quickly flashed in front of Mirio, and Naruto extended his hand. I have to stop them. I won't let them do as they please. When Naruto did this, suddenly 10 black whips flew out of Naruto's arms. 5 of the whips grabbed onto the shell to capture it and encased it in a ball. While another 5 whips shot out towards Mimic and Shin as they quickly ducked to dodge the whips. However, the whips still grabbed hold of them. Sadly, for Shin and Mimic, Naruto didn't know how to control them very well. When the whips wrapped around them, the whips tightened and squeezed the two together so hard that the whips snapped their spines, immobilizing them completely. Once Naruto saved Mirio, Naruto saw Chronostasis off on the side. He was holding up 2 guns, one was pointed at himself or Mirio. Then another was pointed at Momo, Night Eye, or Izuku while they were behind the shield. They haven't noticed Chronostasis, who got close aiming one gun at them. Bang! Naruto pushed Mirio to the ground, so he had a small chance to get hit by a bullet. Naruto went to make shadow clones until he felt a large column of concrete spikes shoot out of the ground, impaling Naruto in his chest. That then launched him into the wall of the underground base. Mirio screamed, "Naruto!" Mirio went running towards Naruto but caught the glimpse of Chronostasis with another gun that was fired from his right hand. That gun was aimed at Momo, Night Eye, and Izuku, Yayorozu. "Midoriya, sir, get down." Mirio ran towards them. The gun fired off red bullets, while his other gun fired regular bullets. Momo heard Mirio's warning as she turned her head. However, she froze when she saw Naruto embedded in the wall of the underground base with a large gaping hole in his chest. Night Eye eyes widened along with Izuku's. Just then more shots rang out which barely missed Night Eye and Izuku. Momo flinched as she felt a stabbing pain in her arm. Ignoring it, she quickly stopped the flow of chakra and swung the blanket at the incoming fire. She then sent chakra into the blanket, stiffening to remake the shield. Mirio, seeing this, quickly stopped his advancements and ran towards Chronostasis, since he was only about 10 or 12 feet away. Then Chisaki said, "Enough of these foolish games." Chisaki called for the concrete and building structure that grabbed Chronostasis, pulling him towards himself. He began to fuse with Chronostasis, changing to become more powerful. Night Eye said, "Yayorozu, Midoriya, get out of here now. I'll retrieve Uzumaki." Night Eye grits his teeth. He wasn't going to let a subordinate of his die. Night Eye took off towards Naruto to save him. Momo was on her hands and knees trying to keep her chakra flowing into the shield. She found a red bullet with a needle sticking out of her arm. Night Eye nor Izuku noticed. Momo grit her teeth as she felt all her quirk factors disappear from her body. Izuku and Momo, pushing through the pain, both nodded their heads and began to run towards a wall where Izuku blasted a hole in the wall. Momo had tears in her eyes. She didn't want to leave, but she had to hope that Naruto was alright and that Kurama was doing his best to heal Naruto. Mirio took a step back and got ready to fight. Then Night Eye ran to his side. "Lemillion, get out of here now. I sent Deku and Creation to get out of here. I'll get Kyuubi," Night Eye ordered as Mirio looked at his boss worriedly. "Are you sure? We could take him on." Before Mirio could finish, Chisaki finished transforming and fired off spikes of concrete at the two, forcing only Night Eye to dodge. "I can still fight." Night Eye said, "No, Kyuubi is out. We need to retreat now." Night Eye screamed as Mirio's eyes widened, remembering the hit he took for him. Night Eye grits his teeth and turned to run towards Naruto, but Chronostasis aimed his gun at Naruto's head. Mirio was still next to Night Eye and stopped moving. They were about 20 feet away. "Don't move. Or I'll kill him," Chronostasis shouted, aiming the two guns at Naruto's head. Mirio didn't know what to do until suddenly the barrel was aimed at him and was fired. Bang! Mirio phased through the bullet but saw as Chronostasis fired the barrel of the gun at Naruto's head. "Naruto!" Mirio growled as he charged at Chronostasis, who shot at Mirio as he phased through all the bullets. Mirio landed a solid punch at Chronostasis' head, knocking him clean out, and he quickly turned to Naruto to check on him. Naruto sat back up and rubbed the back of his head. Mirio was shocked to see that the hole in Naruto's chest was healed. However, His outfit was worse for wear. Naruto had the bullet caught in his mouth. This was a real one too. Naruto spat it out on the ground and said, "Man, that hurt. Is everyone else okay?" Naruto asked, looking at Mirio. Mirio just let out a sigh of relief. "You caught the bullet with your teeth. You're insane." Mirio extended his hand out to help Naruto up. Night Eye simply shook his head. "This isn't time for games. How the hell are you okay?" "Thanks. And to answer your question, Kurama, remember? He helped me with that." Naruto stood up as he let out a sigh and looked up to see Chisaki facing off against Night Eye. Naruto cracked his neck and stretched his arms. "Mirio, Sir Night Eye, get out of here. I'll take care of Chisaki." It was annoying trying to fight all of them and harder trying to protect all of you when he brought you all here. "If I can fight him alone, I'll annihilate him." "Ready." Mirio looked at him as if he was insane. "Naruto, you just took a spike to the chest. And a bullet to the face. You need to get out of here." Naruto shrugged his shoulders as he powered up as red and orange flames began to dance around Naruto. Just then those flames turned into blue flames since Naruto notched one for all to 100%. The red energy veins appear on Naruto's body. "Trust me, I was holding back because I didn't want to bring the house down. I'll give you all 10 minutes before this entire place begins to come down and to get everyone to give me room." Naruto created a few shadow clones, that were in base form, that left to go and form the others. Mirio wanted to refuse, but he saw Naruto look at him with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't die, not that easily. Besides, I think I'd make Eri and Momo pretty upset." Naruto then transformed in front of Mirio's and Night Eye's eyes. Naruto's pupils become slits with horizontal markings, the whisker-like markings on his face become thicker to resemble the trigram, and the chakra shroud's shape alters to resemble a full-length Haori. Naruto's entire appearance had a blue fire chakra glow to it. Night Eye's eyes widened at Naruto's form as he came walking up to the two. Chisaki only continued to glare at Naruto. Night Eye turned to Naruto and said, "It seems that Kyuubi is on our side. And I had a lot of speculation about him. With this new appearance there isn't a doubt in my mind he is on our side." "Yeah, I know, not a lot of people could trust him right away. Even if you all did see my Kurama chakra mode." Naruto flexed his hand and cracked his neck getting ready to fight Chisaki. Just then a chakra head in the shape of Kurama's head appeared and said, "Oi. It's not easy repairing his heart and kicking his body into overdrive to replace the blood. Now get out of our way so we can cut loose." Kurama growled out while Night Eye and Mirio looked at Kyuubi in shock. "Lemillion, let's go." Night Eye turned towards the maid exit from when Momo and Izuku ran out earlier. Naruto turned to Chisaki and said, "It's over, you're finished, Chisaki. I'll make sure you're arrested and so you can't hurt anyone else again." Chisaki's eyes were straining more, and Naruto could see that his skin was breaking out. Did you want to become a hero that badly? To save Eri that badly, Kyuubi?" Chisaki squatted down low, placing his hand on the ground. "It's all a filthy disease of our time." Chisaki's eyes widened more. "I'll fix guys like you. When I get Eri back, I'll make sure to do it with her power." Now that Naruto got a good look at him, he had red bulky arms and black marking all across his body. He had an extra pair coming out of his back. "The only disease I see here is you." Naruto glared at him. If he had to, he would kill Chisaki. Chisaki continued as he said, "I am obsessed with cleanliness, so when someone touches me, it makes my blood boil. It's the first time it's gotten to this point. What a sad life you had, Kyuubi. Once I'm finished with you, I'll take back Eri. I'll kill each person who helped save her, and anyone who tried to help her at all." Chisaki began to fire off more spikes at Naruto, who only seemed to dodge them effortlessly. Naruto then found an opening and appeared in front of Chisaki with his pure speed. Naruto punched him and made sure to curve his punch. This sent Chisaki careening right into the ground. Suddenly Naruto saw the top ceiling breakthrough as he saw Yukio, Asui, Ochako, and Nejire. They were engaged in combat against Riki Akatsuki, one of Chisaki's underlings. Naruto jumped towards them and called forth the black whips. They caught them all and Naruto pulled them off to the side. "Hey, are you guys alright?" Naruto looked at them all worriedly. Ochako looked at Naruto with her eyes widened in amazement. "Naruto-san, what is that?" Asui, who sat up, saw Naruto in shock. "Naruto, what is that form?" Ribbit. Ryuko lifted her head as she saw Naruto in his new form. She could feel the limitless power radiating off of Naruto. Kyuubi, right. Naruto nodded his head. I see, we'll only get in the way, won't we? Naruto again nodded his head. Get out of here. Naruto held his hand out as he said, room. The spherical room shot outwards covering an entire district. Naruto then flipped his right hand upwards pointing his thumb up and pointer finger up, shambles. Just then the three were teleported away, replaced with rocks and debris from the outside. Naruto turned his head as he saw Chisaki sit up from the rubble. He was bleeding profusely, and the shadow of his hair covered his eyes. Naruto spoke up saying, there's room outside, follow me, if you can. Naruto teleported himself outside, appearing for everyone to see. Mirio, Izuku, and Night Eye made it with the cops and other heroes there watching from afar. Some of them were being treated and looked after by the ambulances. Everyone saw a blue flaming person appear near the entrance of the hole Ryuko made when they fell through. Is that Naruto? Momo looked off in the distance in shock. Night Eye looked at Naruto using his foresight and again, why yeah, it is, he has some new transformation. I wonder, if he's stronger than All Might right now. Night Eye once again could not see Naruto's future. With Chisaki. Chisaki, still bleeding, touched his right arm and remade it. Along with the sleeve of his jacket, even though I never told her what her power was or how to use it, Chisaki weakly walked towards his underling that was just defeated. Chisaki was beginning to lose it too. Eri. Naughty girl, you know you belong to me. Chisaki walked over to Rikia and knelt. He placed a hand on him, dismantling his body and adding Rikia's body to his own, to realize the old man's greatest wish. Chisaki looked at the hole in the ceiling. I need you, Eri. Chisaki continued to speak even if no one was listening to him. Chisaki's lower body is fused into a monstrous stone structure, protruding multiple appendages each equipped with clawed hands. Chisaki's upper body is the same but lies within the mouth of the structure, and his upper jaw has Rikia's mask. With Naruto. Naruto waited until Chisaki shot out of the crater and used his many arms to keep him out of the hole. Chisaki glared at Naruto, and he began to speak to Naruto. However, his voice was severely distorted. She has no control. She has not learned how to activate her quirk yet, nor does she know how to stop it when she needs to. Naruto could tell Chisaki has turned into someone way worse. Eri, she rewinds time on humans. That's who she is. Chisaki was just hanging from his new body where his torso showed. He slowly sat up. Depending on how you use her, it might be possible to turn a person back into a monkey. If you don't have her release that power that builds up, it could end up turning one of you into nothing. You'll be annihilated. Everyone who touches her will be rewound into nothingness. That girl's quirk is cursed. Give her back. There's no way you can stop her when she loses control. We can only stop her by disassembling her. If you want to spare everyone that you love and everything you hold dear, give her back. Chisaki was willing to give Naruto one last chance. Naruto just looked up at the creature before him. He wasn't a villain anymore. He wasn't a person anymore. If he chooses to experiment on humans for his gain, for his selfish desires, Naruto growled out at him as Naruto held his fist out. I've decided. Naruto's pupils shrunk a bit. Naruto killed his heart for this guy. He'd do it. If it meant he never harmed Eri again, never touched another person again, then so be it. Naruto lowered his head a bit as his hair covered his eyes. Naruto heard the echoes of Madara's words in his head. Naruto reiterated them but with a change of his feelings, as well as adding in Kurama's voice to speak with him. Naruto made sure everyone could hear him. This world is full of things that don't go as you wish. The longer you live the more you realize reality is just made of pain, suffering, and emptiness. Listen, in this world, whenever there is light, there are also shadows. As long as the concept of winners exists, there must also be losers. The selfish desire of wanting to maintain peace causes wars and hatred is born to protect love. Naruto closed his eyes and paused for a moment and then he slowly opened them while slowly looking back up at Chisaki. I want to sever the fate of this world. A world where there is peace. A world where there is understanding, love, happiness, acceptance. So, everyone can learn to care for one another. So, no one is ever discriminated against or hated for their abilities. Naruto closes his eyes again and stops using Kurama's chakra to enhance his voice. I'll do it with everyone's help, we'll all achieve it. We'll do it with Eri's quirk, Momo's quirk, Mirio's, Izuku's, everyone's quirk. Even if they're quirkless, they can still help. Naruto got low ready to fight, for that Chisaki Kai. It is a necessary evil that people like you are brought down. Even if I must kill you. Chisaki, ignoring Naruto's words, simply continued to talk. Neither you nor Eri knows the value of her power. Quirks progress markedly when you develop them. By conducting countless experiments, I extracted Eri's powers and succeeded in bringing it to its endpoint. As a result, it doesn't stop at simply winding back the flesh. It rewinds on a much greater scale. It rewinds the course of the species to its unmutated form. That's the kind of power she possesses. Chisaki pulled his giant arms back to punch Naruto, then launched his arms forward as they destroyed some of the buildings and smashed into the ground. Chisaki continues to say, the power to annihilate quirk factors and turn humans back to normal. Enough power to destroy this world built upon quirks to destroy the natural order. That's her power. That's Eri. You don't know Eri's value. A punk like you can't exploit an asset like her. Chisaki readied himself as his new body stood tall and proud. Chisaki slammed his beast-like hands on the ground, causing the asphalt to shoot up and bend to stab Naruto. However, Naruto stood there, unmoving as chakra claws stuck out, grabbing the spikes shot towards him. Naruto took a step forward and appeared right in front of Chisaki's face, and Naruto looked at him with an emotionless face and raised his leg back. Naruto's face scrunched up angrily as he shouted, that's the thing. Unlike you, I know Eri's value. Naruto shot forward and slammed his fist into Chisaki's chest. Naruto then twirled in midair to gain momentum with his kick. Naruto shouted, she's also my daughter. Naruto swung his leg around, making contact with Chisaki's chin, meteor shot. Chisaki was sent flying into the air with no way to stop himself. Chisaki then woke up and stopped himself in midair. He raised his arms and said, why won't anyone? Chisaki stopped himself as his entire body began to swirl around in the sky like a bloody cloud. See the big picture. What I'm going to tear down is this world, its very framework. Naruto began shooting around in the sky, using his feet to kick the ground beneath him. Naruto used the heat coming off his body to cause water vapor to appear. While using his chakra to jump off of to fly around in the sky, your justice is small. You only see what's in front of you. It's mere sentimentalism. You hero pretender. Chisaki stopped the giant swirling vortex of blood and parts, snapping them back to his body to give him over large arms to punch Naruto. Stay out of my way. Just then Naruto appeared in front of Chisaki after he avoided his attack. Chisaki sat in the air, shocked that Naruto just dodged his attack. It's not that our justice is small, it's just purely our ideals are so much better than yours. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his hand and slowly walked up to Chisaki, again using the water vapor, and placed it on his chest. I also just hate you. I hate you so much, but I also want to thank you. Chisaki just stared at Naruto like he was insane, and for the first time, Chisaki felt real fear and saw a ton of mental images of his death. You gave me my dream, of my own family. I'll finish this once and for all. For my family. For Eri. No one will ever lay a hand on her again. Rasengan. Naruto said gently as he slammed the attack into Chisaki's stomach. This sent him into the air, sending him flying higher into the sky. Naruto flipped backward as he was falling towards the ground. In midair, Naruto's eyes turning into their horizontal look, he held up his hands as two Rasenshurikens formed in each hand. Naruto threw the Rasenshuriken towards Chisaki, and Naruto's Kurama avatar took shape as Naruto held his hand out and Kurama opened his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb Double Rasenshuriken. Naruto and Kurama fired the condensed ball of chakra while the two Rasenshuriken shot out to the side and curved in. All three attacks hit their target at the same time. For Chisaki, he saw two spinning Fuma Shurikens and a purple ball of energy slam into him. All he saw was then white. With Naruto. Naruto landed back on the ground as he knelt on one knee. Naruto was out of breath, and he could currently feel the strain on his body. That was the longest 20 minutes Naruto has ever had, with 100% one for all activated at one. Along with Kurama mode, he could last for at least another 4 or so hours. Kurama and Naruto were getting better and better at syncing their chakra, since they're doing it daily now even if he isn't using Kurama chakra mode. Soon all the heroes came running over along with the cops, and Momo tackled him. She pulled him into a tight hug. You idiot. That was so reckless. Geez. Momo had some tears of relief run down her cheeks. Naruto chuckled as he sat there on his knees while his girlfriend hugged him. Nice job Kyuubi, you did a great job, you always kept beating the odds. Night Eye couldn't believe that his 16-year-old, a freshly minted hero from UA, had just taken down one of the largest group organizations, including their leader. Yeah. Naruto let a few more huffs and puffs out as he felt exhausted. If you all don't mind, huff I'm a bit, z's. Naruto slumped over as his head rested into Momo's chest, falling into a deep sleep. Momo just smiled as she held Naruto close, holding him tightly. When she saw that giant piece of concrete in his chest, she thought he died. To see him well and alive, makes her feel so relieved, you idiot. Momo whispered as she ran her hand through his hair. Mirio sighed seeing Naruto fall asleep in Momo's arms. Mirio wondered if one of those bullets hit him. That possibly one of those had a dose of the drug they created. When Mirio was pushed to the ground, he noticed they were the quirk-destroying bullets. Somehow, they manufactured a bunch as a backup in case something happened. It was worrying. Soon everyone came out, Rock Lock, Kirishima, and Teichiro, Fat Gum. Though Kirishima was on a stretcher, some of the villains that were caught were also on stretchers. Tamaki came up all battered and bruised. Ryuko came walking up to Momo and so did Mirko. Mirko was growling, this is bullshit. I got stuck fighting weaklings with Rock Lock. Rumi tightened her fist angrily. Rumi looked at Momo with jealousy, many of you even got to see the main fight, I didn't even get to do anything. Rumi then noticed something, where is Chisaki? Kyuko coughed in her hand and she looked down at Naruto. He, seemingly vaporized him. I guess Chisaki was someone Naruto deemed too dangerous. Momo worried a bit, if heroes do have to kill, she understands. Mirko, Yukio, was killing Chisaki the right thing to do? Rumi shrugged her shoulders, beats me, but he has my respect, taking on a mob boss on his own. If he wasn't your boyfriend Momo, I'd take him for myself. Rumi smirked as Momo turned her head and glared at her. Hey, stay away from my man. Momo held Naruto closer as she looked at Mirko carefully. You keep holding him like that you're going to suffocate him yourself. Ryuko deadpanned as Momo released the sleeping Naruto. His face was about to turn blue if she didn't stop, and he was asleep through it. Though, I'm sure any man would die happy knowing they were smothered in boobs. Ryuko coughed into her hand, anyways this isn't a time to celebrate. Many are injured, but... Ryuko looked down at Naruto and smiled, tell him I said thanks for getting me, Froppy, and Uravity out of there. Momo looked down and smiled proudly at her boyfriend. I will, he has my thanks too. Momo nursed her arm and frowned, I hope he doesn't blame himself for this. Mirko then spoke up and said, you know he's going to be upset. Mirko sat down next to Momo, she could tell that Momo was doing her best to keep herself together, I can tell you are too. Momo had some tears run down her cheeks, I know, I hope this doesn't mean I have to stop being a hero, I hope I can continue. Mirko smiled as she placed a hand on her head, quirkless or not, I know you can become a hero no matter who or what you are. I believe in you, as you should also believe in thy sensei. Momo smiled, Mirko could be brash and blunt at times, but she could be really sweet when she wants to be. Naruto made his way into Momo's room and found her sitting on the bed with Eri laying. Naruto was worried and was in the room. There were doctors, including Recovery Girl, and Aizawa. Naruto looked at how much Eri was sweating, her face flushed, and there was a lot of power stored up in her horn. Naruto didn't know what to do as he didn't entirely know how quirk factors worked. Right there and then asked, Aizawa-sensei exactly how do quirk factors work? I need to know everything if I do. I can probably create a seal that can suppress Eri's quirk factors. It can be removed at any time, but she will need practice eventually to control that power. Aizawa could see that Naruto was trying to help. He knows about Naruto's impressive sealing abilities. Okay, listen closely. The term plus alpha, also known as quirk factors, Gishing Yinzi Kosei Inshi, refers to the collective physical and genetic traits that compose a person's quirk. This includes the primary quirk power, as well as all the biological mechanisms that allow said primary power to function properly. The term quirk factor can also be used to refer to the part of one's body that utilizes the quirk. For example, Katsuki Bakugo can sweat nitroglycerin from his palms and ignite it on command, so his quirk factor is in the palms of his hands. Under special circumstances, a second quirk can be added to a person's genetics. However, gaining multiple quirks often puts immense strain on the inheritor, rendering them as mindless living dolls incapable of speaking. It was initially believed a person can tolerate 2 quirks at most, should they be physically fit, as was the case with the One for All users, but it turns out they too suffered from the backlash of carrying 2 quirk factors, which resulted in a significantly decreased lifespan. Certain quirks, such as erasure, are capable of temporarily halting the expression of the quirk factor, rendering the quirk unusable for a short period, but not affecting the quirk factor otherwise. There are other quirks, however, that can directly damage the quirk factor of a target, preventing the quirk from being activated until the user manages to naturally recover. It's also possible that a quirk factor can be damaged beyond recovery, causing the quirk to be permanently suppressed. Naruto sat down and took out a large blank scroll. He unsealed regular ink, chakra-infused ink, and a brush. Naruto put his hands into a cross and shouted, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." In an instant 20 Narutos appeared in the room, which all began thinking to themselves. Aizawa, the doctors, and Recovery Girl were always surprised by the sheer number of clones Naruto could make. Naruto's clones continued to think and disappeared when they wanted to pitch an idea to Naruto. Naruto immediately wrote down the kanjis for blood, cells, quirk, quirk factors, power, ATP, turn off, erasure, activate, and chakra. Naruto then summoned a needle and looked at Aizawa. "Aizawa-sensei, may I?" Naruto asked, which Aizawa stuck his hand out. Naruto stuck the needle into his forearm and drew about 15 millimeters of blood. Naruto took the blood and put it into a vial. Naruto then began to take his chakra ink and dipped his brush into it. Naruto began to write a long and intricate array of kanji that Aizawa, the doctors, and Recovery Girl have never seen before. Momo knew about Naruto's fuinjutsu, but he was just on another level. Naruto made sure to add limiters into the seal. A total of 5 of them. Naruto added in parts of Aizawa's quirk, erasure, into the seal. Naruto will have to resupply the seal with Aizawa's blood if the seal has to activate when Aries' quirk goes out of control. That's the only downside, the limited uses, but as long as the seal has chakra going through it, it would constantly have an artificial erasure effect on Aries' quirk. Naruto continued writing the words for blood, cells, quirk, quirk factors, power, ATP, turn off, erasure, activate, and chakra. Naruto slammed his hands onto the scroll, which all the wording began to move. The wording began to scramble around the page, with Naruto creating a lock. The lock began to take a swirl appearance similar to Naruto's 8 trigrams seal similar on his stomach. Naruto then said, "Fuin," and slammed his hand onto the paper, causing the seals to stop moving. The black ink took the appearance of a swirl and scribbled lines around it. It seemed to click and move together like a lock. Naruto took the piece of paper and moved to the bed Eri was on. Naruto gently lifted her shirt to reveal her stomach. However, before Eri reacts, Naruto quietly motions to the others in the room, "I ask you to hold her down. I don't know if this will hurt or not. I just pray she won't get mad at me for this." Naruto placed the seal on the bed next to him, his left hand on the seal next to him on the bed, and his right hand on Eri's stomach. Naruto looks up at Momo, Recovery Girl, the doctors, and Aizawa. "If you don't want to see her, hear her, or help her right now, then leave. I think this will hurt, but I also think it will help her. Don't worry, there won't be any lasting damage on her at all, she'll just be tired is all." A few of the doctors left, but Aizawa, Recovery Girl, and a woman standing next to her who seemed familiar. The woman smiled. "It's been a long time, Uzumaki-san. I'm a little upset you forgot about little old me." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Chisato. Right, you said you were Recovery Girl's granddaughter." Naruto was so focused on helping Eri he didn't recognize her. "It's okay, so what do you need me to do?" Chisato asked with a hopeful tone. "Yes, what do we need to do?" Momo asked curiously. She hoped Eri wouldn't be in too much pain. "Simple. Hold her down, because this might hurt her." Naruto bit his lip. "I know I need to do this, otherwise her power could go out of control again." Naruto wanted to help her, and this way she could gradually draw out her power. Just like what he did with Kurama. "You ready, buddy? I could really use your help." "Anything for your kid, Naruto." Kurama added, ready to give Naruto a hand. Kurama was going to be there since Naruto also was going to direct a lot of power from Eri at himself. Kurama was there to prevent Eri's powers from trying to age or de-age Naruto. Okay, let's begin. On cue, Momo, Chisato, Recovery Girl, and Aizawa held a limb of Eri down. Enough so she can't move. Eri opened her eyes. Peepaw Papa. What's going on? Naruto sent her a gentle smile and said, I'm going to help take away the pain you're feeling right now. Though I need you to be strong, this is the last time you will ever be hurt. I promise you that, that's a promise of a lifetime, okay sweetie. Naruto took his right hand and traced his hand down Eri's cheek. Eri saw the seals next to Naruto's other hand and she nodded her head. Eri looked up at Momo and with scared eyes, she said, Mama, can I hold hand? Momo nodded her head as she stopped holding Eri's arm down and held her hand instead. Eri looked back at Naruto and said, okay Papa, make the pain go away. IDK if it's true or not, but I'm pretty sure Eri's Japanese should be a bit broken. Naruto forced himself to hold his tears back. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Naruto placed his hand back onto Eri's stomach. The seal from his left hand traveled up his arm and then traveled over to his right hand. When Naruto said 1, the seal began to spread onto Eri's stomach. What shocked Naruto a lot was the sparks of energy shooting out of Eri. The seal and Eri's power were colliding, trying to negate one another out. Aizawa's hair lifted as he stared into Eri's eyes to stop the activation of her quirk. Naruto sadly did see the steam coming off of Eri's stomach as the seal was trying to take place. Eri squeezed her hand tightly and clenched her teeth. Eri let out small cries of pain as tears ran down her face. Naruto felt his heart drop seeing Eri in more pain, but this would be the last. Just then Aizawa lost control of Eri's quirk, which kicked his ability to the curb. Naruto felt Eri's power running through his body trying to reverse his life. Shit kit. This is gonna hurt, but you're gonna thank me later. Kurama immediately used his chakra to begin burning Naruto's organs and fracturing Naruto's leg bones. Naruto coughed up blood, spitting it to the side. Naruto. Momo looked at him worriedly. However, the group saw Naruto healing as well thanks to Eri's quirk. It's okay. Grrn, damn it, that hurts. Kurama is helping me by hurting my body while Eri reverses it. Naruto used an arm from Kurama to wipe the blood from his mouth. Naruto continued to concentrate on Eri. Naruto did say, 10 more seconds is all I need. Soon the seal took shape and locked itself onto Eri's stomach. Eri's horn seemed to break and shatter off her head. It left her small horn on her head as she relaxed, and the pain went away. The red flushed look on her face went away, and her body relaxed. Eri slowly opened her eyes to see a smiling Naruto sitting next to her. See now. That wasn't so bad. No more pain. Naruto smiled as he looked at Eri as if nothing was wrong. Eri nodded her head. Gee, thank you, Papa. Eri, sleepy. Eri fell asleep as everyone let go. Eri hardly fought back, thankfully too, if she grabbed them. She could have accidentally used her quirk on them. Naruto turned to Aizawa. What went wrong? Like you lost your hold on Eri's quirk. Aizawa nodded his head. Something blocked me from controlling it anymore. I think it was your seal. Naruto, I recommend you keep the creation and usage a secret. Naruto closed his eyes and nodded his head. I see. Well, for now, I think Eri is okay. Chisato did a quirk once over by placing a hand on her head. Chisato had her eyes closed and then opened them. Her quirk factors are stabilized, and their powers are reducing quite a lot. I don't sense them being active or her having any control to activate them at all. No damage to her body at all, however. Chisato placed a hand on Naruto before he could back away. Wow, 3rd-degree burns on your organs, fractured femurs, broken tibia. Naruto, what the hell, now they're healing. Chisato stepped back and looked at Naruto, shocked as she felt all of Naruto's wounds heal like they were nothing. Naruto chuckled as he said, chakra has its mysterious mysteries. Let's just say I got a special healing factor that lets me heal or hurt my body when I need to. Naruto scratched his cheek as Momo punched him in the arm. Stupid, reckless idiot. Momo glared at him annoyed, but she relented and sighed as she shook her head. Only someone as reckless as you would do that. Everyone relaxed once Eri was stable. Aizawa looked at both Naruto and Momo. As I can see, Eri has taken a strong liking to you too. Is it possible to have her stay with a family you're comfortable leaving her with? Momo perked up and said, I can ask my 2-san and Ka-san. I'm sure they would be willing to help out. Aizawa nodded his head, go contact them, once you do, we'll get proper paperwork set up. Aizawa turned to Recovery Girl, what's her status now? Recovery Girl gave Eri a quick once-over, her fever is gone, the build-up power in her quirk is completely gone. She seems to be in good care now, though I suggest Naruto keep an eye on that seal. I'm no seal expert, but he seems to be. Aizawa nodded his head and turned to Naruto, Naruto, for now on to UA. I will want weekly reports every Monday about Eri's condition and her seal. I want you to have it checked at least twice a week. Make sure nothing is wrong, and if you ever need my blood to be added to the seal, just let me know. I want to make sure Eri adjusts easily and happily into society. I'm sure you two will be important figures for her. Aizawa closed his eyes and then said, after your parents have come to help fill the paperwork out. Students are to return to school. Momo, you are to stay here until further notice. They want to monitor you just a little longer. So, if you want you can stay by Eri's side. The others have been completely healed by Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl got off the bed and said, I'll stay here a while longer to look over Eri and Momo. There are still other patients here too, let's get going Chisato. Okay, Oba-chan. Chisato tucked her clipboard under her armpit. Hours later. Naruto went walking out, everyone else headed back to the school dorms. Naruto heard his name get called out, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see police officers standing by the entrance of the hospital. There were 2 cops and they both gave Naruto a salute. Sorry to bother you right after your discharge, but we'd like you to come with us to the station. Kirishima Eijiro came with us earlier today. We would like you to answer some questions about the Shihasaikai incident. As you wish. Naruto closed his eyes and walked into the squad car with the cops going to the police station. Soon Naruto got there and was met with a bunch of police officers, detectives, and other high-end important government officials on the case. Naruto simply gave them a rundown on what happened and what Chisaki's goals were. It was simple really, he wanted to create a new world order using Eri's ability. A world where quirks were non-existent, a world where he could rule over all others. He would do everything and anything in his power to get Eri back and make sure his sick and twisted reality becomes real. Naruto told them that he wouldn't stop until his vision became reality. Until he had Eri back in his hands, once he did. He would continue to make bullets to eradicate people's quirks. Then allow himself to start a new world order, a world order Naruto wasn't going to allow to happen. So, Naruto eradicated Shihasaikai, with no hesitation, no regret, no second thoughts. Naruto for the first time as a licensed hero and a shinobi decided to kill his emotions. He remembers Kakashi saying, it gets easier the more you do it. Just never feel good about it, that's what keeps us human. Naruto even said that to the officers, many of them were surprised to hear this. To hear this from a newly licensed hero from no less. The inheritor of all might, the new symbol of peace, has a new value to add for everyone to see. I did it to protect someone I cared about. Fine, go ahead spread rumors about me, but it won't stop who I'll be. I did it to stop a man from becoming a sociopath trying to reshape our society into his image. Killing is easy once you get used to it, but never feel good about it. That is what keeps us human. Naruto remembered the words of his first sensei on Team 7. Naruto would never forget those. If Naruto was faced to kill a villain holding a person hostage, Naruto would kill that villain instantly. No hesitation, no second thoughts, because a second could be the very thing that determines a person's life. If Naruto has to, he'll do what is necessary to continue being the symbol of peace, but in his way. If you want to arrest me for killing a villain so be it, I don't regret it in the slightest. The officers, government officials, and other UA teachers were all present when Naruto presented his statement. They weren't going to arrest him. To begin with, he was doing what he had to as a licensed hero. He killed if he had to, so it was justified, just not a lot of heroes would be so willing to kill if they had to. Naruto knew his other classmates were there, they heard him. Momo was there, so it was obvious. Later that night, Naruto arrived late at the dorms with it being a night out. Naruto turned to see Eijiro, Su, Izuku, Momo, and Ochako. Hey! Naruto-kun. Ochako was waving to him. Naruto placed his hands in his pockets and smiled. So, you guys got done not too long ago to Yeah, Ochako smiled as she moved her hands to her bookbag straps. Sue put her finger on her lip. There was a lot of paperwork to do after we were taken back to Yukyu's office. Eijiro put his hands behind his head. We had a bunch too. Naruto nodded his head as Izuku said, yeah, night I had loads of papers. Including papers for Naruto and Yaoyorozu-san. Yeah, since my parents will be watching over Eri, when we aren't home. It'll be upsetting not to see her every day, but we can when Naruto teleports us to my house. Momo was happy about that at least. Though Momo, what about your quirk? What are you doing to do? Sue placed her finger back on her lip. Momo sent them a solemn smile. Well, the quirk did help make me who I am, but I am not going to let it be everything who I am. I have someone special to help me out. I have more training to go through too. Momo smiled as she intertwined her hand into Naruto's fingers. Momo told Naruto when they were at the police station about her quirk being erased. Granted, Naruto was upset and mad to hear this. There was nothing they could do. Until Eri can learn to control her powers, there's no way Momo could get her quirk back anytime soon. Naruto can't replicate or do anything like that with seals. Well as he knows right now, an aging seal to age someone's quirk factors would be hard. Hell, Naruto was lucky that the seal on Eri worked well for right now. He would have to manage it and keep a close eye on it. Naruto yawned. Come on, let's head in, I'm beat. Naruto turned to the student dorms as the group walked to go inside. The group walked in through the front door as Mineta shouted, they're back. Everyone made their way to the entrance of the dorms to make sure their classmates were okay. They all started to say, we were all worried about you. Yeah, we saw the news. We even saw Naruto's battle with Shihasaikai. Yao Momo, are you okay? Are you okay? You troublesome kids. We heard you beat him. Then there were even rumors of him escaping. Rikido held up a cake. Anyway, I have some chocolate cake. I want in next time. Kaminari moved forward visibly upset. You guys keep getting involved with some crazy stuff. That's crazy. Naruto, are you guys sure you're all okay? Shoji asked, which Naruto scratched the back of his head. Naruto looked at Momo and gestured for her to speak. Everyone became quiet as Momo gave them all a small smile. Well, you see, during the battle, I got hit with a bullet. It wasn't an ordinary bullet, it was a quirk-destroying bullet. So, I don't have my quirk anymore. Momo lifted her sleeve to show her bandaged arm where she was shot. Everyone was silent. Many didn't know what to say. Naruto moved next to Momo and placed a hand on Momo's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm currently working on a solution to help Momo. I placed a seal on Eri to help her better control the power of her quirk. That way, she can learn as time progresses for her to learn her abilities. I think Eri can eventually restore Momo's quirk. I'll make sure of it. For now, Momo and I will be going under some special training. She will continue being a hero. I have a way for her. Just then Iida stepped forward, scolding everyone. Come on everyone. He robotically moved his right arm. They all just got back, and I'm sure they're all tired. Leave them all alone. They've gone through a lot. Izuku, Kirishima, Asui, Ochako, and Momo all seemed to be a bit downcast. They felt like they've all tried to do their part, but it did little to nothing. It was Naruto and Eri who stopped Kaichisaki, while they couldn't do much of anything. Naruto closed his eyes and nodded his head. He could feel how everyone was thinking. Naruto smiled as he placed his hands on his hips. I appreciate everyone for their concern, but keep in mind. We're all heroes here, we know what's on the line. Besides, everyone did their best to do what they could do. They worked hard. In the end, we all came out okay, with no casualties. Honestly, that's a win in my book. Naruto gave them all a half smile. Naruto turned to the people who were with him on the raid. So, don't think you guys did nothing, you all helped greatly. I was overwhelmed, but you guys stepped up and helped, even if some things didn't go your way. Momo latched onto Naruto as she hugged him from his side. Naruto could feel her trembling. He looked at the others. If you would excuse us, I think there's something me and Momo need to talk about. Naruto placed a hand on Izuku's and Kirishima's shoulder. You two did everything you could. You guys were stronger than you think. Izuku, you kept your level head when with Kirishima and Fat Gum. Kirishima, you went above and beyond being that shield and spear. Naruto turned to Asui and Ochako. Don't even forget about what you two did. You got civilians to evacuate, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to finish off Kaichisaki. Just then a voice spoke up, Uzumaki-san. Everyone turned their heads to see Aizawa in the dorms as he just walked in. I also want others to pay attention. Uzuma. Aizawa stopped himself, Uzumaki Dono. Aizawa had much more respect for the blonde. He was truly a blossoming hero. I want your view and understanding of why you decided to kill Kaichisaki. You clearly could have brought him in, and we could have had him arrested. Everyone looked at Naruto intently, and Naruto knew Momo was having a hard time right now. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Killing, it gets easier, but you should never enjoy it. No matter what, that's what keeps us human. Though sometimes some people are beyond saving, and he was one of them. He wasn't going to stop until he saw his new world order, where no one had quirks. If no one had quirks, then it allowed Kaichisaki and the Yakuza to rule the streets and others. Worst of all, they would have forced Eri to continue producing more of those quirk-erasing bullets. Naruto closed his eyes and tightened his fist as he shook his head. There was no way in hell I was going to allow him to keep abusing Eri. With him gone, it can allow her to move on and forget about him. To know that his looming shadow has ceased to exist. Uzumaki Dono. Tell me, what are your plans? We all know you're the next symbol of peace. How exactly are you going to go about it? Aizawa asked again. He wanted to see Naruto's ideals, how he sees the world. Naruto closed his eyes as he looked up at the ceiling of the dorm. His spiky golden locks fell backward with gravity as everyone looked at him intently, waiting for an answer. Naruto then said, for true peace, I know it's not something to easily accomplish. Though there is something that has dawned on me. This world is full of things that don't go as you wish. The longer you live, the more you realize reality is just made of pain, suffering, and emptiness. Listen, in this world, whenever there is light, there are also shadows. As long as the concept of winners exists, there must also be losers. The selfish desire of wanting to maintain peace causes wars, and hatred is born to protect love. Everyone just looked at Naruto as if he was some wise old sage. Many didn't understand how Naruto saw this point of view. That was because everyone lived a life where they never had to experience some type of war. Naruto hasn't really, but the closest thing to war was when Suna attacked Konoha. That's an interesting way to look at life. What do you think you can do about it? Aizawa asked curiously. Naruto smiled as he looked around. Being able to understand others. If we can learn to understand others, especially some of the League of Villains or other criminals. Naruto placed his hands in his pockets as he said, others were not as fortunate to have the lives we have now. Many went through pain, loneliness, hate, discrimination, and more. I have to say this much. If every villain has experienced anything the most, it was loneliness. Loneliness is hell, never having anyone to accept you, to care about you, to even give you the time of day, to just simply say hi without looking at you, wishing you were gone. Naruto thought back to when he grew up in the village, and how he then saved Gaara from himself. Just then Kyoka speaks up and says, Naruto, you speak as if you have experienced this. Is there something more to you that we don't know? Naruto nodded his head as he looked at his classmates. For now it's not important, right now we need to keep getting stronger. Naruto walked past everyone going towards his room with Momo staying close. I'm sure we can all get there, keep working hard everyone. Remember, being a hero isn't for fun, it's serious business work. Just keep that in mind. Naruto turned his head as Momo disappeared into their room. I'm sure you all can step up to the responsibility. Naruto's and Momo's room. Naruto walked into their room and let out a sigh. He rubbed the back of his neck as he walked over and sat next to Momo. How are you holding up? Momo could only look at the ground. It's frustrating, even after all your training and Mirko's guidance, I couldn't do anything. I ended up hurt and got my quirk rewound or erased or whatever. Momo looked at Naruto as she had a flashback. She remembered Naruto when he had that giant concrete spike that was stabbed into his stomach. Momo moved close to Naruto as she held him close, and Naruto wrapped his arms around her. Naruto could feel her trembling in his arms. Naruto was worried. Momo hasn't said much after she told the police her perspective of the fight. Momo. What's wrong? Naruto looked at her worriedly. He knew she was shaken up. However, there was something more. Momo's lower lip quivered as she pushed her face into Naruto's chest as she laid on him. Naruto continued to rub her back trying to get her to talk. However, Momo spoke before he could. Naruto, I thought I saw you die. When you had that giant concrete spike shoved through your stomach. That scared me, I thought I lost you. Naruto noticed tears running down her cheeks. Naruto slowly sat up with Momo doing her best to keep her tears back. Naruto placed up the silencing seal and privacy barrier. Naruto then said, Momo, don't worry, we won't be disturbed or bothered. You can let it out. Like that, Momo broke down, as she cried into his chest. When she saw Naruto laying there with the spike in his stomach, she thought he was killed. It was a gruesome sight that she never wanted to see. The blood leaked out of the front and back of Naruto's stomach. In between her incoherent sobs and cries of pain, she continued to call him a reckless idiot who almost got himself killed. At least that's what she mostly cried about. It took a few minutes, but she soon calmed down. It didn't last long, but it seemed that it was bothering Momo a lot. Promise me. Promise you what? Naruto asked, knowing full well what Momo was going to say. Don't ever die. Please, please always come back to me alive. Momo quivered at the end and Naruto continued to keep her close. Yeah, of course Momo, but I can't promise I won't get hurt. Naruto gently took his left hand and lifted her chin. He cupped his right hand onto her left cheek. I will make sure though to not be as reckless. Naruto leaned in and kissed Momo on the lips, and she returned the kiss, adding a lot of passion behind it. Before Naruto knew it, the two were in a heated make-out session. Naruto's hand found their way up Momo's shirt and onto her breast. Naruto gently touched and squeezed Momo's breasts as she moaned. Momo found neither region beginning to moisten as she began to unconsciously grind on Naruto's lap, which she sat on him reverse cowgirl. The two soon broke for air. Naruto was panting lightly and Momo was trying to keep herself collected. Though she was finding it hard when Naruto's strong firm hands continued to play with her breasts. Momo brought her hand up to her lower lip. Naruto, we've waited a long time together. We've been together for a long time. If you're ready, I know I am. Naruto pondered for a moment, and he smiled. Well, there is just one last question then. If it is safe, because the last thing we need is a little brother or sister for Eri so soon. Momo smiled as she nodded her head. Yes, I've been keeping track. I am safe. I've been keeping track for a long time. Just in case we ever felt like we were ready. Well, if you are Momo, then I am too. Naruto lifted his shirt and tossed it to the side. Momo, what will I do with you? Keeping track. You are a pervert. Naruto gave Momo a smug look as Momo turned her face away and she blushed. Don't say such things. Momo said out, embarrassed, as Naruto began to gently and slowly undress Momo from her school uniform. Before Naruto took off her blazer, he moved towards her face and gave her a peck on the lips. You've got an amazing body, Momo, one of the many things I love about you. Idiot. Momo continued to blush. She turned her head towards Naruto's chest. She placed a hand on it and felt his strong muscles, yet they were soft. The lemon starts here. You can skip it if you want, the first lemon of the story too. Naruto removed the rest of her clothing, and both Naruto and Momo were soon in their birthday suits. Momo smiled as she leaned in and kissed Naruto again, and Naruto returned the passionate kiss as he placed a hand on Momo's breast. Earning a moan in between their kisses, Momo moved her hands down towards Naruto's nether regions and found what she was looking for. Momo felt how hard Naruto was, and his length. He was an impressive size. Momo broke from the kiss to get a look. Before Momo could take into consideration how big Naruto was, she was surprised. She let out a soft eep. Because of Naruto's size, she was looking at a solid 7 inches. His girth was nothing to scoff at either, had to be almost 3/4 of an inch, maybe just a few decimal points over 3/4. Momo could tell he was already hard. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I'm a grower, not a shower. Naruto chuckled. Hope it's not too big, Datbayo. Naruto realized he just reverted to his old verbal tick. He knew he got that from his mother. Momo shook her head and smiled as she calmed herself. Just a little taken back is all. I just wonder how much of it can go in. Naruto moved a hand to her face and gently caressed her cheek. Momo, we'll take it nice and slow. Love it between two mutual people who care for one another. We go slow and at our own pace, so for now let me know if it's too much. Momo propped herself on one arm and placed her hand onto Naruto's shoulder. Naruto moved close to Momo as he kissed her before they could get started. Naruto moved his strong hands over to her nether regions and began to tease Momo. This earned moans from Momo, who did her best to hold her voice in. "Don't worry Momo, the others can't hear us. I placed up silencing seals and a privacy barrier, no one can get it or hear us." Naruto moved his 2 fingers in deeper as Momo let out louder moans as she arched her head back. Naruto could see the ecstasy Momo was already in just from his fingers. This went on for about 5 or so minutes as Naruto made Momo come twice within those few minutes. It felt so good for Momo she fell back on her back as Naruto held her close. Momo looked down from her ecstasy feeling a bit dazed. She could see that Naruto Jr. was rearing and ready to go, but Naruto could tell Momo was breathing heavily. That was amazing. Just what did you do? Momo looked at Naruto in wonder. Well, I used my chakra to vibrate my fingers like a vibrator, Naruto said cheekily as he kissed her on the cheek. A living breathing human vibrator, how funny. Momo taunted back as Momo only seemed to deadpan at her comment. Well, Momo's cheeks began to heat up. What do you say? Should we make it official? Momo looked at her neither region nor Naruto's member patiently waiting to be wrapped up by Momo's inside. Momo again propped herself up on one arm and placed another on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto moved his lower his close as Naruto's head kissed the entrance of Momo's vaginal cavity. Naruto made eye contact with Momo as he smiled, and Momo smiled happily back. Momo couldn't be any happier at this. Finally, the love they felt for one another was ready to blossom into something more. A family. The two were going to look after Eri as if she was their own. Naruto smiled as he pushed forward and he felt his member enter Momo. Momo felt his member spread her insides out that were brand new. Momo tightened her grip on Naruto as he pushed in more. She felt more of his member reach further and further in. Naruto continued to watch for Momo's facial features. For now, she was in pure bliss. Naruto was only 3 or so inches in and then Naruto felt resistance. Naruto paused and Momo looked up, finding out Naruto stopped moving. Naruto smiled as he looked into Momo's onyx eyes. Momo looked back into Naruto's sky blue eyes. You ready? Naruto asked to make sure she was ready. Momo nodded her head. Naruto, I've been ready for a long time, so please take me. Make me officially yours. Momo kissed Naruto as he returned the passionate kiss. Naruto continued to push further as he felt the resistance slowly giving way. Soon, Naruto's thrust caused the inside to give way. Momo let out a small moan of pain. At the exact moment Naruto was already 4.5 inches in. Momo's arms that were around Naruto were not squeezing him tightly. Naruto made sure to stop and wait for Momo to recover. Momo slowly opened her eyes as she looked at Naruto, who was looking back at her worriedly. You okay, Momo? Naruto asked worriedly. He wanted to make sure she was okay. Momo nodded her head. Why yeah, I'm more than okay. I'm great. Momo lifted herself and pushed Naruto onto his back. Momo sat on top of Naruto with all 7 inches inside of Momo. Momo took those few seconds to embrace the warmth that was inside of her. The length, the girth, it spread her insides a lot more than they were used to. However, it was pure bliss for her. The pain was quickly subsiding as she felt Naruto sending some chakra to her abdomen. She looked down to see Naruto's hands glowing green over her stomach. It was to help ease the pain her abdomen would have felt. Momo leaned forward and captured Naruto's lips. You know, even with you inside of me, I still can't resist your kisses. It's like a drug. Momo gently bit down on Naruto's lips. Naruto kissed back. Yeah, your lips are too, along with these. Naruto giggled as he placed his hands back onto her breasts and another on her butt. Well, I think it's time we started, don't you think? Momo rested her top half onto Naruto as she said, you make sure to release inside of me, it is safe, so don't worry. Momo gave Naruto a sultry wink as she felt him grow a bit larger inside of her. This caused her to moan a bit more, feeling her insides stretched once again. Before Momo knew it, Naruto began to instinctively move his hips. Momo began to moan as their movements increased as they synced up with one another. Soon their pace quickened and the sound of flesh slapping into one another became loud. As well as Momo's moans of asking Naruto to go fast and harder. This went on for half an hour as Naruto felt his limit reaching. By this time Momo came within every 5 or so minute mark within the half hour. Naruto felt Momo tighten up around him in excitement for him to release his first load into her. Momo continued to beg Naruto to go harder, fast, quicker, or whatever words she said. Because at one point her words became incoherent due to Naruto's thrusts which hit her good spot. That was because, with every thrust, Naruto reached Momo's uterus area where the baby would be nurtured within Momo. Naruto continued to push into the area causing Momo's moan to become louder as Naruto's thrusts began to quicken again. The two were facing one another as Naruto continued to move. Momo could only smile blissfully as Naruto continued to move into her. "Aruf finally there." Naruto nodded his head as he felt his member growing as he gave one final push. Momo I'm. Why yes. Momo screamed out as she wrapped her legs around Naruto pulling her close. Momo felt her stomach fill with a warm liquid. Momo let out a happy moan of pleasure as Momo went slump in Naruto's arms. End of lemon. Momo let a happy sigh out. Naruto gently moved himself and Momo to lay on the cooler side of the bed. He kissed her cheek and Momo opened her eyes a bit to see Naruto's glistening blue eyes. "Naruto, I love you." "I love you too Momo." Naruto kissed Momo as the two allowed their bodies to lull themselves to sleep. Naruto didn't even bother to remove himself from Momo. No, Momo is not getting pregnant anytime soon. It was a safe day for her. Time skip a few days later UA. Naruto was standing in the back of the classroom where mostly everyone was gathered. Naruto and the others were watching as Mina was stretching. She had her UA blazer off where she just had her white UA shirt on. She then stood up extending her arms out stretching to loosen her body. Look at me, she chirped out. Mina did a few sways moving her arms and moving her feet in sync. She then flipped around onto her hand and held herself up. She began to spin herself around breakdancing. Hinata and Toru began cheering for Mina, breakdancing. Toru fist pumped into the air. Hinata moved his hands in tandem with the music. Hinata and Toru both cheered, pow, pow. Yuga placed a hand on his chin. Dancing is her hobby, huh? Momo had her hands together in excitement as she watched Mina breakdance. Kyoka watched in silence while Naruto scratched his head. Dancing, never tried that before. Momo's eyes turned to stars as she looked at Naruto. Naruto. You're pretty flexible like Mina. You should give it a try. Just then Mineta interrupted as he shook his head and shouted, if you're gonna wear something under, then take off your skirt. Before Naruto could smack him, Toru beat him to the punch by bonking him on the head. Mineta, you can't talk like that. Meanwhile, Izuku was going over his notes and began mumbling, Ashido-san must be able to fight well because of her dancing. Just then Yuga came walking over with a downcast look on his face. During our first combat training, I'll never forget how she burned through my cape. And in the finals at the sports festival, he slowly turned his head to Izuku as it made a creaking sound. I'll never forget that, either. Maybe I'd give it a try. Izuku wondered how it could help him. Just then Naruto walked over to Mina. Tell me again the steps. Naruto stood next to her as Mina smiled happily to show Naruto how to dance. Why don't you have her teach you guys then? Denki spoke up as Mina struck a pose as she stood next to Naruto. Okay, boys, let's dance. Mina had her arms crossed over her face like a hip-hop dancer. Mina then began to move her feet as she said, first, the two-step. Mina crossed her right foot in front of her left, backed up, and then crossed her left foot in front of her right foot, step forward and back, left and right, and swing both arms. Naruto watched as Izuku said, like this. Izuku and Yuga began dancing like they were robots, eerily similar to Iida. I think she means like this. Naruto commented as everyone turned their heads to Naruto to find him similarly copying Mina easily. Mina clapped, that's right. That's how you do it. Keep your limbs in sync with one another. Mina continued to clap, keeping a beat as Naruto copied her spinning on one hand. Which easily impressed everyone. It seems Naruto had a natural talent for something like that. Just then 3 puffs of smoke appeared as more Naruto began to breakdance. Momo clapped even harder as her eyes sparkled watching her boyfriend breakdance. Naruto and his clones began to do flips and cartwheels. Until one wasn't paying attention. Wait, Naruto watch, Kyoka called out until a Naruto fell into a desk disappearing in a puff of smoke. The original Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Gonna have to work on that. Well, that was fun, I think I got the idea. Naruto gave Mina a thumbs up. Denki crossed his arms over his chest. Sato's baking is similar, too. It's nice to be able to apply your hobbies to hero work. Makes you strong. Denki turned to Momo. Hey Momo, Naruto, what are some of your hobbies? Naruto put his finger to his lip. Well, I mean I enjoy training for the most part, gardening when I get a chance. That's always fun, but an actual hobby, that would probably be about it. Naruto then crossed his arms over his chest. I've never really had any chances to gain any, just gardening when I can. Momo put her finger to her lip too, which everyone noticed. Momo was beginning to act like Naruto a bit more than usual. Well, reading encyclopedias, spending time with Naruto, training with Naruto, making Naruto food. Momo then got lost in her world as her face turned red, cuddling with Naruto, sleeping, talking, mumble, mumble, mumble. Naruto deadpanned watching his girlfriend get lost in her little world. Then Denki spoke up and said, speaking of hobbies. Denki turned to Kyoka. You have an amazing one, too, right, Jiro? Denki had his pointer finger pointed upwards. Kyoka flinched at the comment as she quickly said, hey, stop with that. She began to shake as Denki continued. You know, your room at the dorm, it was like a music store in there. Denki chirped out as everyone heard him. That went past just a hobby. Kyoka's cheeks turned red. I said, stop. Can't you just forget about my room? Denki closed his eyes as he recrossed his arms over his chest. He then held up his finger again. Honestly, it was Ko. Just then he was interrupted as Kyoka shot her ear jack towards him. Seriously. She turned towards her seat and walked away angrily. Denki looked back and forth between Naruto and Kyoka, frantically confused by what he said. Why? Naruto walked up and patted his back. For someone who can light up the whole block, you aren't the brightest person, are ya? Scene shift. Class start. We're going to have a school festival, Aizawa said with the same tired look on his face while wrapped up in his sleeping bag. Everyone shouted except for a select few. Naruto, Momo, Shoto, Mezzo, Masahiro, Iida, and Bakugo, shouldn't. AN. Short for Super Normal School Event. Everyone began to ramble and cheer about the new school festival. This went for a few seconds until Eijiro stood up. Aizawa-sensei, is this really okay? To be so carefree in these times? Denki looked at him surprised. Kirishima, you've changed. Eijiro placed his hands on the desk, but its true villains are flourishing right now. Aizawa zipped his sleeping back up further. You're right. That's a very reasonable opinion. However, UA isn't just about the hero course. If the sports festival is the big moment for the hero course, the school festival is for the others, the support course, general studies, and business course students to shine. It doesn't get as much attention as the sports festival, but for them, it's an event they look forward to. And some are feeling stressed by the current conditions which, starting with the dorm system, came about because of the hero course. Eijiro slumped into his seat. Thinking about it that way, there's no excuse for not holding it. Aizawa nodded his head. Yeah. That's why we can't just say we won't have it. Unlike past years, this year, other than the people involved, the festival will be just for the school. Aizawa somehow scooted towards a corner and slumped down. Even if we aren't the focus, each class still needs to participate with something. You need to decide that, today. Aizawa presumably fell asleep. Soon Naruto walked towards the front of the room and picked up a piece of chalk. Okay, let's get this started. Momo was standing next to Naruto. Now who? Naruto and Momo were bombarded with, me, by everyone in the classroom. Naruto sighed as he pointed to Denki. Denki, go. Denki with a smile on his face said, let's do a maid cafe. I think these ideas would work well. Maids, what do you guys say? Denki drew out his picture in detail with all the girls in maid outfits, including Momo, and at one point they were doing heart signs with their hands and then serving him food, and Momo feeding him pudding. Just then everyone felt the room temperature drop as Naruto gripped the edge of the podium. Denki, you've got some nerve right now. Momo deadpanned as she took a step back. Of course, Iida being Iida, maids, serving others. Not bad, Kaminari-kun. Just then Mineta shot his hand out. wait, I got an idea. Naruto deadpanned as he said, what is it? Opposite, Mineta was interrupted as he was shoved into a potato sack and hogtied up with rope and hung into the air by Asui. Asui simply said, do you have any weight? Rikido just stared at the frog hero, ignoring the fact she strung up Mineta. Ignoring it, Ochako raised her hand. Mochi shop. Oh, sounds interesting. Popular here in Japan. Momo added the idea and wrote it on the chalkboard. Eijiro placed his arm upon his desk as he said, arm wrestling. Might be a bit much. Naruto deadpanned at the idea. Funhouse. Toru raised her invisible hand. Funhouse. Don't know what that is. Naruto turned to her confused. It was the first time he'd heard of a funhouse. A crepe shop. Rikido called out excitedly. A dance. Mina shouted as she struck a pose. Izuku smiled excitedly as he shouted, a hero quiz. Naruto shook his head, that's just like you, Izuku. Asui then said, how about we sing a frog song? Adorable. Momo clapped her hands together at the idea. Handmade soba, Todoroki said with his hand up. Hey, I know how to make that. Naruto added, wouldn't be a bad idea. Just then Bakugo had a fiery aura around him, a deathmatch. Naruto put his finger on his lip, a battle royal might not be a bad idea. Though then Naruto waved his right hand to the side, though no maiming or killing. Fumikage then said, a feast of the students of darkness. Naruto stepped back a bit, sounds like some sort of cult. Yuga smiled and said, my sparkling show. How about watching me rip my eyes out? No. Naruto slapped his face at Yuga's addition. Kyoka then said, how about a skit? She looked up to her left wondering if it was a good idea. Good ideas, any others? Naruto asked as everyone kept calling out ideas. A dance performance. An Asian cafe. Takoyaki shop. After ideas were jotted down, Naruto turned to Mom, well, we got everyone's input. Momo looked at her list as she said, I'll eliminate the ones that are inappropriate, impossible, or confusing. Soon after Naruto crossed out, Student of Darkness, Boo, Death Match, and My Twinkling Show. Fumikage looked upset, merciless. Yuga was upset by his idea of being shot down. Bakugo looked away angrily, don't ask us in the first place, then. Or be logical and don't comment on ridiculous ideas. Naruto deadpanned at Bakugo's statement. Toru then said, I think the local history would be kinda boring though. Iida clenched his fist, I cannot go against the consensus. We do study sessions all the time. Another added as Momo looked downcasted. Momo then said, I thought maybe it would be of help. Everyone began to chatter among themselves, and Naruto stared at the board looking at the ideas still left. Naruto smirked and said, I know, everyone. Calmed down for a moment. Naruto called out, getting everyone's attention. Just then the bell rang and Aizawa got up and went to leave. Discuss this later tonight, bring it to me tomorrow morning. Naruto sighed, well, I'll explain when we get back, but I think we got an idea on what we can do. Student dorms. Everyone went back to the student dorms, changed, and got situated comfortably. Naruto smirked as he stood in front of everyone, I seriously think we should do a dance performance. Though, I suggest we also add. Toru then said, if we're talking about dancing. Dancing needs music. Toru turned to Kyoka along with everyone else. Kyoka looked at everyone worriedly with a tint of embarrassment, what? Toru jumped forward and said, we can play live music to your musical instruments. Kyoka tried to rebut, wait a second. Toru thought back to when she, Ochako, and Kyoka would hang out, you're good at playing and teaching people how to play, and you always look like you're having a lot of fun when you play music. I want to hear your music. Toru chirped out, hoping Kyoka would do it. Kyoka began tapping her ear jacks together as she said, but, Mina and the others' hobbies go with their hero work, mine is just a hobby. Honestly, I don't think it's something I can boast about publicly. Oh, so that's what that was about earlier today. Kaminari finally connected the dots. Just then Naruto stepped forward, Kyoka, no need to feel your hobbies and talents aren't helpful at all. Your musical talent doesn't have to help you in your line of work. I wouldn't downplay yourself so much. Naruto placed a hand on top of her head, you have a lot to offer, your hobby might not help you in your hero work. Though, I know that my hobbies of gardening and taking care of plants don't help me either. So don't think of yourself as any lesser than us, we're all the same here. Just with different talents, and there's nothing wrong with that. Kyoka blushed as she turned away. She understood where Naruto was coming from. Just then Kaminari walked forward, getting close to Kyoka's face, causing her to turn 50 shades of red. It's super cool to be able to play so many instruments. Kyoka, it's a talent that would make a lot of people smile. Naruto added in, gesturing his hand to her. I think it's something we should consider. By everyone's reaction, I think everyone likes this idea. Though Momo walked up to defend Kyoka, but the decision should be left up to Kyoka herself. Kyoka, who was behind Momo, was rubbing the back of her head, not knowing what to do. However, after all that, everyone turned to her, to not do it. Her hair was covering her face until she lifted it. She had her hands behind her head as she said, wouldn't be rockin' at all, would it? Yeah, everyone cheered out happily. Eijiro excitedly said, then, Class 1A will be doing a live performance and dance to create a partying atmosphere. Later that night, undisclosed area. Naruto arrived at an abandoned warehouse building as he stood on the roof. He held his hand out as he said, room. Naruto placed down a rock he took from the ground nearby. Then Naruto flipped his right hand upwards with his middle, pointer, and thumb pointing upwards, shambles. Like that, a scroll was in its place. Naruto picked up the scroll and looked over it. One of the most important lists of people Naruto read was 9, Slice, Chimera, and Mummy. Naruto knew it was from Yami Naruto, though another name caught Naruto's interest. Naruto stood up as he hurried back to his dorm room. Naruto appeared back in their dorm room to find Momo asleep with Eri. Naruto changed into comfy clothes and climbed into bed. Naruto brought Eri closed as she slightly opened her eyes. Papa, Z's. She instantly fell back asleep. Momo was out cold. Naruto kissed Eri on her forehead and placed a kiss on Momo's cheek. Quickly, Naruto fell asleep. Naruto and Momo are allowed to keep Eri with them while sleeping in the dorms. Then she has to go to the hospital each day to do checkups. Then afterwards she goes back home to Momo's parents' house. Momo's mother, Shuri, already has taken the grandmother role for Eri and spoils her. Saraorg, when he came back from work, would be the grandpa for Eri, but that's still in the air. Eri has yet to really bond with them, and they've only been with one another a couple times. Eri is usually comfortable when Naruto and Momo are there. However, they're students attending a school to become heroes. So, it's not that easy for Momo and Naruto to be constantly there for her. Eri struggled internally, even during one of the days Naruto and Momo had class. Eri called for them. The doctors wanted to run more blood work. They were worried that if Eri were to see a needle she would panic. Not only that, but the amount of guilt she feels for causing so many of them to suffer. She has yet to be told that Momo lost her quirk, but besides that, there weren't any other horrid injuries, except for Naruto being impaled by a giant pillar of concrete and coming out unscathed. They told Eri their hero names and their full names. Though what worried Naruto the most were the words that came out of Eri's mouth. It made Naruto and Momo hurt, to see a child who has lost almost all of her innocence. The weight of guilt that rested on her shoulders, Kriti, Kyubi, and everyone else, and that man wearing those glasses, all of you were worried because of me. Because of me, you all suffered. I'm sorry, it was my fault that you lost your power. Kriti, hearing Eri not use Momo's and Naruto's titles Mama and Papa respectively, worried the two. Though Naruto wouldn't be Naruto if he didn't step in. He simply placed a hand on her head, and then gently pulled her into a hug. Naruto held her tight. Eri, no one suffered because of you. Yes, we got hurt, but that is to be expected as us heroes. Naruto gently pulled away so Eri could look up at him. Naruto gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. All we thought is, we want to see you safe, and we want to see you smile. To make sure we could change your entire life around. Eri moved her hands up to make herself smile. She struggled, and it was some of the hardest things to see her try to do. Naruto knew how hard it was to smile. When he meant smile, it was a true smile. Not the one he wore all the time he was a kid, the same one he wore all the time in the academy. As well as just strolling throughout the village. Eri placed her hands in her lap. I'm sorry. Tears began to well up at the corners of her eyes again. How do you smile again? Naruto could feel it. Even with Chisaki gone, he could tell his shadow still loomed over the poor girl. Naruto fought back in his mind to let his anger out. Naruto continued to hold her and rubbed her head gently. Eri, I know how you feel, to feel that everyone around you is going to end up hurt because of you. Naruto looked down at her. Eri looked up at Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto had a small smile appear across his face. I've never been in a situation like yours before, but I do know how you feel. You feel like everywhere you go you're a burden to others. Too weak to do anything, and anything you try to do, someone will knock you down, and it's annoying. To go day in and day out with someone doing that to you. You've lived such a lonely and dark life, you lived in fear for others more than yourself. You've been broken and abused to the point where you don't even know how to act anymore. Eri looked up at Naruto confused by his words. I don't understand, you're such a happy person, so why? Why can you smile? Naruto patted her head, ruffling her hair a bit. I was lucky, I had someone finally see me for me instead of a monster. You were seen as a tool and was continuously looked down upon by another. I'm sorry that happened to you, Eri, but I promise, I'll never let someone else do that to you. Together, you, Momo, and I will become a family. So how about that? We can be your mama and papa. Momo nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, Eri. We want to make you as happy as can be. Wouldn't any parent want that for their child? Eri's eyes began to shake a bit with more tears beginning to flow freely. Even, with everything. Why you still want me? Naruto and Momo pulled her into a parental hug. We might not know how to be parents, all that well. Naruto began. But we'll learn and be a happy family together. Momo finished as she placed a kiss on top of Eri's head as she began to cry out for her mama and papa, holding onto them for dear life. Wishing she could stay like this forever. Naruto had just the thing to make Eri happy, and hopefully with the dance his class will do. Hopefully, that can make Eri finally smile. Soon Aizawa came walking in with Mirio and Izuku following suit. Hey Eri. Izuku called out to her, remember me? I'm Deku. Mirio jumped in with a bright smile, and I'm Lemillion. Naruto smiled towards them and asked, Aizawa-sensei, when the time comes to it, you think you can give Momo's parents a pass to the school festival? That way she can come see the wonderful events and things there. Momo's parents can bring Eri. Izuku's and Mirio's eyes widened along with Momo's at the wonderful idea. Aizawa's own eyes widened as well at the sudden proposal. Eri looked at them confused. School festival. Mirio cheered for the idea. Eri-chan, this is a great idea. The people at the school plan things for everyone at school to have fun, and they sell food. Oh, apples. There might be candy apples. Mirio began to gesture in the air the shape of the apple. Candy, apples, Eri added with an innocent look on her face. She stared up in the air about the idea. Naruto and Momo could see the interested look in Eri's eyes as her cheeks had a tint of red on them. Mirio continued his explanation. It's a type of candy where they make apples, of all things, even sweeter. Eri began to drool at the idea of apples being sweeter, even sweeter. Naruto nodded his head as he walked back towards Eri. Yeah. You can have all you want during the festival. Naruto patted her head with a big grin on his smile. I'll also have to introduce you to ramen. Eri's eyes broke when Naruto said, Ramen, ramen. Naruto smiled as he began to talk about ramen. Ramen is the food of the gods. The best dish cuisine ever made. Momo flicked him in the nose. Hold your horses, Buster. Eri was surprised to see Momo apprehending Naruto. We don't need another ramen addict. One Naruto is enough. Naruto deadpanned. So cruel, Momo. I want to teach Eri the ways of the Uzumaki. Ramen flows through our veins. We live and breathe the ramen broth. Don't keep that from her. Our precious Eri. Naruto fell to his knees, grabbing onto Momo's ankles. Please, Momo. Let Eri try it. You never know, it might truly make her smile. Naruto looked up to Momo with his own teary-eye look. Izuku, Mirio, and Aizawa deadpanned at the scene. Eri didn't know what to make of it. Why is Papa acting like a baby? Naruto had an arrow shoot through his back through his heart as he laid his head on the ground. Eri so cold, Naruto mumbled out. Momo shook her head. You can try some ramen, but you can't have as much as Naruto. He already has far too much. Momo looked down at her boyfriend with a sigh. Naruto slowly stood up, pouting. You won't even let me have 5 a week. I usually need 8 a day to function. That's not fair, Momo. Momo just shook her head as she turned to Eri again. Eri, please don't end up like Papa and be a ramen addict. Eri could simply nod her head. She was not understanding what the situation was. Was it supposed to be funny? Fun? Enjoyable? She didn't even feel what those words were anymore. Izuku shook his head, chuckling at Naruto's antics. Besides that, Izuku turned to Eri. What do you think? You want to go? Eri began to ponder. If Mama and Papa wanted to go, then why not? I thought about the people who saved me. I thought about how I wanted to know more about everyone. Mirio smiled. That's great then. I'll make sure to introduce everyone to you. That way you can make lots of friends. Mirio cheered as he jumped into the air, fist pumping it. Scene shift: UA dorms late at night. Naruto, Momo, Izuku, Tsu, Ochako, and Eijiro came walking into the dorm room with the rest of their classmates. Sorry we're late. Izuku added, ready to help out. We've finally made up for all of our classes, Ochako said with a teared expression on her face. That was such a drag. Naruto finished rubbing the back of his head, which he then put down and placed into his pants pocket. Yeah, what can we all do to assist? Momo added curiously. Ribbit. Asui finished for everyone. One explanation later. I see. Actually I can play the piano. While I was young, as part of my education, I studied the piano from a young age. Momo lifted her finger into the air with a nervous smile on her face. To suddenly be asked to do so was exciting and terrifying, since they'll all be performing. Mina smiled happily, placing a hand on Momo's shoulder. Then Yao Momo, you'll be the keyboards. For Kyoka this was a bone which made her smile. That's great to hear. We have to have a synth for club music. It'll be a big help. Momo smiled as she held both her hands up in a fist. I'll do my best. Momo figured she would have to polish up on her piano then. Eijiro crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head to the side. Ochako and Asui mimicked one another, placing their right hand on their right cheek. Eijiro said, I see then, Jiro on bass and Yaoyorozu on keyboards. Ochako added in, but Bakugo on drums is kind of, how do I put it? Naruto went to say something, but Toru beat him to the punch, unexpected. Bakugo glared at her angrily. You got a problem with that? Quickly, Eijiro, Ochako, and Asui shook their heads. No. Asui then pipped up and asked, so, who will sing the all-important vocals? Kyoka raised her left hand, saying, well, we haven't decided yet. Ochako interjected and said, huh, you're not going to sing, Jiro? Huh. Kyoka looked at Ochako like she was crazy. Just then Mineta shouted, if it's vocals you want, I can do it. It'll make me popular. Naruto simply looked at Mineta, causing him to back up and shut up. Yuga volunteered to do the part himself. I can be a disc ball and sing. Eijiro pointed both thumbs towards himself with confidence as he said, yeah. I can't play any instruments, but I'm a pretty good singer. Then Eijiro, Mineta, and Yuga began to sing, trying to show off their vocals. Just then Momo interjected, wait, I know. Naruto can. Naruto flinched at the sudden spotlight being pointed at him. What? Me. Oh. Uzumaki-kun can sing. Let's hear it. Maybe Uzumaki-kun and Jiro-chan can sing together. Toru shouted in excitement. Naruto nervously began to scratch his cheek. Momo, you know I just don't sing, it's something I picked up. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Kyoka was intrigued by Naruto's sudden talent of being able to sing. Really? Who knows, two singers are always better than just one. Kyoka was hoping she didn't have to sing by herself. Momo smiled as she whipped her phone out and began to fish through her music app. Soon enough she pulled a song up, Payphone. We sang it together that one time we went to the karaoke place. Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes for a moment and cleared his throat. He was also handed a microphone and he heard the beginning of the song begin to play. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone? Baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? Yeah, I know it's hard to remember. The people we used to be. It's even harder to picture that you're not here next to me. Naruto finishes as he lets out a sigh and opens his eyes. He rubbed the back of his head. Sorry if I ruined the song for you all, but I tried. Momo says I'm a good. Before Naruto could finish, he was cut off. What are you kidding me? That was great, Kyoka shouted, surprised by Naruto's natural singing talent. That was amazing. You should totally sing. Let's do it, Naruto and Kyoka. The rest of the class was in an uproar about the idea. Toru even said, besides, when you were teaching us in your room, your singing was super cool, too. Come on, let's hear your voice. Kyoka was handed the microphone and she began to sing, closing her eyes. You know everyone wants to sparkle. Like the stars in the night sky. In this wondrous place, filled with all the dreams. I've been wishing for, waiting for the chance. When she began to sing, everyone was taken back by her voice, putting Mineta's, Yuga's, and Eijiro's singing to shame. Kyoka opened her eyes nervously to get a response from her peers. Once again everyone in the class went into an uproar over Kyoka's singing. That was so beautiful. Mina shouted. I was music to my ears. Toru added to Mina's claim. Meanwhile Yuga, Eijiro, and Mineta laid on their backs on the ground, defeated. Iida raised his right hand happily. It's unanimous, then. Mina behind him was excited for the two to sing together. Kyoka quickly tried to push the scene away from her. She said, let's put that on the side for now. Kyoka held up her fingers. I need guitars. 2 of them. I can do it. The guitarist is the star of the show. Denki smirked as he strung on the guitar perfectly. Mina wanted to do it, but his arms were too short, and the guitar was taller than he was. Mineta tried, but he was too short and ran away crying, because of my character design, my hands won't reach. Everyone else then began to add in what they wanted to do. Many of them wanted to dance, which Naruto could somewhat do as long as he was given some sort of instruction. Not only that, but can also add effects thanks to his ability to use chakra. Before anyone knew it, Tokiyami picked up the guitar and began to play it as if he was doing it all his life. Eijiro quivered as he heard Tokiyami's talent with the guitar. What a heartrending sound. Mezzo even had to ask, you can play, why didn't you say anything? Tokiyami replied with, I quit once at the F chord. Tokiyami turned to Mineta, who was curled up in a ball upset. Don't worry Mineta, I will strum for you in your stead. Mineta bitterly said, do what you want. This is stupid, stupid. Let's get this stupid festival over with. Mina walked over and smiled, placing her hands behind her back. Mineta, I can make a harem part 4. Naruto interjected, no, he's going to enjoy it like the rest of us. No way am I letting him do something. He can dance, and stop being petty about this. Naruto looked at Mina sternly. Mina shrugged her shoulders, well, a girl can try, can't she? Yet, you need to entice a 15-year-old boy to do a class dance with a harem. Naruto crossed his arms as he shook his head, don't give in to what he wants. Backquote. 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 After 1 a.m. in the morning. Iida shouted, all right. Everyone's roles have been decided. Iida's eyes were shot red. The band team. There was Bakugo on drums, Denki and Tokiyami on guitar, Kyoka on bass and Naruto with her on vocals, and Momo on piano, the effects team. This was a group of Naruto clones, Eijiro, Yuga, Hinata, and Shoto, dance team. The dance team was Iida, Izuku, Asui, Mina, Yuga as well, Sato, Mezzo, Ochako, Mineta, Toru, and Mashirao. Everyone, we'll be busy starting tomorrow. Yeah, everyone shouted. Next day. Backquote. 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 Everyone was practicing as Momo and Naruto were called to the front of the dorms where the dance team was at. Momo's parents came by for Eri to see Naruto and Momo. Asui and Ochako were cooing over how cute Eri was in her new outfit. She had a white dress shirt with a frilled collar and a plain red pinafore with 2 large, golden buttons on either side of her chest. Under this, she wore gray tights and a large set of tan boots, and a small dark red messenger bag with the strap sitting over her right shoulder, and a little floral pattern decorating one of its sides. Her hair also looks to be better cared for, appearing straighter and neater than it was during her time with the Shihasaikai. Naruto jogged up as Eri came running up and jumped into Naruto's arms. How are you doing, my little flower? Naruto smiled as he rubbed his cheek against Eri's. This earned a small blush to appear on her cheek. Feeling his whisker marks on her cheek felt funny. I'm good papa, I've been listening to Boss-san and Gigi-san. Naruto patted her head. That's good to hear, you've been a good girl for them. Naruto looked up to Saraorg and Shuri. How have you two been? Shuri giggled and smiled. Eri-chan has been a good girl, it seems she really missed you too. Her papa and mama. Saraorg let a small cough out as he nodded his head. Eri is a splendid girl, great to have around. Momo smiled happily as she hugged Eri, who was holding, making it seem like a family hug. Aizawa also came by. Uzumaki, Yaoyorozu, the principal has given permission for Yaoyorozu's parents to come by and bring Eri to the school festival. Shuri piped up saying, to make sure she isn't scared by the sudden surprise of the school events. Saraorg and I will be making sure to find time to take Eri places. The zoo, park, museum, concerts, arcades. Saraorg chuckled as he walked up to Naruto and Momo and placed a hand on top of Eri's head. Yeah, hopefully this little squirt and begin to learn how society really is. Soon, more of Naruto's and Momo's classmates walked up to meet Eri. Naruto placed her down as Iida walked up, placing a hand on his chest. So you must be Eri-chan. Naruto and Momo have told us a lot about you. I'm Iida, nice to meet you. Mineta, who also walked up, put 2 fingers up and said, I'm Mineta. I can't wait to see how you look in 10 years. When Mineta said that Eri hid behind Naruto and Momo, she pulled Momo closer to Naruto so she could hide better behind them. Though Mineta felt a shiver run down his spine as he felt Naruto's cold hard stare at him. Mineta saw Naruto's eyes weren't sky blue, but blood red with a black slit down the middle. Are you hitting on my Eri? Mineta. Mineta quickly ran away before he received the end of Naruto's fist. Even Momo glared at the short purple-haired boy angrily. Shuri walked up and pulled the hiding Eri into a hug and said, that's why Saraorg and I came, to show her around UA since she's been coming back here with you guys at night. I guess a new developing family requires the child to be there, right? Shuri giggled, which caused Naruto and Momo to begin blushing. Eri looked up at her Oba-chan, confused by her comment. Was she saying that her mama and papa were married or something? Just then the door opened and Eijiro shouted, hey dance team oh. It's Eri-chan. Eijiro came running out of the dorms. He knelt down a bit and asked, hey, do you remember who I am? Mina raised her hand in the air and shouted, why don't we take a break? Let's have a tea break. Backquote. 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 Later that day, Naruto and Momo were walking Eri around UA for her to get used to people. Mirio and Izuku decided to accompany them. They wanted to get closer to Eri too, even though today is a weekend. Since everyone is in the dorms, a lot of students are still preparing for the festival. Naruto smiled looking down at Eri, who clung onto his UA jacket uniform. Just then a group of students walked by and Mirio shouted, oh. Tagata. The other kid shouted, oh. I've heard about you, Yaoyorozu-san. Wait. A kid. The kid looked over to Naruto, who was holding Momo's hand while Eri was in between them. Wait. I heard you were on temporary leave from school. Naruto and Momo began to sweat. They were told along with everyone in Class 1A that Momo was not to reveal her quirk was erased. Naruto interjected and said, no, that's not entirely it, but Eri is one of the reasons why she's here. Momo and I have been assigned as her guardians when Momo's Ka-san and Tu-san aren't there. Naruto was giving them a smile, pleading them to drop the subject, which the two luckily caught onto. The group continued to walk and talk together as they passed the students who were building things for the festival. With the 4 walking, suddenly a dragon head appeared in front of them, scaring Izuku, and surprising everyone else. Naruto and Momo looked down to see Eri, surprised by the sudden appearance. Naruto noticed it was Tetsu from Class 1B. Oh. Sorry. Hey, you're Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Uzumaki from Class 1A. Oh. Tagata is also here. Then a very annoying person popped their head to the side. What's this? It was Nito Monoma, whom Naruto and Momo found to be quite annoying. For you to be idling around in a place like this, you don't have any work to do. Naruto simply ignored him. Eri, you, okay. Naruto had a smile on his face as he rubbed the top of her head. Eri then simply said, I thought it was that person that fell from the sky the other day. Eri remembered seeing a creature that fell through the roof of the building that other time. Izuku smiled and said, She must be mentioning Yukio. Nito smirked, leaning in with his hands on his hips. Oi, are you ignoring me? You sure about that? I heard Class 1A is doing a concert or something. You okay with that? Nito began to point at the group with his finger. This time, to put it bluntly, Class B's performance is going to be much more amazing than yours. Romeo and Juliet and the Prisoner of Azkaban, The Return of the King. It's completely original script written by us, a super spectacular fantasy play. Nito continued to lean further and further with his finger pointing at them. A handkerchief to wipe your tears when you're blown away by us, that is. Nito began to laugh maniacally, causing Eri to fear him a bit, thinking he was some sort of a nutjob. Naruto, agitated and seeing Eri seemed to dislike his presence, before Nito's classmate could whack him in the back of the head. Naruto threw a kunai that landed behind the unsuspecting Nito, and Naruto teleported behind him in a flash of yellow light. Naruto brought his fist down upon Nito, punching him straight into the ground, causing an indent in the ground to take the shape of his head. Naruto growled at him. Sometimes, I swear he can be worse or on par with Bakugo. That's saying a lot. Then Nito's classmate came walking up. Kendo isn't here to stop him, so, thanks for that. My name's Awase, by the way. That's strange. Monoma is usually here. Where is she? Izuku began to look left and right. Awase replied, saying, she's actually part of a beauty pageant. Let's give it our all, Class 1A. Tetsu shouted as he turned and began to walk away. Izuku said, sorry to suddenly show you the bad parts of UA Eri-chan. Izuku was worried that it would scare Eri away. Backquote. 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 Lunch. Naruto and Momo eventually split since Mirio and Izuku decided to give Naruto and Momo time alone with Eri. Eventually Eri got hungry, so they took her to the cafeteria to get some food to eat. Naruto placed a hand on Eri's head. So how was it, Eri? What do you think of UA and its students? Eri stopped sipping her drink and scrunched her face a bit. I'm still unsure. Naruto and Momo both gave deadpan looks with smiles. But, there are a lot of different people working hard, so I wonder how it'll turn out. Naruto and Momo's smile began to brighten until another voice spoke up. That's what people call getting excited. Naruto and Momo turned their heads to the left along with Eri. It was Principal Nezu and Midnight. Naruto waved to them. Oi. Nimari Okawa-san. Naruto smiled seeing Nimari. He hasn't seen her as of late since he has been busy, but Naruto was really looking up to her. She might have a weird style of sorts, but she was really caring and loving. She's never got to show her paternal love to anyone before. So, Nimari really does look at Naruto like an adopted son. Then there was Nezu. Then it's our weird rat of a principal. Naruto shot his principal with an annoyed look. Nezu seemed to ignore Naruto's comment and turned to Eri and Momo after eating his cheese. I'm also excited about the school festival. So many students are working hard and having fun in order to make it the best and to let people enjoy it. Nimari closed her eyes and said, the police also had stuff to say about it. Nimari said quietly enough for only Nezu to hear her. Now Kageyama-chan. Nezu quickly rebutted and hopped out of his seat and went towards Naruto, Eri, and Momo with his hands behind his back. Anyway, I hope you all enjoy it to your heart's content. Nezu waved to Naruto and Momo and then gave a cute smile and a wave to Eri as he left. Nimari sighed as she stood up and said, I won't tell you the details, but it looks like the principal worked hard. As a result, the security is even stronger, and if an alarm sounds, even if it's a false alarm, we have agreed to cancel it and evacuate, otherwise we can't have it. Naruto was surprised. Wow, that is really tight. Well, I can always help having my shadow clone surveying the area at all times. Naruto suggests raising his hand in the air with his palm facing upward. Nimari smiled and nodded. It'd be a good idea. You're a licensed hero. I'll run it by Aizawa, Nezu, and everyone so they aren't confused why there's an army of Narutos running around the area. Nimari was happy to see that Naruto and Momo fixed their relationship. They were almost like a family, and it definitely made her think a lot about her own life. Truly, she was happy and content with her relationship with Naruto. Being a mother to him was something she didn't expect, but she cares about him nonetheless. Nimari then added, of course, to keep that from happening we're also beefing up our defense. We even have Hound Dog patrolling the area. Hound Dog. Momo was surprised. Yeah, Class A's performance is causing a stir in the faculty lounge, too. Nimari would be lying if she wasn't excited for what Naruto and his class's performance will be. Do your best living your youth. Nimari waved as she began to walk away. Naruto waved by as well as he felt a tug on his shirt. Naruto looked down and it was Eri. Papa, is she your Okawa-san? Naruto nodded his head and began to explain, well, yes and no. We aren't related by blood or anything, but we're close enough that I like to call her Ka-san. Naruto gave Eri a bright smile which caused Eri's cheeks to turn red a bit. So, that would also make her Eri's Ba-chan then. Eri then also asked, so, what are you doing for the school festival? Naruto and Momo both smiled, and Naruto said, we're performing a dance with music. I'll be singing vocals along with a classmate of mine. Momo then said, I'll be playing the piano. The two both said, we'll make sure it is as fun as possible for you, so make sure to come watch. Momo then said, well, I think this should do it, let's get you back to Ba-chan and Gigi-chan. Eri. Naruto and I need to get back to practice. Momo scooped up Eri as the two began to head back to the dorms. Backquote. 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 Week later afternoon. Naruto was standing in a training area with Toshinori and Momo training. Toshinori last week taught Naruto how to release shockwaves of punches which Naruto picked up almost instantly. It left little to no damage when he performed it. Then again, Naruto was pretty sure he's done it already by the moves he created with One for All. So, his main focus was Momo to train her using chakra. Naruto and Momo were doing a series of cardio and strength training exercises while he placed seals on her that made her clothes heavier and restriction seals that made it difficult for her to move her limbs. Thankfully, everything that he was learning through Kurama was from his mother, whom she either faced against or fought with, teaching Naruto the hand seals to teach Momo so she could perform either water or earth ninjutsu. Naruto also gave some instructions to Momo to teach her some water ninjutsu and earth ninjutsu. For now, he taught her the basic earth wall and water bullet jutsu. Mainly she needed to increase the amount of chakra she had, otherwise she would struggle to use ninjutsu. So, teaching her the basic henge, clone, and substitution jutsu was easy enough for her to perform. Backquote. 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 Time skip few days later 7 a.m. Naruto was out in the morning training together with Momo working on her chakra control. Naruto wanted her to continue improving her chakra control to the point where it was flawless. Since her reserves were already higher than what Sakura's chakra capacity was at. Her control was also very good, it was better than Naruto's when he first started off. Then again, she doesn't have a giant mass of chakra in her gut to help increase her pool. Oh shoot, Naruto, I just got a text from Izuku that we need more rope. Do you mind going to get some? We're going to need more for the performance. Momo shot Izuku a text that Naruto would quickly go get it before the performance today. Yeah, I'll run out and get some before the festival begins. I want to make sure Eri has a great time. Naruto grinned happily while Momo simply nodded her head happily. Naruto ran off waving to her, and Momo stood there watching Naruto run off. Momo placed her hand on her cheek. To think we came this far, after all that we've been through. I'm so glad. Momo began to smile brighter as some tears ran down her cheek. I'm so glad we stayed together. Momo calmed herself down when her thoughts went over to Eri. She has been such a sunshine for the both of them. They truly were loving Eri very, very much. Were they too young to be parents? Sure, but they didn't care. Eri was their little girl no matter who said what. I love you Naruto, I love you so much. Thank you, thank you. Momo slowly turned and walked away to go take a quick shower. She had to get the sweat off her body after training with Naruto with chakra. It was exhausting. Backquote. 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 With Naruto 8:30 a.m. Naruto began to pick up the pace by jogging back to school. Until he stumbled upon two people wearing weird disguises. Naruto deadpanned, what in the hell type of disguises are those? Naruto looked at the two idiots like they were crazy. The guy had a large tan trench coat, a hat, white mask, and a cane. While the other one had a long purple cover on. Sorry about that, didn't see you two there. In the middle of summer. The man said, please be careful. You were about to ruin the aftertaste of the Gold Tips Imperial. Come, let us go, honey. The girl said, honey. Yes, I'm honey. The two began to walk in front of Naruto in a weird fashion. Naruto went to walk as he narrowed his eyes. Strange, you guys seem to live in that house. Is it a tea house perhaps? Just then the man in front of Naruto stopped and turned to Naruto. He put his hands up to the side. If you knew what Gold Tips Imperial was, then you would not have thought that. It's wonderful, even though you're so young. A sweat drop appeared on Naruto's head. Okay, so I don't know what they are. Who cares? I mean, I actually do care. Naruto swore he had heard that voice before. Not only that, but the tea that he was referencing is what Momo made more than few for him. Why does his voice sound so familiar? Ho, you are someone who is of high class. The man stopped walking towards Naruto, questioning why he was even talking to Naruto still. He knew who he was, and how strong he was already. Now if you excuse me. The man tipped his hat a bit and began to walk away. Naruto realized who it was, thinking back on the tea. The voice the man had. He remembered that weird guy with the white hair and mustache. He heard the voice from the video Ochako showed Izuku. An alarm will sound, not just to my dear listeners, but to all of society. Naruto heard Namori's voice from when he took Eri around UA. So, you think this a game, don't you? And if the alarm sounds, even if it's a false alarm, we had agreed to cancel it and evacuate, otherwise we can't have it. Naruto placed the bags down while taking out a three-pronged kunai, twirling it in his right hand and stopped it in a reversed position. What do you mean? The man turned around with his hand up to his face. Naruto stood back up and held his left hand up for it to face the sky. I saw your video. So, I'm not letting you escape. Naruto was solely focused on knocking these two out, for Eri's sake. For Eri's happiness. Room. Naruto said lowly as a yellow sphere formed in his hand and shot outwards, engulfing the two in his sphere. You two aren't going anywhere. Like Naruto predicted, Gentle Criminal removed his disguise. La Brava, start filming. Naruto angrily held his head up as his eyes were blood red with black slit in the middle. There are a lot of different people working hard, so I wonder how it'll turn out. Naruto spoke again. This time his voice was deeper. Just try attacking my school, I dare you. I'll make sure you live to regret it. I'll take you out, just as I did with Kai Chisaki. I'll do it with you too. Naruto's body had red energy lines appear around his body as orange-red flames began to dance around his body. Gentle said, you are very perceptive, my boy. Gentle knew this was about to get messy. He brought his hand up to his top part of his jacket. La Brava. From this moment on, no matter what happens, don't stop the camera. La Brava took out the camera and said, of course, Gentle. She pointed the camera at him. But, are you going to fight? Here, do you think that's a good idea? Gentle prepared himself. Dear listeners, the grand adventures of a man of extraordinary talent is starting. Gentle then placed a strange barrier around him after he threw off his disguise. Don't be dazzled, or look away. I am the gentleman thief who will save the world, Gentle Criminal. La Brava threw off her disguise too. My plans have shifted. In this current predicament, I'll keep it brief. This time, he then struck a pose getting close to the camera. I tried going to UA. Naruto made two shadow clones that shot forward and got stuck in midair. Gentle said, if you watched my videos you should know. My quirk is elasticity. Naruto smirked back as his two clones smirked as well. Clearly you don't know any of my abilities. Naruto shot his left hand up, making his pointer finger aim up. Shambles. Like that, La Brava found herself in place in the elasticity wall. The real Naruto appeared next to Gentle with his fist raised back. Naruto was ready to end this guy in one strike. He won't kill, but he definitely won't be holding back. No way was he going to let him cancel the school's plans. Naruto remembers back to when he took Eri back when she came to visit them while they were practicing. Papa, you're leaving already? Eri asked with an upset tone. Papa, Mama. Eri had an almost excited look on her face. She didn't know how to express it yet, but she was feeling something. I'm getting pretty excited. Naruto rammed his fist straight into Gentle Criminal. Konoha smash. Naruto shouted as his fist made contact, slamming Gentle Criminal straight into the ground. Naruto stood over the knocked out Gentle Criminal. Naruto took out ninja wire and began to tie him up. Naruto nodded his head towards his clones who restrained Labrava and tied her up in restraints too. Naruto walked up to the camera and looked down on Labrava. Gentle criminal is not a person I see as even remotely a criminal. Much less of a threat, but he threatened the smile I could see on my little girl's face. Naruto took the camera from Labrava and dropped it on the ground and smashed it with his foot, all for a stupid YouTube channel. Please, Naruto picked the two up to deliver them to a teacher at UA. Labrava began to cry as Gentle laid there unconscious. Why you don't understand? He sacrificed so much. He planned everything even after his tea break. You can't keep mocking him. Naruto glared down at her. I never said I was looking down at him. I saw his video. It was clear he was someone who wanted fame. All villains have a backstory. Villains are just broken heroes. But I won't tolerate what he wanted to do, for fame. Being a hero is more than just fame. It's about protecting the lives of innocent people, and striving to put yourself on the line constantly so everyone can live happy lives. I won't let you ruin this. I won't let you ruin this school festival for a girl. So, don't think for a second. I will allow you to do what you want. Because there's a goal I want to achieve in my life. If you two want your dreams so badly, then find a different way to do it when you get out. Don't go down the easy path and be criminals. Naruto then shot off towards the school and then dropped them off at the school entrance. Gentle was awake the entire time when Naruto finished tying him up. He could hear Naruto's sincere words. He was angry at him for trying to ruin someone else's happiness. It was something Naruto wasn't going to let slide. The power that he had within him wasn't going to make it easy for him to be dealt with. Thus, Gentle lost before the fight even began. He heard Labrava fight for him, but he decided to stop. Maybe it was time to achieve his goals a different way. Before Naruto could leave, Gentle spoke up and said, Uzumaki Naruto, I was once in the hero course at school, too. Gentle criminal is the mere shadow of someone who was once a hero dropout. I have nothing more to say, but I hope your feelings reach those you want them to reach. Soon pro heroes came running up towards the binded villains. Hound Dog and Ectoplasm watched as Naruto dropped the two villains off. Naruto continued to take off towards the direction where their performance was about to take place. Naruto heard Ectoplasm and Hound Dog tell Snipe on the radio that everything was fine. Performance stage for Class 1A 9:45 a.m. Naruto arrived in time as he quickly prepared himself, getting into a proper outfit. He was wearing an orange shirt with the letter A on it with a pair of black pants. Sorry being a bit late. I hit a roadblock. Are we all set and ready? Naruto turned towards Jiro. Yeah, everything is set, we just need to get into position. Kyoka turned to everyone else, making sure they were in position and at their stations. Well, I'm glad you got here, you're both our vocals. Momo only sighed as she shook her head. Come on now, let's get ready. 10 a.m. Naruto was next to Jiro with a microphone in his hand. The curtains lifted as the entire viewing and stage was semi-dark. Naruto could hear the other students cheering. There they are. Fire years, do your best. Show us what you've got. First years. Yaoyorozu, 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 Uzumaki, Uzumaki, Uzumaki. All of their dancers had their left hands up in a fist. Eri, who was in the crowd, was being held up by Saraorg with Shuri. Can you see them, Eri? Saraorg smiled at Eri. He was really beginning to see her like a granddaughter. You see Mama and Papa. Shuri could only giggle as she saw the display of affection Saraorg had towards Eri. Not only that, be said Mama and Papa for Momo and Naruto. Soon the lights turned off and silence roamed the area. Naruto waited for Bakugo as he screamed out, "Let's go, damn it." Bakugo's voice grew deep. All of UA. We'll kill him without sound. Bakugo let off a huge explosion. Like that the music began playing and after a few seconds Jiro shouted, "Thanks for coming today. Watch. V equals UB6QJOXB 3 kiloamperes AN. I'm pretty sure you all can't use this link, but it's the Hero 2 song obviously. However, it's the duet between Kyoka and Izuku on YouTube. Just Naruto is replacing Izuku. If you want you can all skip the lyrics if you want. I'll describe what Naruto is doing throughout the song. Jiro. What am I to be? What is my calling? I gave up giving up. I'm ready to go. Naruto. The future's left unseen, it all depends on me. Put it on the line to follow my dream, yeah. Tried all my life. I've tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Oh. Together. Hero 2, I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. Hero 2, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes, stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. Jiro. What do they think of me? Who do they think I'll be? I could not care less, I don't wanna know. Am I doing right? Am I satisfied? I wanna live my life like it's meant to be. Yeah. Tried all my life. I've tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Oh. Together. Hero 2, I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. Hero 2, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes, stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. Jiro. People will judge for no reason at all. Yeah, they might try to say your dream's dumb, don't listen. They may look down on me and count me out. I'm going my own way. Naruto. They may look down on me and count me out. I'm a hero, I've got music. Hero 2, I am a hero too. My heart is set and I won't back down. Jiro. Hero 2, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe, yeah, I'll be. Together. Hero 2, I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. Hero 2, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes, stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. Jiro. I have met so many heroes in my life. Gave me the strength and courage to survive. Naruto. Gave me the power to smile every day. Now it's my turn to be the one to make you smile. All dancing will be the same as in the anime, so I won't go down into too much depth and bore you all. Though I will change some things up. As Jiro is singing her first line, Naruto creates a bunch of shadow clones and has them begin dancing in the background. Once Naruto's line came up, she began to sing and dance along with the others. Izuku then powered up his quirk and launched Yuga into the air. He was wearing his hero uniform as he spun in the air and shot out lasers. As the song continues, Izuku disappeared behind curtains while the special effects people did their thing. Hell, Mineta even got his small harem moment, which perturbed Naruto, but he let it slide. Shoto shot out ice across the roof of the ceiling, Hinata shot out tape across the place. Naruto's clones shot off confetti cannons he created with Momo's help and the money side. Getting cannons wasn't that easy. Hiroshima began to run across the ice bridge Shoto created using his hardening quirk to shave ice off to make it snow. While Izuku ran across the ice to pull Yuga around like a disco ball. People will judge for no reason at all. When Jiro sings this verse, Naruto activates his Kurama chakra mode. This time he was cloaked in a golden shroud of chakra with the black lines. Naruto and his clones ran around tapping his fellow classmates. As everyone felt Naruto's power course through them. This gave everyone a shroud of red chakra cloak, 2 ears, and a tail. Then Sue wrapped her tongue around Ochako and swung her around as she used her gravity quirk on students watching. This allowed them to float in the air, and Naruto's clones jumped around tapping people, giving them a taste of his power. Naruto sang and watched as the dark shadow of Chisaki that lingered around his little girl was dispersed. Naruto could see his and Momo's sectoral beings wrap their arms around Eri, allowing her to be free and feel protected. Eri, in Saraorg's arms, raised her hands into the air and smiled happily. Naruto saw from the stage as he smiled on the inside as he felt his own tears begin to swell up. He did his best to fight them back, hell he even saw Saraorg tearing up as well as Shuri.